Well, I'm going to start with a piece of statistics here. The World Economic Forum estimates that Earth observation could unlock 700 billion in annual economic value by 2030. Now, Earth observation capability has exploded in recent years. We can now measure the planet with a clarity, with a frequency that I felt impossible even a few decades ago. Every month, more satellites, more sensors go to space. Terabytes of data is captured daily, and we have more analytical capabilities unveiled. And yet, the real question is whether we are turning all these technical capabilities that we have in space into a business, a policy decision, something that helps markets to grow with Earth observation and achieve impact at scale. When I first began shaping the festival, I was driven by an observation that I made, that GeoAI is advancing very fast, but the adoption is not going at the same pace. Adoption from end users. We see incredible pilots, we see strong technical capabilities, but we also see friction. We see a lot of silos, procurement barriers, question on trust, on governance, on adoption and value. So I asked myself, what would it take to create not just another event, another hackathon or another conference, but a platform for action to put forward GeoAI into the public domain? Well, good morning, everyone. I am Luca Budello, and I am the geospatial lead at Innovate UK Business Connect, and I also serve on the board of directors of Space for Climate. I've been working on the festival for the most part of the year now, and well, it feels good to be here at Space-Comm. This is the final act in a way, but it also feels a bit surreal. First of all, because I've never done a silent theater before, which is rather weird not to kind of hear my voice from the speakers. But also because this is the final act of a long process of 6 months of work. A journey that I was honored to do with many colleagues from many different organizations that have worked with me to realize the vision of the GeoAI Festival. I've been working in this sector for over 15 years now, and during this time I've seen different waves of innovation in geospatial, in our sector. For example, I saw the shift from GIS and desktop mapping to cloud computing, cloud-based platform and API, which has opened geospatial to startups, to developers, to create more opportunity for growth. I saw the rise of the commercial satellite constellation, which is happening right now, that change how often and with how much clarity, how much details we could measure, we could observe planet Earth. But to me, the rise of artificial intelligence feels a bit different. And it feels different not because of the speed of change that AI is imposing on us, but because of the integration that AI made possible in geospatial. And GeoAI is all about this integration, whether combining petabytes of data from different sensors in a multimodal context, or deploying an autonomous agent to support a decision in near real time. GeoAI shortened the path from idea, from data, to action. And in my view, he placed geography, he has the potential to place geography at the core of how we govern, invest, and manage risk, or decision based on risk. The opportunity that is offered by the application of artificial intelligence on Earth observation and geospatial workflow is significant. It represents the next wave of innovation in the geospatial sector. One that has the potential to lower the barrier to adoption, to adoption, so that adoption in across public sector, for example, or infrastructure planning, or financial system, corporate decision, fundamentally changing the way how end users can apply Earth observation derived intelligence into their decisions. And with the GeoAI Festival, we wanted to recognize this opportunity, but also recognize the challenges, because adoption does not happen by accident. Working across many different sectors, different technologies, requires that we are able to break down silos, break down the data silos, which is a big problem, break down the silos of language, of understanding each other from different sectors, but most importantly, break down the siloed thinking, because what we need is to move forward with directionality and purpose if we want to realize the potential of GeoAI. And the festival has brought this together. We didn't organize just an event. We created that platform I was mentioning earlier on. We started working on a build and pitch program in collaboration with DEFRA, setting challenges to startups, to scale-ups, and onboarding 20 of them and give them the opportunity to use Earth observation data provided by the Earth Observation Data Hub, an artificial intelligence tool provided by AWS, to build user-focused products that are enabled by geospatial AI. We also developed a webinar series in collaboration with Lloyds Banking Group and the UK Multimodal AI Network to bring together some of the most interesting technical voices around across the geospatial, across AI, across Earth observation. And also we brought together a series of salon dinners, a series, I'll say, in collaboration with Lunate AI and Spark Geo, to bring together the perspective of leaders across different sectors and inform a report that we aim to, well, it's almost ready. We aim to publish a post-event, so will be distributed to the audience after this event. And then we bring all of this here at Space-Comm in person, where we're gonna revisit a lot of all the things that we've done in the 6 months and gather a conversation with a wider audience, with yourself. And this would have not been possible without the support of many organizations and the people that within those organizations that work with me, work with my team to realize the vision of this festival. And it is great to see this logo soup, because as I mentioned, realizing the potential of GeoAI requires an entire ecosystem to come together. People who build, people who enable, innovators, corporates, researchers, public body. And you can see this ecosystem in action in the GeoAI Festival Showcase, which is J12, where we're going to have the 20 companies pitching to a small gathering, a very informal session. You can see some of the partners that we worked with and engage in those conversations. So with this morning, we're going to start now, kick off the proceedings of the festival. We're going to start with a ministerial address. Then we're going to have a keynote from looking at the future of GeoAI and what GeoAI is in the UK at the moment. We're going to have a panel session looking at the intersection of Earth observation, artificial intelligence, opportunities, barriers, and a series of short presentation with a Q&A to bring to life the use cases on where GeoAI is already being adopted and productized. But for now, I would like to invite Minister Dame Angela Eagle, Minister for Science at the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs for a Ministerial Address. Please, if you'd like to come on stage.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here to represent the Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I'm the Science Minister at that department, and we actually do a lot of science in DEFRA, believe it or not. Not everybody realises quite how much, but it's one of the more fascinating. All parts of my job are fascinating, but this particular part with agrotech, how we can move farming on, innovate it, and make certain that we can make much more effective use of our capacities, not only to make agriculture profitable and efficient, but also to provide much more food security for our nation. It's a really key part of what I do in my job. So it's great to be here celebrating space innovation, and it's been fascinating already to look at some of the projects that are being supported here and showcased here. And I'm going to go back after this and take another look because I haven't quite got round everything yet. I'm very proud of my own department as one of the most advanced users of civil Earth observation data in government. We use Earth observation to protect food security, to monitor our carbon stores in peatlands and forests, to monitor habitat health, as well as response to emergencies like flooding, all of which underpin our national security. Earth observation will be central to the development of the upcoming land use framework, which will be published soon. It's well in production even as I speak, and this framework is a blueprint for how we make the most of the land that we have in our islands. Multiple use actually, to grow the food we need, to build enough homes, to power the economy and to restore nature so we can farm in a much more environmentally friendly and sustainable way. That is a transition that is going on in agriculture even as I speak, and it's one that we have to make sure we get right if we're going to ensure that we can farm sustainably and productively in the future. Looking forward, I'm considering how we build upon the UK's world-leading science excellence to deliver further economic growth. That is key. Over the last 40 years, the cost of launching satellites has reduced by 95%. And this has led to an exponential increase in the number of satellites, data and insights provided. And with it, a fantastic opportunity for our industries to take advantage of, especially those that haven't historically been users of space data. When I said to people I was coming to a space exhibition, they wondered what on earth a DEFRA minister was doing at a space exhibition. Well, actually, I have a fantastic interest, having watched the moonshots when they originally happened. Yes, I am that old. But actually, if you stop and think about it, there are obvious uses for Earth observation data in the DEFRA sphere of activity. In the age of AI, the power of satellite-derived Earth observation data is increasingly accessible, and it's also potentially much more useful than I think I could have imagined when I was at school watching that Saturn V rocket take off, not really knowing very much about satellites at all and what they could deliver in terms of information here on Earth. So if our industries can make the most of all of this, then we will enable the power of space innovation to protect our natural world and ensure our food security. Those are very big aims to achieve, and the people that are innovating in this area are going to, I'm convinced, help us achieve those aims. We will also enable efficiencies that unlock economic growth. The government's apex priority is economic growth, and that will enable all our other ambitions and help, obviously, to fund all our other ambitions as well. And this is why I'm here today. DEFRA have demonstrated that we're a department of scientific excellence, but we're also a department of economic growth. Economic growth doesn't come from one single intervention. It's the outcome of a system of interventions, of which nature protection must be a core foundation. And this isn't new to us. Just last week, the Secretary of State announced that £120 million will be available as part of the Farming Innovation Programme. This will boost productivity and innovation across the agricultural sector, and it builds on previous agricultural and environmental monitoring funding, grants that have now supported over 600 organisations, and I know some of them are here today, and all I'd say to them is keep going. Carry on proving that your concepts work and make profits and help us be more profitable and grow. As we look at new initiatives, we have to select interventions that protect nature and deliver efficiencies, which is why the GeoAI Festival targeted agricultural production, sustainable spatial planning and nature finance, which were identified as sectors most likely to benefit from innovative Earth observation and AI products. So I want to finish by recognising that innovation initiatives like this, which bring together DEFRA's expertise in Earth observation with our sector's requirements and SMEs' creativity, can unlock growth, delivering significant returns both for our economy and for our planet. And I want to thank Innovate UK, who I've just spent far too long talking to over there, which is why I nearly missed the start of my speech, over here, and the Satellite Applications Catapult for all you've contributed to this project. And I hope that we will continue to collaborate in the future. And finally, I want to congratulate the winners of in the catapult. There's some fantastic small companies over there with some great nascent products that would have a fantastically positive effect on the way in which we do our growing. Thank you for participating and for your spirit of collaboration, and I'm excited to see how your ideas progress into the future and help us not only sustain and transit our agricultural productive techniques into something that's more profitable in the future, but that's also more sustainable and that can help us achieve the food security that we need in these very, very fractious and dangerous times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Eagle. Growth is indeed a key to unlock prosperity in the country. Now I would like to move on to our keynote for the day. Our first keynote speaker is Nadine Alameh. She's an amazing individual. She's a friend, an award-winning thought leader in geospatial and GeoAI. She's an independent consultant now with Lunate AI, and she's the former CEO of the Open Geospatial Consortium. She holds a PhD and 2 masters from the MIT and serves on the board of many different organizations such as the World Geospatial Industry Council, UNGGIM, and others. So let's welcome Nadine Alameh on stage to deliver a keynote on the understanding of spatial intelligence look like now in the future.
Right. So first things first. Thank you. Can you hear me? This is indeed an experience. So good morning, everybody. I'm Nadine Alameh, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the future of spatial intelligence. So I believe so much in this that I actually quit my job about 8 months ago, and I said I'm going to start my own consulting company to help governments figure out what to do with geospatial Earth observation and AI. And we've been working on strategies, roadmaps, and proofs of value. So we have moved from proof of concept to proof of value, and then working with startups on what they can do in this brand new world. So you may wonder, why do I have a picture of a dinner for a keynote on the future of spatial intelligence. So this is because Luca had invited me to help him design and facilitate the series of salon dinners that we held at the Royal Society back in January. And I'm gonna share a little bit with you some of the tidbits, some of the nuggets that we uncovered during these dinners. We have a whole panel this afternoon with you hear it from the horse's mouth, so please join us this afternoon, and then you can tell us if we conveyed what was in the report properly when the report comes out. So deal? I need audience participation somehow. So we had these 3 dinners, very, inspiring. This is what I heard, and I also want a thumbs up from you if it actually resonates with you. We heard AI is not just accelerating the geospatial workflows, it's actually helping us redefine how we generate, interpret, and apply this data. So this is not just about speed. AI is enabling us to do things we weren't able to do before. Does that resonate? Yes. Cool. We heard we're in the formative stages in this AI journey overall, and then the geospatial AI, and then in the trusted geospatial AI. Do you agree? We're definitely figuring it out together. 3, and I like this one. What will have the most impact? Like, we're here sitting in this room. What is the most impact, the fastest way to economic growth? Is it more satellites? Is it more data? Not really. It's more AI-enabled analysis. That is the biggest step change impact. Does that make sense? Makes perfect sense. We're flooding in data. We need all of us to be retrained, especially our leaders. The leaders don't have to be geospatial geeks like some of us, but they at least have to be trained to ask the right questions from these AI systems, to understand the limitations of the question and the answers that come back. That makes perfect sense, yes? You'll tell me if I'm crazy. And the last one is, this is the one I think about. We must rethink how we embed geospatial in every decision. And it's something that we have not yet achieved. Not in the UK, not in anywhere else. Does that feel right? Like, if you know geospatial, you know data about the Earth, it makes sense that it's in everything. So I want you to imagine a future where every decision, whether we're talking investment, we just heard from the minister, farming, agriculture, food security, climate, infrastructure, real estate, banking, right? Every decision starts with a live conversation with the planet. You know why? Because we are finally at a point where we're moving on from looking at the data, right? It's not about maps anymore. It's not about visualization and putting layers together. We can actually ask questions. Now, what kind of questions? I'll give you some examples here that I did not sit and dream about. These are examples I heard from either customers or colleagues in the last 2 weeks. These are real problems out there. How will tomorrow's projected snowfall affect my delivery schedule? I just flew from Washington, D.C. and it was snowing again. Which substations face a 100-year flood and aging infrastructure risks? Which assets in my portfolio are exposed to compounding climate risk over a certain number of years? Which policy reduces the emissions fastest without increasing inequality in my state, in my neighborhood, in my town? And the simplest of all, Should I insure this asset? There is one thing that is common across these examples that, again, I did not dream up. None of them have location explicit. None of them have geospatial explicit. No question is starting with where or how does this relate spatially, right? And I think that is the future. The future, when we talk about spatial intelligence, is this shift where the question no longer mentions location explicitly. And this is when we say we did it. Geospatial, spatial, geography, location, call it whatever you want to call it. It becomes truly, truly embedded into everything. So, how does this look like? The future, which by the way is way closer than you think. Again, I hope thumbs up. We have a lot of Earth observation data. There are hundreds of terabytes daily today. There will be in the 200 plus petabytes by 2030 daily. All right. IoT, there are between 18 and 21 billion IoT devices that are already connected, expected to triple by 2030. We've got clouds, you can pick now, you can pick and choose. We've got GPUs, you don't even have to go buy them. You can get them through your cloud provider. And we have AI, large language models, generative AI, and now agentic AI. We can develop these agents that encapsulate functionality, they can orchestrate workflows, they can go act on our behalf. All of this is where the future is headed. We have all of this. You know what else we have on the right-hand side that will gonna really take us to the future? We have 50 plus years of collective geospatial global experience. So as a geospatial nerd and believer, I think this is our moment. We, who considers themselves geospatial, not nerds, you don't have to admit, but at least passionate. Thank you. Woo. We will take everything on the left-hand side to the next level. It's not the other way around, right? There's the whole infrastructure, and geospatial is going to take it to decision everywhere. Again, there's a big shift. It's imagined, but really half of it is already here. This future of spatial intelligence, it's not the monolithic platforms anymore. You go in and you pick your layers and you overlay them and so on. We're going to have a future with millions of AI agents. They can task satellites for you. They can task drones. They can clean the data. They can fuse it. They can create APIs for you. They can create dashboards, maps. Imagine. You don't have to imagine. You can actually try it today, probably here on this show. Dashboards. Dashboards are a way to look at the past in a way and understanding the present. It's all gonna be, again, those intelligent agents. Between the agents and the whole vibe coding thing, right? We can now code over a few hours or maybe over a weekend a new application from scratch because there's a flood coming. You put it together. The flood is over, throw it. Next week you have something else, you develop something else. So we're gonna be so much faster. From analysis to the embedded autonomy. That's why, everybody in robotics is even interested in even our LiDAR data. And from reporting to live decision, right? It's the fabric. We're already there. So I inserted this slide almost at the last minute, so thank you, Luca and the team. But what does this mean in reality? So this slide, I'm not going to spend time on it because this is what I call the big boys, what the big boys are doing, because you can Google that, right? And this is what the big boys did from November 24 to November 25 when I stopped tracking, right? So you can Google Google geospatial reasoning. You can Google what Planet is doing with Anthropic. You can Google what AWS is doing with Esri. You can Google what Microsoft is doing with NASA for the Earth AI. You can Google what Spatial Niantic is doing to build this live 3D model of the Earth. You can Google the nonprofits like Clay and Earth Genome who are providing these foundation models. Google it, right? It's all out there. What excites me more is what Luca showed earlier. It is what all this infrastructure can do to innovation, and from innovation to economic impact. So if you're not one of these companies, who has heard of half of these companies? Not a lot of people, four hands. And you know how amazing this is? This means we're taking it to the next level. It's not just the people you know anymore. Anybody, right? This is when we say geospatial everywhere because the environment is ready now, right? So this is in the UK and you can talk to these companies and learn everything that they're doing. Here's another example. We're literally in the middle and Phil is here from AWS and he'll be talking about this later, either today or tomorrow. So we have this challenge on generative AI, Middle East, Africa, and Europe. Park Europe for a second. And these are the startups from Africa and the Middle East. And what are they doing? Methane mapping, health monitoring for Africa, cocoa farms tracking. These are things 6 months ago would not be possible, right? This is how unbelievable it is. This is the next level, right? You're gonna be seeing applications and companies and agents coming out of nowhere because, you know, the cat is out of the bag. It's out there right now. It's not easy. There are many tensions, as you might expect. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right? We would be all just building these things. The tensions, I'll start with what Luca talked about. Innovation to adoption. It's great to be able to do many things. We heard it at the dinner actually very loudly. We had people representing customers and they said, I'm tired of being shown a demo. Give me the real thing. Give me something I can use every day and I can trust every day. Innovation to actually operations. And this is what the Innovate UK, the whole initiative is all about. We need to do this. We need to be deliberate. We talked about all of these things coming together. So what is this fine line between planetary intelligence, because we can do this at scale, and surveillance? Think about it, right? If you can connect everything to anything, we need to be careful, right? That's why in the middle there's the trust, the accountability, the governance. And parallel to that, what is this fine balance between commercial companies wanting to make money and the public good, right? This whole interaction between private and public. When you think about the future and all of these tensions, you realize very quickly that we're not talking about technology. It's not the constraint. The constraint is us. It's our institutions. It's our governance. It's our incentives. It's our literacy, right? So with that, what is next? 3 things. I tried to bubble it up in terms of, spatial intelligence in the context of the UK. 1, embed geography into every decision already, for crying out loud. Yes, so this should be like thumbs up everywhere. We need to be not just in this theater doing thumbs up, we need to be all over. Not this exhibit hall. As I was walking in, there are 10 other conferences happening. They should, all of them, have geography in it. Because what is that question that doesn't involve where something is at a certain time, right? So we need to do this. It's already happening. There are platforms right now. from, again, the big guys, from Esri, from NVIDIA, but also there are startups where you can go in and do like the ChatGPT, but you can say, what's the flooding risk? And then it gives you the answers. It's already out there. Number two, the trust, right? And that's a bigger conversation. But again, there are already people working on explainable AI. These platforms that I'm talking about, where you can ask the question about the impact of the snowstorm on my delivery schedule, there's usually a window on the right that shows you which data sets they've used, which models they've used, what algorithms they applied. It's starting to happen, right? What else is starting to happen? There are also companies building these knowledge bases behind the foundation models. Think about it as like validation and verification. This is happening, right? So trust, I hate to say this, it's not just blah, blah, blah. It's also in the technology itself, right? Last but not least, invest. And by invest, I know invest, is related to money, but to me, it's related to being deliberate. We can go with the flow, right? AI is happening and we're catching up and trying to do cool things, or we can be leaders in this space. And the leadership is by investing in the human layer. And this is not just the technology, it's the communication, it's the leadership, it's the standards, it's the innovation, all of it. So this is, to me, I thought about this. You can say we're at an inflection point, but you can also say we're at a leadership point. Are we gonna go with the flow? Or are we gonna go out and make sure that this actually happens? And this will happen anyways. Oops. Yes, this will happen because, believe it or not, we had 3 salon dinners in January. And this is a conclusion that you think it's not rocket science, but it's something that you have to stand up and breathe. AI is here to stay. Everything I talked about, it's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. We're gonna have to do something about it. We're gonna have to do something with it, right? And we're at this leadership inflection point, especially for the UK. So please come in the afternoon to hear more about what the UK will and can and should do in this moment of leadership, so that we can insert the spatial intelligence everywhere. You're gonna see it in climate, in resilience, in marketing, in banking, in farming, right? In capital flows, in finance, in planetary outcomes, everywhere. In every exhibition hall in a couple of years, it should be everywhere. My last point is leadership. We must lead collaboratively. So thank you, Luca, when you said the soup of supporters. We need soups. It's good for you. We need to do it in a trusted way. And then last but not least, in a way that is grounded with purpose. So not just following the hype, but actually following the problems. And with that, again, I encourage you to continue this conversation with me, with Luca. Stay here, come in the afternoon, and thank you again for being enthusiasts and part of this leadership movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadine. Would you like to stay for 1 or 2 questions, perhaps? It's really different to just listen to myself while I'm asking questions. It's an experience that I've not done before. I need to get used to it. Any question from the floor? This is a chance. We're going to take literally 2 questions. We start from Ashley.
I thank my honourable friend, Mr. Luca, as well as Madam Speaker, for the wonderful series of discussions. The key inquiry I would like to ask is, are you worried about a potential dot-com style burst in the AI market, considering what's happening with overvaluations, as well as the issue of data centers and the infrastructure that's not in place to support it, as well as the increase in cost of energy, now that we're seeing what's happening in the Middle East? I thank my honourable friends for giving me the floor, and give the floor back.
Thank you. This is, to me, this is like an exercise also in lip reading right now. It's like, so it's a brilliant question. And I think this is why, even when we put the experts together in these rooms and we said we're not going to quote anything, everybody acknowledged we're in the formative stages. I don't think anybody has like the answer, so that's why I was saying like we have to figure it out ourselves. I know there are people working on the cost of energy and all of that. There's a lot of talk. I mean, looking at our Spark Geo folks on sovereign AI and what that means, that whole cloud computing, keeping your data in your country, all of that. But going back, honestly, to in the case of the UK specifically, what came up is the UK is a small country with unbelievable data that is trusted. Let's start there, and maybe it will be the model for everybody else. So it's a non-answer answer, but it's the right question.
If we can give the mic to Robin, and that's the last question. If we can keep it brief as well, please.
Thanks, Luca. Great presentation. Thank you so much. You talked a lot about trust and the need to embed trust in the systems that we develop. And this comes up internally in our own discussions of what tools should we use to develop these kind of AI solutions to our own tech stack. How do we know who to trust? And should we look at big American behemoths or Chinese systems? It's really difficult to know where we put that trust at the beginning of the journey.
So, quick answer. I would, when the report comes out, there's a whole chapter on trust, what it is and what it's not, right? But I think right now, organizations like the Ordnance Survey, they now have the equivalent of a chief AI officer who's looking at exactly that. And when I talk to him, he's looking at every tool. What tool do I use? Where is it coming from? Should I trust it? And then even then the combination, because it is a soup. Our world is a soup. And so all I say is like the government agencies are already starting to look at that breadth of options and where trust fits, and then the compounded trust. And look at the report. So
thank you very much, Nadine. Thank you very much for the questions. I just leave it there, yes.
Thank you, Luca.
I'm very sorry, Phil, that I chipped time from your panel, but if you like to now start coming to the stage, we're going to have our first panel of the day. Is based on, the webinar series that we have run called the Explainable Earth Live. Phil Cooper, Global Geospatial Lead for Public Sector at AWS, who is at the forefront of GeoAI, as we've seen running his own generative AI for Geospatial Challenge, will chair the panel. If you'd like to come on stage, and I'd like to welcome everyone else as well.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully the caffeine buzz has not dropped too low for everybody. Oh, can you hear me? Is that better? Oh, I'll get a bit closer. I'll start singing. So thank you very much for joining us today. This is hopefully an opportunity to talk a little bit about Earth observation science, something that's close to my heart, having done it for 27 years, with my esteemed panel. We're going to try the rather challenging conversation of explaining the Explainable Earth live, insight to impact. So here we go, everybody. I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by the panel today. What I'm going to do is ask my panelists to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about their organizations, what they're doing with Earth observation data, and what their top priority is. And I'm going to start at the far end first, if that's okay with yourself, Natalia, who hasn't got a microphone, so I'm going to pass that to you.
Thank you so much, and a pleasure to be here. Hi, I'm Natalia. I am a responsible AI mobilization lead in Lloyds Banking Group. So we are a new center, a new entity in the bank, which is called AI Center of Excellence, and we are working with multiple startups and tech companies and hubs to bring innovation in the bank, in the AI sphere and space. That also covers Earth observation data and technology, but also we are developing our own customized products internally within the bank, and also it also covers and extends towards space and Earth observation, geospatial as well. My background is geospatial, ML for geospatial, and artificial intelligence, so it's kind of a very interesting time now for banks who are developing spatial finance capability, both in collaborative space and in internally.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Jimmy, over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is James Harding and I'm a data scientist at Telespazio UK. At Telespazio we deliver operational services that essentially harness the power of space and satellite Earth data within the domains of Earth observation, climate and position navigation. On the AI side, we also develop solutions and services that allow us to turn that same space and Earth data into something that decision makers can use more reliably and effectively and efficiently. And that includes things like quality control of Earth observation data and predictive maintenance of infrastructure assets.
Hello, my name is Madeline Lasias, and I am currently a finishing candidate at the University of Cambridge in the Department of Computer Science and Technology, focused on the creation of geospatial foundation models, specifically Tessera, which incorporate numerous types of satellite data into a compression that can be used in downstream tasks for a deterministic AI approach. And my focus mainly is on developing the geospatial foundation models, their use, their accessibility, and also on applications.
I'm James Banting. I'm Vice President of Research at Spark Geo. We're a Canadian geospatial consultancy with a UK arm. And what we do is operationalize EO data. So we build a lot of private EO data hubs and then also public EO data hubs, very similar to the one in the UK here. What we try to do in our priority is making sure that all applications, AI or traditional, have a sustainable access to EO data.
Well, thank you very much indeed. They explained it far better than I would have done. So we've got a real mix on this panel here today, from commercial, from academia, from industry. But the next question I'm going to ask is, I think, relevant to all of those. Having seen, I would call it the rise and fall of EO. We're in the third age of EO. That's a patented column, which is that just as a little story here, back in 1999 when I first looked at Earth observation data, entire PhDs were written on one single image. And if you've got a second image for attain detection, you were absolutely delighted. There was a great deal of promise, and it didn't seem to deliver. Then there was a sort of the rise about 10, 15 years ago. Suddenly new satellites were going, promised so much, didn't seem to deliver. It would appear, panelists, that perhaps Earth observation data is finally realizing its value and its third opportunity. So I'm going to go to yourself next, because you're at that stage perhaps I was 27 years ago. Do you think that the Earth observation data now, the value of it, is actually finally being realized? And can you share perhaps a specific example that you yourself have worked on?
Absolutely. So, based on your contextualization, I completely agree that we've seen many different waves of Earth observation advances over the past 10 years, or at least how long I've been in the space for. And so I'd say the current era right now, where we see especially geospatial foundation models, many different applications basically of AI in the geospatial space, as well as the advancement of CubeSats, more types of sensors, etc. I don't see that we're going through a major transformation or a new revolution, but what I do see is that we're seeing significant advances that change the accessibility of data. And one example where I see this is especially in my work with geospatial foundation models, specifically Tessera at the University of Cambridge, but also Play with Legend AI, that we're able to, for example, in work I've done in Senegal and also Austria, reduce the amount of computational resource used by 10 to 15 times. We're able to match or beat the F1 score's accuracy for a number of different classification and segmentation tasks, while also reducing the need for any sort of cloud management, feature engineering, etc. And so for me, I see this as a period of time where geospatial analysis is becoming more accessible to an incredible extent, and we're also reducing the need for hyper specialists. So someone who is a GeoAI expert and an agricultural expert and an ML engineer. Now we have people who are able to do all of this work with way less expertise, and I see that as a major advancement.
Fantastic. James from Telespazio next. Do you think we're finally getting some return on our investment?
I think that the value from Earth observation data is increasingly being unlocked, and I think that it's being unlocked by various moving parts starting to fall into place, and the key areas I think that's happening is at the data interfaces. We're seeing a lot better standardization and integration between different sources of data and different data sets. We are seeing explainable AI methods and probabilistic AI methods come out in literature, which allow us to have more confidence or extrapolate a degree of confidence in models' outputs. And I think that the infrastructure and the compute resource that's needed is now also there in cloud environments. And on top of that, I think that something which we don't have much power over is time. And what we have now is a decade's worth of consistent time series of Earth observation data, for example, from Sentinel-2. And this allows us to develop new applications that no longer look at change detection, but start looking forward in time. So not how have things changed today or what's at risk today, but how might things change in future and what are the risks in future.
Natalia, from Lloyd's point of view, do you think Lloyd's is finally getting the value of Earth observation data?
That's a great question. So it's a really interesting actually question, because the question I receive most frequently and hear these days is whether AI is kind of justifying investment in AI across finance, is justifying its investments and the kind of attention it currently gets. I think on EO is as a data. Well, certainly yes, not yet, but I think we're in the process of realizing value of this data, because I think it's all, I'm biased again by the AI wave, so I think it's EO is just one of the data sources which is currently being ingested by AI. AI is getting much more increasingly complex, much more multimodal, and kind of several modalities, they allow us to make much more accurate decisions because they kind of debias each other in a way. So for sure, Earth observation has massive potential as well alongside on this same wave of AI. In terms of where and how, so there's different types of values. There's a compliance value, there's a revenue values, and there's kind of different elements of it. So for sure we can see more compliance value of Earth observation. It's going to be kind of unlocked much more faster, and also it's driven by the environmental regulations and compliance and decarbonizations, net zero targets, nature recovery. But also there is more to EO, we like to think, applications than just sustainability in finance, and I'm actually actively exploring how these new data sources can also help to enrich the new generation of financial data products which we are currently developing in the areas such as embedded finance, contextual finance, which is go beyond personalization but towards more contextualization as well. So I think definitely we will see value realized in the near future, but even more unlocked in going downstream as well.
Fabulous. James from Spark Geo, give me an example.
Yeah, so when I was doing my master's, a Landsat image cost $750 US, and I remember my PI was very upset with that because it was a big piece of our budget. Fast forward, 15 years now, and I've been working on STAC, the Spatial Temporal Asset Catalog, and the value for that is we can see and search and discover all the data out there before we even know what we want. So I think that is the value. To James's point about the temporal aspect, we have massive baselines for comparing any type of result we want now. And I think that's the big value, is not necessarily the individual images, but the whole corpus of the data.
Okay, so another topic which has been forever there in our data world is quality. Quality of data, validation standards. Well, we have a whole brand new word for that now. It's called hallucinations. I always thought that was the stuff that my kids gave me in the morning when I was up at 6 o'clock. So with AI comes hallucinations. How on earth do we keep data validation at the heart of Earth observation? James, what have we got to do?
Yeah, I think the whole thing is explainable. The explainable Earth piece, you have to justify your answers. It just goes back to traditional scientific principles and what are you doing and why are you doing it? When I was in school, 80% was a good target to hit at that time with traditional methods, and I still think that's a really good target to hit. You have to be able to explain what you want, though. So hallucinations, errors, you just have to be able to explain them.
And I suppose in your research, data quality is probably at the core, but how are you handling hallucinations? Do you find that people even understand what hallucination is?
I think this is a really important topic and a really important question that we have to be asking right now. So I'll speak from the perspective of geospatial foundation models, and one of the challenges that we have with people who are beginning to interact with these AI data products is that we don't have a good understanding as scientists, but also as users, of where the uncertainties are when we have this single vector embedding that's representing, for example, a year of data. And so in the case of Tessera, what we do know is that there's a deterministic relationship between the input data and the output embedding, and we know that when there's, for example, not enough multispectral data, we have a degradation of the quality of vector embeddings. What then we can think about, and what I think is very important, is how do we use that uncertainty and contextualize that within our models downstream to make it more explainable, and also we're continuing to incorporate this uncertainty metric into whatever our applications are. Really, across AI and machine learning applications today, there's an abstraction always of the data. Whatever analysis we have is some sort of abstraction of the satellite data itself, and so whether we're doing that abstraction from the raw data in an internal pipeline or using an already abstracted data source, for example, a vector embedding, for me this is just a question of how much tolerance do we have for this uncertainty at which point in the pipeline, and I think the future is using these data abstractions from the get-go rather than doing the abstraction ourselves.
Okay, James from Telespatio, hallucinations.
Yeah, I think, so where I'll start, and I think where we have a lot of interest is that trust starts at the moment the data is sensed, and so quality control will still be a very important part of all the development that goes into these AI models, as well as the provenance and allowing for traceability of how and where the models have determined a given answer, what data they've obtained that answer from. And on the model side, I think that we will start to see obviously an increase in explainable methods, but I think that we will begin to see a return to more structured approaches. And what I mean by that is embedding where we can physical constraints or physics laws into the models themselves. And in that way we are able to more intuitively understand and explain how the models are arriving at the predictions that they are.
Okay. Do you hallucinate in Lloyd's?
Yes, we do. So hallucination is a kind of exciting topic, has been for us for the last 3 years, not necessarily in Earth observation space, in the space of large language models. So it's a really good points by my esteemed colleagues and co-panelists here about it, explainability, and this kind of data incompleteness and where hallucinations emerge. So we like to think about hallucinations very pragmatically in AI Center of Excellence. We're thinking about how we can combat hallucination without trying to understand how even it emerged in the first place. So we like to think about hallucinations as the kind of single model or single modality artifacts. And it's a lack kind of information. So when a model doesn't have enough information, it starts inventing information. And with no enough information, sometimes that information will be available from another modality. So interestingly, to answer your questions, to combat hallucinations in large language models, we use Earth observation to contextualize them and get the information which large language models lack. Because geospatial is one of the biggest areas where large language models hallucinate. They're not spatially aware. They struggle to geographically navigate things and measure distance and embeddedness and all kinds of spatial relationships. So that's one part. Another one is I also think about dehallucinating also Earth observation models. I think we can ingest another modality as well, potentially, like semantics, language modality, other sound is emerging as well, like bioacoustic models emerging as well. So I think By trying to experiment with the models and see how we can reduce hallucinations will allow us to answer the questions how models started hallucinating in the first place, because then another model will help you to explain, hey brother, how did you hallucinate? This is how you, because you didn't have this data to begin with in your training corpora.
Yeah, James.
Yeah, one thing Nadine said earlier in her keynote was, geography is embedded in everything, and I think taking a logical, rational approach and thinking about things, like water most of the time does not flow uphill, so if your model is showing this stuff, maybe have a little check on your geography. I mean, all these things happen in the reality that we live in, so a little grounding really helps with that.
Interesting concept of obviously one data model teaching another one. So, in time, you hear a lot about a multimodal. It's interesting to see it actually happening for real, and the agents that pull these things together. So I'm going to turn to a slightly different topic now. This is a bit of a passion project of mine, which is the next generation. We've all talked about the fact that, obviously, Madeline, forgive some of the slightly older members here talking about, but actually it's going to be important, which is that, as someone who works closely with academia, I'm a visiting fellow at University of Leicester, I'm really acutely aware of the gap between what universities are teaching and what industry actually needs. Are we equipping the next generation with the right skills at the intersection of AI and Earth observation? And if you'll permit a view, what should universities, industry and government be doing differently to build that talent pipeline? Right. And essentially, what does a career in GeoAI actually look like in 2026? So there's quite a lot to unpack there, but essentially, how can we help prepare the next generation to take advantage of this opportunity? And I'm going to go to James, my right, first of all, for that question.
Yeah, so I've been toying with this idea of like a spatial empathy. You need to be able to understand why people want the answers from the geography viewpoint. So I think that's the next training. It's not the technical aspects. I mean, we can handle that. We're building excellent systems to be able to do the technical aspects, but it's understanding why people want those answers and what they're looking for. So it's not necessarily just context, because context is not human. I would say it's empathy, because you need to understand what is happening to people around them and why they want the answers that they're asking for. So I think a little bit more human touch on the education side will go a long way for the next generation.
Okay, Madeline, how do we help the? Well, you're sort of coming up, but how do you think we should be training the next generation?
So if you asked me this question about 5 years ago when I was just beginning my PhD at the University of Cambridge, I would have said that we needed more technical training, especially because we have a huge amount of geospatial work that's been done using classical methods for a long time. But we've seen a huge unlocking and unblocking of advances in geospatial thanks to, for example, the integration of transformers, of CNNs, etc. in geospatial. However, at this point in time, what I would say rather is that we need more discernment in the field. And what I mean by that is we're able to make advances, for example, in our coding skills using agents like Claude Code. We don't have to be expert machine learning researchers now or expert engineers. We also no longer need to be, for example, domain experts, so a super expert in agriculture to make any sort of agricultural advancement. But what we do need to be able to do is look at the results, for example, of large language models. And as Natalia was saying, we need to be able to understand when these models are hallucinating and not giving us a correct answer, and use that intuition, for example, to correct our own code. And being able to think critically and make decisions using all of the tools we have, for me, is where I see the next advancement. And what I see now is a lot of people who are happy to use these tools but don't have the intuition to push back when something might be wrong. And that's critically what I think we need in the next generation, basically critical thinking.
Critical thinking. James, how do we help our next generation?
Critical thinking, I think it's in many ways it's a difficult challenge because it's such a cross interdisciplinary field that we work in within EO, and especially when we bring AI into it as well. From my own perspective, I think it's all about asking the right questions, and to be able to ask the right questions, it's important to have a bit of an understanding on the domains and the fields that these models and these services are being delivered for. and do they really address the problems that that the customers or the clients are looking for in your solutions?
Finally, to your good self, how can we train even the graduates that are coming into Lloyd's to take advantage?
I think our next generation of talent, I think they will have two challenges. They will have to obviously keep the hand on the pulse of technological development, because technology emerges and evolves so fast, and I'm super excited about the emergence of the new diffusion model, which is released by Stanford University. I'm sure that's kind of, given the cross-pollination between computer vision and NLP, it will affect EO in some way at some point as well, because those models' latency is super low, they're very exciting. So another kind of, I think, element as well is, as EO is a very foundational data layer, and we have developed very foundational generic methods for this data set for many years. I think what we can, and as EO kind of, I wouldn't say leaving public sector, just sounds like very, deterministic. It's it's also entering the more highly regulated industries as well, and as well as it's already being used a lot in public sector. But the rule of games in highly regulated industries such as finance, healthcare, etc., they're quite different. And what you can do with data, how you can protect your customers, they're slightly different. So I think for a new generation of experts, I think it would be important to understand not just the technologies they're developing, but also what the implications of those technologies, how they will be used, what are the potential risks are there. So it's this is the entire development of the responsible AI area is connected to that, and why it's so proliferating in highly regulated industries, and why we are so kind of panically obsessed about what type of models we are using, what type of configurations of models, what kind of data should be hitting those models. So I think keeping an eye on those developments is quite important. Also, and regulation as well. AI regulation is changing and developing and kind of asymmetrically, and you probably know the Anthropic story, the most recent one in a couple of days. So this is a very active area. So for the experts in geospatial, it's no longer enough just to be able to to type a couple of lines of code, develop a fantastic model. They have to keep an eye on the broader realities of the world, but also keep an eye on what specialisms they will want to, and domains they will want to apply those methods into. So I agree that foundational models, they are foundational by definition, so they could be applied for everything, but at the same time, the implications of those applications, they're quite different. So trying to understand what the specialisms are, I think, would be also interesting. I mean, I had to specialize because I'm very passionate about finance, not necessarily because of the of the types of financial products we are developing. It's also a very interesting system, and how it goes and kind of consumes the data in new ways, which attracts me a lot. So, but it's also other exciting domains. For example, healthcare. Will be adopting and and using EO data. This is another question. There's other types of sectors as well, outside obviously the defense and others, which are kind of more traditional users of EO data. So I would stress those two aspects, but again, I'm very biased because I work in this space and this is my personal observation.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And I think that several points we made there, clearly passion is definitely something I've noticed. Everyone's passionate, and I think a lot of people get in this industry because they're passionate about the project that they do. I think there's an opportunity to take advantage of what's coming along rather than running away from it. And so one of the questions I had, actually, two of them was, what does the next generation of queryable Earth look like? We keep seeing chatbots, we keep seeing spinning globes, we keep seeing an image on the screen, but actually, how should we be curating? And I'm doing a talk about this tomorrow, if anybody's around, which is that often the interface is engineering-led, not UX-led. So sort of the final question I've got to give to my panel, I'm conscious of time, is how would you create a queryable Earth, and what would it look like? James, go first.
I think a queryable Earth is something that ultimately has to be user-centric, and so you have to follow everything from the data that you're querying all the way through to the user. So what's the user story? Is the query coming from an expert in the field? somebody who's just beginning to learn, or a decision maker, a policy maker, for example. And so what a queryable Earth to me looks like is something that is user-centric, but also traceable. So you're not just getting back responses from these chatbots without any indication as to how it's arrived at that response that it's given you. What we want to see is how and where the model has obtained that information from, so we can trace it back to the literature, the data sets, the documentation.
Natalia, what would you create?
To be honest with you, I think we already have what we need. We have a shell of a queryable Earth. It's Google Maps, right? So if you think about it as already something which we started some time ago, whether Google Maps answer all the queries we ask it, it doesn't, right? So it just has, we're literally scratching the surface of geospatial opportunities. So Google Maps shows us what we can do from get to point A to point B, and also if the traffic is bad, etc. But there's so much more we can do with this additional ingestion of rich and highly trusted geospatial information. For example, if I want to go somewhere where it's, when some more green spaces, for example, or advise me where there is a hotels where there is like noise levels lower, etc. All this contextual information, I'm just kind of saying very approximately, but it's just so much more we can add to the existing already products and enrich those. I don't think there will be something radically different, because we can only go as far as having a nice interface of geospatial map, or we can have like a chatbot, for example. So there's kind of two modes of interacting with the tech. But at the same time, I think it's about quality, what we can do with those already kind of existing shells, how we can enrich them with better data, how we can use them more creatively, more efficiently, more trustworthy manner as well, so the data is better. So I think we're literally scratching the surface in the user space at the moment. We can do so much more, and tech already allow. Even today, tech is already allowing us to do that. So we just have to get more creative.
Okay. So how do we change queryable Earth, or is it already here? I'm intrigued.
So from my perspective, I would say that we already have versions of a queryable Earth, as Natalia was explaining. And I'll just give one example of what I see in the future, which is that I see the integration, especially of semantics and large language models, to the type of Earth observation that we already have in a more robust way, in a more user-friendly way. And so I'll give one example that actually comes from my work as a visiting AI researcher at Legend AI, which is a company based out of California. And one thing that we're able to do with that work, with a particular type of embedding from a model called Play, is that we're able to do large-scale indexing on Earth. So basically we're able to say where are all of the windmills on the Earth surface. And because we have a super compressed embedding, and we're able to separate that linearly thanks to the latent space generation from this model, we're able to do this search at super low cost compared to what we were able to do before. And this starts to unlock questions where now a normal person who has some sort of spatial awareness, they know that geospatial context matters. They can start to ask questions that before were reserved for ML engineers who had a full stack to work with, basically. So I see the democratization and accessibility change in this space, especially through semantics integration, to be a major upcoming change.
The queryable Earth, the next aspect, I think, will be temporal aspect. So in a world where I can find anything through embeddings, I want to know what was there before, and I need to understand that the world moves. So where did these things exist in space previously? So when I'm querying things, the temporal aspect is going to be very, very important, because I want to know how things changed. So I think that's the next step for a queryable Earth.
Okay. And by the way, if people don't know Made with Clay, Bruno, who is the CTO, look him up. The guy is phenomenal. He also explains embeddings better than everybody, because I still get lost when embeddings is being explained. So my final sort of comments, if I'm conscious of wrapping up time, is I'm really, really pleased that we had a panel today. Thank you so much. I think we've covered quite a lot of ground in quite a short period of time. But I think I'm going to sort of round up at the end in terms of what does I work for a technology company. What do you think the tech community can do to continue to help industry and academia? And do we need to do more with open data, or do we need to encourage more with commercial data to help build these next services? So what can we do in a technology sense that will help you achieve some of those goals? And I'm going to go with Natalia first.
Thank you very much. I think open data will definitely help, of course, but also I think consistently kind of sample data as well. We have very interesting satellites and missions, but unfortunately they're super localized sometimes, even with the kind of even in the scale of the country. I'm talking about particular very interesting provider I have in mind right now. I'm super keen to collaborate with them. I will not be naming them, but unfortunately their mission is super localized. We cannot scale them even across the kind of the UK, for example. So the question is about from where I sit in finance. For us, consistency of the data is important. Open source would help.
Yes, more open data. James, what can we be doing in the technology industry?
I think that open data is important, and I would echo a lot of the points that have already been made in that aspect. I think what is always helpful, especially when we are producing solutions or services for customers or clients, is data layers that we aren't sensing from space necessarily, or things like climate data, so things like infrastructure and river networks. And when we start to talk about the world at a global scale, a standard or a unified data set in that sense, in that scale, I think would be quite valuable.
Okay. And what can we do?
I will say something potentially controversial, which is that, especially coming from the computer science department at University of Cambridge, I see many times incredible computer vision researchers coming into the EO space, and they make a lot of bad assumptions, basically assuming that our EO data is just like the images that you can get off the internet. And there are a lot of resources poured into these really complex models that are based on assumptions that don't really fit the EO space. And so from my perspective, having more EO intuition when we're building these models is absolutely essential, because I feel that I continue to see so many small mistakes that lead to basically wasted resources on what could be really incredible advances.
Johnny, James, what can we do?
Yeah, I think well-characterized data. If I'm getting open data, if I'm getting sample data, I want to know when and where that was captured so I can get some context from it, because that data, I don't trust it.
Brilliant. And I've been told to wind up. So I'd just like to say thank you very much for joining me, and a quick round of applause for my panelists.
The next panel, well, more than a panel, is going to be a series of short presentations where we're going to see how all the technology that's been discussed in this panel, embeddings, agentic AI, multimodal, can be embedded in products that are currently used. So for this next session, we have Krupa Nanda Kumar, who is the Climate Resilient Development Manager at Space for Climate. I work closely with Kruma as I serve on Space for Climate in the board, and I'm very happy to see the practical application of GeoAI in advanced climate resilience across sectors. So Krupa, if you'd like to come on stage.
Hi, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for those who have stayed back. Just the last session keeping you from break. This one is going to be more of a tech showcase and a demonstration. We have heard a lot about the potential, the unlocking, the unblocking of AI for satellite geospatial. Yeah. And all of the fantastic opportunities that we have. Yet, despite of all of that, AI and satellite EO organizations still struggle to translate this into decision-grade insights and applications usable today to end users across sectors. So the questions still remain around trust and usability, commercial viability in the real world. However, we do have 3 fantastic organizations who are going to be talking about their successes, what's worked for them through the showcase of some of their applications in the real world, lessons learned from deployment, and we will have a bit of a discussion afterwards on really what needs to happen to unlock that wider adoption piece. So can I please have my panelists, am I presenters. We have Ian, who is going to be speaking for Sam. Unfortunately, Sam's flight got diverted to Southampton earlier this day for reasons we don't know. But Ian's going to be stepping in. Ian also works for EarthBlocks as outreach and engagement. I will allow my panelists to also give their own introductions. James Banting, who you've also just heard from not too long ago, and Jonathan Henry. So can I please have everyone come up on and we can get started with the tech showcase. Okay, so what we'll do is we will just have EarthBlocks, Spark Geo, for Earth Intelligence give their respective presentations, which is more of a tech showcase of their applications, and then I'll come back and we will be doing a bit of a panel discussion on what they've shown and some key discussion points that may have emerged from these presentations, and then we'll open for some Q&A as well. So can I please have Ian for EarthBlocks? Thank you. This is
Hi, good morning, everybody. So Sam, it was fog apparently at City Airport that meant that he got diverted to Southampton. So about an hour and a half ago, I got asked to stand in and give this talk. So excuse me if I have to use some notes. But what we wanted to share today was just an exciting project that Lloyds Bank had us do with them, and they published that just before Christmas, so it's available online. You can get all the details. And it was looking at their agricultural portfolio. And the key thing was that we were demonstrating how nature-based intelligence can support their portfolio-level decision-making for agriculture. So it was a lot of nature-related issues that are becoming financially material for them, and the environmental data on its own we needed to automatically translate into financial insight, and that's the key output of what we're looking at. Now we're using a TNFD LEAP framework to provide that structure, and what Lloyds were interested in is understanding how the nature-related issues affect their agricultural lending portfolio. So it covers about 5 million hectares, almost 50,000 farms. And the real challenge was not the lack of data. They've got tons of data, and we have got tons of data. It's just that fragmentation, the fact that it's in multiple data sets, that it's been created by different methods. It might be different in different countries. So there was no harmonized portfolio-wide view. And at this scale, comparability becomes a real technical barrier, and that was one of the key complexities that Lloyds wanted us to tackle, and to be able to give them a consistent portfolio view. Now, we were able to do that with EarthBlocks and the EarthBlocks platform by aggregating data sets from multiple domains: Earth observation data, government data, farm-level data. We got AI to do a lot of the heavy lifting and the analysis of the metadata, the ingestion pipeline, solving pains in terms of extracting and writing text-based descriptions of the data for the users. And on top of that, we also overlaid the farm location data. Now, the exact operating boundaries aren't available to Lloyds, so you need to be able to estimate where the actual farms are. You can do fields, you'll see lots of work on field boundaries, but farm boundaries is a lot more challenging. And we actually did attempt to use AI in order to extract those farm boundaries, but we found that it wasn't consistent enough, and it wasn't sufficiently consistent in order to give the kind of results that Lloyds were looking for. Because they're heavily regulated, they need to be auditable. It needs to be a transparent process. So it's really important that transparency comes through. So what we talk about is EarthBlocks being a glass box rather than a black box, because our customers can see everything. They can harmonize. They can modify and customize everything in the system for themselves. And that allowed them to sift through millions of data outputs and highlight those that were most critical. And that's the sort of transparent, customized, repeatable framework that they were looking for. It gives a consistent scoring in the TNFD framework, so individual farms could be identified as being within certain areas. So here's an example in terms of across critical ecosystems. So soil organic carbon, water supply, biodiversity intactness, and across almost 50,000 farms. So there wasn't a single variable assessment. It covered 25 different ecosystem services, analysing and bringing them together to give a consistent score across the portfolio. And the water stress was one example here. The goal was to assess the risk related to dependency on water supply, to achieve a standardised scoring so that all the farms could be compared properly, even though the Scottish system compared to the English system, the Welsh Northern Ireland system was all different. So we had to bring that all in together. And that allowed us to identify some of those high-risk areas, so like East Anglia. And it's the difference between knowing that this drought exists and knowing which parts of your lending book are exposed. And this is the key thing in terms of providing an impact on the work provided. The structural insights that Lloyd's got for their agricultural portfolio gave them the visibility of the nature-driven financial exposure, and that enables systematic identification of the most vulnerable farms. And importantly, that established a scalable framework to inform ongoing transition planning. And one of the key things for us is that we've also been able to take the work that we did with Lloyd's and productize it into our portfolio analyzer. So we can now do that globally, take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different asset locations, whether they're farms or other assets, and do scalable TNFD financial metric determinators. And it's designed to have that deeper integration with the day-to-day work with financial institutions like Lloyd's. So the key thing is it's not just Earth observation and AI, just monitoring nature, it's also shaping the capital allocation. And I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
James, you're up next.
Perfect, thank you. Everyone, I'm James Banting. I'm Vice President of Research at Spark Geo. We're a Canadian geospatial consultancy with an office in the US and here in the UK. And today I want to talk about a project we did for biodiversity net gain. One of the fundamental viewpoints we have at Spark Geo is the future is already here and it's very unevenly distributed. This comes from a science fiction author, William Gibson. He's a Canadian guy. He wrote a great book called Neuromancer. And we really envision this and embody it when we talk to our customers, because there are a lot of customers who are just approaching EO for the first time and some who are very advanced in their usage. So keeping this in mind helps us frame our engagements with our customers. So a year or 2 years ago, biodiversity net gain in the UK was a huge issue. And it's an approach to development to make sure that habitats and wildlife are left enough room to grow. And with that, you want to encourage sustainable development with this. There's two problems I saw with this. Is one, there's the interpretation of BNG policy. These are legal documents. I don't like to read those. I'm a geographer. I'll leave those to the lawyers there. But also, like, a gain that you have to measure assumes that you have a baseline to measure against. And the land developers that I know in Canada, don't care about any of this stuff. They don't care about the historical aspect. What they want to do is develop the land. So how are we going to provide them with the information that they need, because it's a requirement for BNG? So looking at it, it's a Excel spreadsheet that you have to go through, a couple different ones, and you submit those. And these changes in habitats are really driven from land use and land cover groupings. So looking at those, we can apply some LLM usage as well as some like GeoAI usage and kind of bridge the gap between the two of them. So we were doing RAG back in the day for it and applying a graph database technique to kind of embody spatial context within there, within these legal documents. Part of the spatial context was really looking at a different BNG, the British National Grid. So a lot of these documents had an index built into them, and we could use this to kind of help our LLM and our RAG really identify the proper areas for development. And through that, we were able to build a nice AI application that could do recommendations for similar areas. And this project was born out of a grant from AWS and the Taylor Geospatial Institute. So we didn't have a customer in mind. This was just a new application and fertile ground for AI exploitation. And with this, the general public was able to gain some clarity on scenario development. So based on my land development, show me where similar BNG has been changed. And that was our quick project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's amazing my speakers are keeping to time. Brilliant. Jonathan, you're last. Thank you.
I'm terrible at keeping to time, so I've got a video instead of presenting. But to give a quick overview, 4AI has been around for about 12 years. We started by physics-based methods to understand habitats, quickly moved into biodiversity, then moved into working with financial institutions to understand climate risk, the physical risk there, then having a look at kind of other transitional risks, and then bringing in other models. And that's one of the things we love about the UK is there's so many open models that have that are presented to us that we can then apply to the rest of the world. So then we work internationally in various countries. So really what I want to focus on is showing you our platform which we've developed. We've worked with lots of projects. We've worked in consultancy. But what we wanted to do is bring together a lot of that into one platform, even though still most of our deliveries are built bespoke for our clients. And that's really where we found that abstraction has to take place. It has to use localized data. But what we wanted to do is kind of pull in their private data and use the models that we or others have already developed to really understand and present what they need in the format that they need. And that abstractive process means you can bring so many more people into downstream Earth observation without really knowing it's Earth observation. So here we wanted to understand the heat hazard in the Bristol area, and this was for the council. So this was for Bristol Council, but we wanted to have a model that would go away, pick out the correct image, Landsat, process that heat hazard, and then present that information. It'll allow the users to kind of choose some of the variables that they wanted to use. Which boundary do you consider to be Bristol? Which imagery might you want to use? Which layers might you want to use? Do you want to use the open source? Do you want to use a Microsoft layer? Do you want to use Facebook's tree canopy layer and understanding kind of influences around that? But we wanted to be able to ping and pull on these different data sets. And so what the platform in the back end is allowing is just tick boxing, all of these open layers that people want access to. And then from that, it's able to do exactly as you've seen with most LLMs out there. Here's what I'm doing, and here are the basic steps and how I'm going to go about doing it, but particular to geospatial problems. So we wanted to kind of bring that in. What we've not done is try and reinvent ChatGPT or whatever other model we want to use, whatever other UX we want to use. Instead, we're trying to use those foundation models. We're trying to build on them, and we're trying to make them more specific for specific clients. So here we can then understand spatially the various levels of risk. And so in there we've got square kilometres, the breakdown for the area of Bristol, but then it's zoomed in and it's giving you a map, a 30-metre resolution to understand every particular area that you might look at. It's giving you an interface, which then gets a bit more complex, but to change the symbology, to make things, to change the opacity, to be able to zoom in and combine with other layers, whether it is tree counting, whether it is changing biodiversity, or, for example, use two Sentinel open source images to see how maybe things have changed during that year. And that's the kind of analysis that we're trying to bring into these platforms. This is our open platform. This is the commercial platform that everybody can view, everybody can query. When we've worked particular projects, we build this bespoke, and we bring in data that they do not want shared. It would be in a private cloud or in private service. And really, we see this being the application that people take forward. And importantly, there's the agentic AIs that allow us to build a front end that is particular to a user and quickly just mock up. What do they want to see? How do they want to see it? What does that PDF look like? What does that map interface look like? And so we're able to see these different analysis layers. So in this case, we've looked at the different buildings. What's the different heat layers within each of these buildings, or where there are clumps of buildings? How can we intersect the value that Earth observation has with the information that's actually not geospatial, that is Ordnance Survey produced, for example? gain that license, click that box in the back end, and then it'll be able to bring in those ordnance survey layers, allow that ordnance survey kind of interaction with that data set, with that database, to create averages for a particular building type, for example. And you can kind of see how it's thinking, how it's working. We've tried to create that, talked about explainable Earth, but in a very kind of seemingly now friendly AI GPT type interface. So I hope that gives a bit of an insight into what we're up to and how we think. This was an example that we then conducted to have a look at what's the risk for particular groups of people. So where they were over 65, they have a high risk of cardiac arrest during extreme heat events. Where are those people located, and actually ambulances were then brought nearer to those locations so that there could be faster responses when the calls came in. And again, you can kind of see those statistics being produced in a user-friendly way whilst the geospatial platform is working in the background. A lot of our platforms I'm not allowed to talk about. They're kind of private to clients. But it is quite nice to be able to say, here we've operated on the city of Bristol. This data set, this analysis works for the whole of the UK, but it's also been applied to 2.5 million square kilometres at the same time. And in that way, we have the option of either having a dynamic, let's pull in the image and let's process the image in real time, or we can have data sets that sit in the background that have already been verified by our client. They are happy to use it. Therefore, the analysis on top of it, they're delighted to use, and they don't need to open any GIS software to do so. So I'll probably stop there.
Brilliant. Thank you all so much. That was really fascinating to see sort of the AI in action, the GeoAI in action. We two of the use cases were around nature, and one around climate linked to health risks as well for city planning, which was great. So I'm just gonna pick my panelists' brains a little bit, possibly, hopefully provoke some questions from the crowd as well afterwards. So we've seen these use cases, biodiversity, net gain, nature risk, city planning, urban planning, health, and heat risk. So where do sectors' needs diverge the most, and where can solutions realistically be reused or scaled? So there's a lot of scalability within your models, within your applications for a use case, but how can they sort of be scaled across other sector applications? If anyone wants to kick it off,
I think the emergence of embeddings and how embeddings are used across GeoAI will provide that diversity you're looking for. So a lot of different applications can grab the same embedding and look for their context in it. So I think that's the way we can share geospatial data really, really easily.
We've worked within the finance sector, we've worked in agriculture, we've worked with a lot of government, and the overarching one is always trust. But I think I would differentiate it and say that the trust in the LLM versus the trust in we can say data, but it's kind of, they've already got data that they're really confident in. But then there's data derived from computer vision AI, so define AI in computer vision for when it analyzes an image versus when you're using an LLM. The trust in the computer vision is something that I think we can test, that we can verify, and we can do field work for, and then it becomes that data category where we're like, great, now we can trust it. If we intersect it, people trust it. We're happy about that. And the LLM component, people still don't particularly like. When you're brought into an organisation, you'll meet the person who actually wants to talk about it. You won't meet the people who are actually going to use it day to day. And I think we've always got to remember that we're working with that person who's at the cutting edge. We're not working with the person who's going to use it. And we kind of need to get past that. Otherwise, it's never going to be adopted. And it kind of, in terms of the user, the client, the organisation, it's kind of that simple. There are policies in there, but they're all the people that you're working with. The other interesting one, though, is then the willingness to change the regulation, the willingness to use the new standards of adopt a new standard in how we're going to go about getting that data, even using geospatial information for the first time. I'd rather use a form and the liability sit with someone else. If I go about creating my own data, the liability then sits with me, and I don't really have a good answer for that. So I'm intrigued where that space moves.
Yeah, I'll just follow up with that. I think Jonathan's point about trust, I think, is a really important one. I think what that needs to also dovetail with is the risk. I mean, I'm sure everybody's used. I mean, I use ChatGPT, for example, to find a hotel for coming here. In terms of, I gave it some criteria in terms of travel distance to here and everything else, and it gave me some suggestions. And if it got it wrong, it's not a huge deal, right? But I'm not going to ask ChatGPT for investment decisions in terms of, the risk that I'm putting that under. So that element of trust, I think, is really, and the scalability across sectors, that's what I see is that there might be an appetite for gaining a lot of the benefits of AI, both in the sort of the data and also the human sort of language model type interaction. But even with things like the embeddings, right? So the Google's embeddings is riddled with artifacts, what seem to be mostly related to Sentinel-1, interestingly enough. And so, in terms of as a first step, in terms of getting places, and of course it's going to get better. Right? I know that. But as a first step, that element of trust is important, but it's also, I think, it's weighed up in terms of what the application is and what the risks are involved in making those decisions. And that's certainly, and I'm sure you've come across that difference between finance and, the public asking about when their bins are going to be collected. There's a huge range of possible applications of where we're headed in terms of the geospatial and AI. But until we can find a way to manage and quantify that risk, I think there'll still be a lot of blockers going forward.
Yeah, and I just want to pick on that a little bit more. So how can we build trust into those GeoAI outputs? Is this an ecosystem? Is this a project for the ecosystem? Is this a project for the geospatial sector along with the standards sector and AI? What would that look like? What would a forum coming together to address the trust look like?
I don't think we should be embedding trust in any of these systems. They're tools and they're ecosystems. I think the trust piece comes from who you're hiring to get that job done, because they will look at the systems and say, these are the things you need to care about. So trying to give people a false sense of security for data, I think is the wrong way to do it. You need to instill within them kind of a curiosity of why their data is the way it is, so that they ask good questions. And I think that's the area we should be focusing on, is the explainable Earth piece. And I think it's kind of prescient that it's coming out now, but just making sure that the end users know what their data is and what it is not, more importantly.
Going to check the microphone's working? Yep. We find it just varies per user. Some users are really interested, and some have been forced to use AI, are being forced to say everything has to have AI in it, because they're kind of forcing the testing. They're forcing proof of concepts. They're forcing all of these different things. Whereas others are like, ethics first. You need to go through all of these stages and through all this, and it varies so much per customer. But what we're finding is, if we don't want to have to faff around with a lot of these kind of conversations, actually just running a proof of concept works really nicely. The agentic app generators are brilliant for that. Just saying, look, here's the front end, here's how we think you need it, and here's the space data layer that we're going to put in the background, and we're just going to show one small aspect. We're just going to show Bristol City. We're just going to show you your particular postcode, your particular city, and then it kind of it gives them something to go, I see how easy it is to use, the adoption can be there, and now it's whatever their processes they need to run through are. But it also allows them to say, that's absolutely not what I'm looking for, but this is. And so we find that actually it shrinks down the adoption kind of gap that we get to see. And again, it just brings in more people. So I'm really excited that actually more people are using spatial data, more people are using geospatial data, and they're coming up to us with some ridiculous requests that we love.
but we're still going to show them like what it can do, and then they come back with like more and more sensible questions. But the educational piece with a client is just much easier in that way, because that gap's kind of overcome. But the proof of concept, just straight in with it. Half-hour meeting, and then the next one's a proof of concept demo.
Do you want anything, or?
Yeah, just quickly, I think in the short term, having a human in the loop is going to be the thing that just engenders trust in the customer, because they basically trust you to filter what might be the bullshit that comes out of the AI. And I think certainly next few years it's still going to be, that's how we build trust in the systems and the solutions that we provide.
I think it's a debate right now, human in the loop, across a lot of AI contracts. I'm just going to open up to some Q&A in the audience. If we have anyone with any questions for the panelists.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Okay, good. Jonathan from CGI. So there's a lot of interest about trust, increasing trust, but to what extent does that increase the willingness for people to pay for it? Has trust got to that level yet?
Yeah, absolutely, that's the one, isn't it? With our clients previously, we would deliver, in 18 months, we'd deliver a base map for a country, topographic, or whatever it might be, and they would pay for that. And there's value in that, and they would go away and they would use that data, elevation models, whatever it is. Being able to shrink down the decision-making time, or rather giving the next person up the decision-making kind of information in a really friendly way, there really is value to that. And I guess the bottom line is that how many sales have you made using your AI, using what I've just shown on that screen? And let's be really clear, the answer is like 20-something in the last 12 months. And many of those projects are still ongoing. But what we found is, rather than, contracts, milestones, waterfall, we're actually saying, well, here's what we're going to deliver, and then we're just working more closely with people. So it's much more consultancy. So we had a client that said, like, I have these 200, I forget how many, 48 requirements. Here's all of the layers and indices I need, because here's all the things I need to monitor for physical risk. And there was value in them having that data, but then overlaying with all the information. So there's significant contracts. I think the really hard one that I'll be really frank, the one that we're really trying to catch is, how can you get finance to really care about it? We can get governments to care about these decisions, because at the end of the day, a human is always going to make the decision, and governments don't care quite as much about the liability piece. That's the bit that we can't get around within the finance industry at the moment. So there's definitely contracts to be had, and really what I'm trying to say is they're still the same applications that they were 10 years ago, but they're much, much faster. So previously we run an 18-month project, it now takes 2 or 3 months. And so the value, drops in terms of what we'll charge, but it won't drop by that much. It will be half rather than that. So there's still huge value in the actual contract value that we're able to see. Plus our clients just want to come back to us because they can really see the value, because they can query it so much more easily than data, and huge data.
Does anybody else want to add to that?
Yeah, on that trust piece, we have 2 contracts that are ongoing right now where we are rebuilding clients' systems after they were vibe coded. So another contractor came in and vibe coded a spatial solution, and it was utter crap. And that reduced trust quite heavily with that customer on AI solutions. So they've hired us to come in and fix this. And it's a big explainable piece to go in and show them where the trust was broken in our view with them. So, I mean, customers are paying us to fix the AI piece, which is nice. But the trust is definitely broken on the AI piece for those customers.
And I think just to add to that, I mean, the customer doesn't really care whether it's AI or not. Does it meet the success criteria, and does it do the job, and does it do it cost effectively? And that's where, if it doesn't meet that criteria, then of course they get suspicious about whether or not anything with AI label is actually going to do the job properly. So I think the real element of both trust and getting paid to do that work is, does it actually, meet the criteria that it's supposed to achieve?
Any more questions? No? Okay, then in that case, I'm just going to ask my panelists a parting question. So this is rapid. I mean, I think a lot of you made comments about, if you'd asked me 5 years ago, the answer would be different. If you asked me 2 years ago, the answer would be different. So what would it look like over the next 3 to 5 years? What are those capability shifts that will determine what GeoAI becomes, how GeoAI becomes a mainstream adoption across various sectors, across decision makers for high-stake decisions, or everyday business as usual as well, rather than currently it being this special, mysterious tool. We're trying to get customers to not think that there's EO data behind it. We just had a comment saying that it doesn't matter if it's AI behind it. So we're starting to see them all disappear in the background. So how do we transition from it being this specially regarded tool to just being mainstream, everyday use over the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, my second slide there, the future is here. It's just unevenly distributed. So I think the next 3 to 5 years are bringing everyone up to the level that people at this conference are discussing, because a lot of people are just getting their feet wet with LLMs for the first time. So there's a whole world, and I think that's going to be the next 3 to 5 years is just education.
We work within the agri-tech sphere as well, and it's been really interesting to be like, farmers. Who is the last person who is going to adopt AI? Farmers. So I think there's this, but we really want to fast track that. So we're trying to do this proof of concept with lots of different cooperatives to try and get them to buy into it. And I think that it is just moving. It's moving really nicely, and a lot more people are buying into the value it brings to them exactly, rather than just choosing a hotel, but the actual monetary value behind why they should use it, whether it's the irrigation, whether it's the evapotranspiration for those particular farmers. So I think there'll just be a lot more adoption over the next years. The big step back, though, is also just how much more money is going to be piled into it, because AWS, the Microsofts, everyone else, they're moving the regulation, but they're also moving into the sphere. So we're really weary. We're like, should we even bother doing a lot of the stuff we're doing? Just are they going to overtake it? So I think a lot of it will actually come down to that big one that we keep hearing about, is when does the bubble burst, or will the investment continue in this sphere? Because it is brilliant, because it's bringing so many more people into the sphere, but at the same time, when does it stop, and then where do we pick up? So that'll be the big question that I keep asking myself. So therefore, that rate of adoption, depending on how much more money is piled into it, and the different areas that these big players go into as well.
For me, I would say what I'm excited about over the next couple of years is just that development in the geospatial embeddings data layers. They're a bit ropey just now, but the prospects of how you include that and also include language models into them as well is that there's a huge prospect, I think, in terms of, because one of the key things about that uneven distribution is that one of the things about embeddings layers is that it does bring that massive computing power to a much greater audience. And you can go into Earth Engine, you can play about with the embeddings layer there, and even though it's not perfect, it can do some really interesting things, and there's some stuff you can do on that that's just remarkable. And I'm sure, I didn't hear what they were talking about in the previous session, but I'm sure they were discussing some of those topics. But I think that is going to, as they build up the data and the kind of information that goes into that, more spatial, sort of locally spatial data that goes into those embeddings, I think we'll see a massive increase in the kind of applications. Because the thing that I'm excited about, and what I tell my students all the time, so part of the time I'm at the University of Edinburgh, I should have mentioned that, is that they can start up a data company, a space data company, in the afternoon. I give the class in the morning, and I can say, look, this afternoon we can set up a company. It doesn't make it a successful company, as we all know. That's much harder to do. But the access to things like embeddings layers makes the pool of talent and the kind of people that will invent new applications and ideas that we've sort of still to tap into. I think that's what's going to be really exciting, is that somebody in their bedroom is just going to come up with a fantastic application that's actually going to do really well and show us, older experts up for being not quite as imaginative as we might have been. So that's what I'm excited about.
Fantastic. Well, thank you to our panelists for your honest and practical perspectives. If any of you in the audience are keen to connect with them, please come up. But you can also follow Space for Climate, the program that I lead. that's supported by the UK Space Agency. We bring together experts and organizations at the cutting edge of EO, Geo, and AI in the UK across that value chain of space climate data. So come and talk to us. We can support you in any which way we can. Thank you once again.
Well, thank you very much, Krupa. Thank you very much, James, Ian. We are now taking a break for the next hour. We're going to reconvene here at 1 o'clock with an interesting and thought-inspiring afternoon session of panels and talks. So I see you at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, if you have time, you can visit the GeoAI Festival Showcase, where you can talk with the many companies that we have accelerated and the ecosystem we have been working with. Thank you very much. So this morning we talked about the vision of GeoAI. We talked about the barriers of adoption. On GeoAI also we looked at some use cases of how companies are using GeoAI to create products that are actually used and monetized from. This afternoon we're going to focus on how we make GeoAI trusted, how we make GeoAI investable, so that we can attract customers and we can scale beyond the early adopters, and how Aravind used to say, and you will hear probably in his keynote, how we can reduce the time to value, the time to market. This means to understand the end user's needs, of course, and understand how we can create the commercial opportunity and build the infrastructure to support companies to build prototypes and scale into products. Now, to explore this session, we're going to start with a keynote from Aravind Ravichandran from TerraWatch Space. We're then going to follow with a panel on the salon dinners that we organized as part of the GeoAI Festival. Unfortunately, we were supposed to launch a report, the GeoAI UK Outlook report. This will not be available today to download, but we're going to discuss through the panel how we can, what the report is about and how you can access the report moving forward. We will then have a conversation on the commercial pool from end users and also explore the tension between commercial opportunities and defense contracts, and where that tension is in a dual-use panel. And in between, we're going to have a session which is an important one for us, which we're going to show you the pitch of 7 companies which have won the GeoAI Build and Pitch program, receiving further funding from DEFRA to continue on that journey of moving from prototype to product. I hope you enjoyed the session. Hope you're going to stick with us for the afternoon. If you are interested in EO, in artificial intelligence, this is the place to be. There's nowhere else in Space-Comm. So welcome back. And now I would like to introduce you Aravind Ravichandran. He's the founder of and CEO of TerraWatch Space. Aravind is a globally recognized voice in Earth observation, strategy and commercialization. He also has a newsletter which, if you have not signed up to, well, you should, because there are pearls of insight that is important to know within this sector. Few people have thought more deeply about how to translate EO capability into real-world value than Aravind, and I'm delighted to have you here. Please come on stage. Let's see if it works. Yeah, here you are.
Thank you.
And that's your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think this is the first time I have this setup, so I'm trying to first find my voice and figure out if I can hear myself properly. Cool. Let's get started. So I guess the point of the session is to discuss what the what lies beyond the hype for GeoAI, so everything related to AI and Earth observation, which has been a big talking point, at least within the small niche of the space industry called Earth observation. So we're going to discuss really what the barriers are to scaling GeoAI, and what the future of a scalable Earth observation sector with AI looks like. So starting with a quick introduction about myself and my company. So I run a company called TerraWatch. So TerraWatch is a strategic consulting firm. So we are mainly engaged in three things. Mainly advisory. So we do a lot of consulting for, you see a lot of names there. So it can be a space agency, it can be an Earth observation company, but it can also be an enterprise in, energy, insurance, and agriculture, really any sector that uses Earth observations. You provide advisory. As Luca mentioned, I may need to, bribe him with a beer or something like that. I also write a newsletter that focuses on providing analysis and insights on Earth observation. And then we also put together a conference called EO Summit, which is mainly focused on applications and use cases of Earth observation. So that's quickly where we come from. So obviously we are an independent advisory firm. So all of the insights here are, I guess, independent in nature. So that's also explaining the session. There's not going to be a lot of hype. There's not going to be any pitches. There's not going to be any J curves, apart from one curve that I'm going to show in the first slide. So you can kind of expect more of it from a independent and pragmatic perspective. So quick agenda. Sorry, I think I did not show you the slide before. So this was the introduction slide and the kind of services we offer. In terms of what we have on the agenda, so we're going to start with where we are and why it matters. We're going to look at what the gap is between hype and reality with respect to GeoAI, and then what actually decision-grade Earth intelligence means, and then we're going to look at a couple of barriers to scaling, and last point on path forward. So starting with the GeoAI moment, I'm going to start from the satellite part. Obviously, this is the only J-curve that you're going to see in the presentation, but this is really just showing how we're going to expect an explosion of data in the coming years. We are going to see, well, I guess, more data generated from satellites than ever before. So obviously, if you're developing an AI model, that's incredible news because you have more data coming down than ever before. To just give you an example, we already generate a lot of data. We generate up to 50 terabytes per day just with a couple of constellations that are already out there, like Landsat, Copernicus, and Planet. But if you kind of bring in other satellites, the number kind of scales up and multiplies by at least tenfold. And I think from an AI point of view, I guess it's also changing. We kind of try to keep count of all the foundation models, at least geospatial foundation models. We track at least 150 of them. About 70 to 80 of them are very actively maintained. And I think of which, I guess, 30 to 40% of them are actively benchmarked on a continuous basis. And the biggest one of them, or one of the biggest one of them, is Earth AI from Google. It has 1.4 trillion. You can kind of, I can say embeddings, but I don't know how much of the audience understand this word called embeddings, which is kind of a buzzword in the GeoAI world. But essentially, we have 1.4 trillion. You can think of it as a digital footprint of the planet available for analysis. So we are kind of starting to make sense of a lot of the data that we have generated over the last 50 years. And I think we are at a point where this data is going to grow and the capabilities in terms of processing is going to grow. So, we are at a time where a lot is possible. But, you probably have seen a lot of, press releases that, Earth observation, satellite data, and AI are, kind of a match made in heaven because there's so much data available, we don't know how to process. And then, of course, there comes the AI wave that allows us to process all of this data. So there's a lot of claims of we're going to be able to see anything in the world, at all times. You're going to go and ask a question and you're going to get a result in a minute. You want to know what is the wildfire risk in an area, go ask in a ChatGPT-like interface, get a result. You want to know, where the best place is to, build a new asset, you can go ask a question and it's going to come to you, right? So that's kind of the hype that has been built on. But then, at least from my point of view, there's, ambition and then there's reality. So if you look at it, like there are 5 points here. One, the ambition and the hype is that there's one global geospatial model that is going to be trained on all the data available. The reality is that we have to do a lot of fine-tuning. We have to do a lot of, let's say, regional customization, domain-specific customization according to local conditions in order to make sure the model is working. So, what the promise is you have one model that can do everything, but then the reality is a bit different. Second thing, you can use the same AI model to ask any question you want. You can ask questions on wildfire, like I said, but you can also ask questions on disasters. You can also ask questions on insurance. Great. The ambition is good, but then the reality is models do struggle. Sometimes models struggle between different type of crops, different type of trees, different types of buildings, because depending on the part of the world you're looking at, all of these look very different. It really depends on what it's trained on, and of course it differs based on culture. Third thing I mentioned, scalability. You can use anything around the world from anywhere for any part of the world for any type of analysis. But then the reality is a bit different, at least from a training data point of view, because the training data, as you might imagine, is very skewed towards the West. And we're going to dig into that a little bit in a few slides later. Fourth point, I think we're going to have a lot of transferability between applications is what is being promised. But again, there's a lot of adaptations from each domain that needs to be taken into account. So you can kind of see a pattern here, at least with the first 4 points. And I think the fifth point is probably the most important one of them all, which is very overlooked, is data needs to be ready in order to be integrated into the model. That is not a given. Well, what is the definition of AI ready is something we can debate, but not all data available is ready to be integrated into an AI. So that is what people expect, but then the reality is that it is not the case. We spend a lot of time, I don't know if there are data scientists in the audience, but we spend a lot of time fixing all of that data, more so than generating insights out of it. So that is kind of where the reality is, compared to hype. For me, I think when we have to think about defining what decision-grade AI is, you can tell me if you agree with it or not, but I think there are 3 main components to it. One, it needs to be trustable. Of course, it goes without saying. We are seeing it in a lot of wider AI conversations as well. AI needs to be trusted. Of course, it needs to be explainable. It's a bit different from, trusted, because anybody can have trust in the data, but you also need to be explained, how you got to the result. Or even if you're a non-specialist, you should be able to know how did it, get to the result that are promised, because you're going to make literally billion-dollar decisions based on the input that it provides. And the last part, of course, it needs to be usable. It cannot be, only data scientists with some PhDs who can use GeoAI. It also needs to extend to others, anyone really, who should be able to use it and understand it, trust it. So we're going to look at 5 barriers for what is, not allowing that scalability to happen. And we're going to start with data readiness. I touched on this a little bit. Data sets are very fragmented. The quality is very inconsistent. You can kind of see the type of data that's available out there in the world. Even if you go on a country level, it's very, very different and very difficult to understand what data exists, what kind of data format it exists in, and then you kind of extrapolate it to a global level, it becomes very, very hard. And then it's also very hard from a licensing point of view, because it's, yes, a lot of data available and is being generated, but each of it is being available with a different license. Can you use it within a model? Can you use it within a specific part of the world for a specific customer? The answer is unknown. So biggest barrier is really about, is the data ready and is it available? Is it covering the entire world, as I mentioned, or is it very skewed towards the West? Or is it, just pixels without having any labels on them? Because just having pixels doesn't make it AI ready. So I guess data readiness is, a very important barrier. The second part is AI ready data. I touched on this a little bit. So on the top, you see the status quo. The status quo shows that, a lot of time is spent on the user side. The user, once they get the data from the provider, even it can be free, they spend a lot of time fixing the data, pre-processing the data, and for those technical in the audience, fixing the radiometric resolution, georeferencing. So a lot of fixing happens on the user side. That is not AI ready, right? Because AI ready means something like the bottom, where a lot of the work has already happened and the user can just directly start using the data. Unfortunately, that's not what the reality is today, and this is one of the biggest barriers for scaling, because unless this happens, you cannot think of satellite data coming down and directly being integrated into a model. Until that happens, the world that we are promising or, is promised, will not happen. So that's the second barrier. Third barrier is kind of a difference between, what embeddings and foundation models are doing today. And for those who don't know, of course, I think a lot of people know what a foundation model is. It's a general purpose model that you can use for anything, as a ChatGPT. Think of a ChatGPT for Earth observation, of which there are already quite a few examples, and you might have already heard from that in the morning and probably also in the afternoon. So there are a lot of foundation models available, but as I mentioned before, there's a lot of work that needs to happen in terms of first using them, and then second, what does each model do? How does it compare? There's no standard for benchmarking them. Is the Google model better than the open source model? For what use cases? Who is doing that benchmarking, right? That's all not clear. That's on the foundation model side. And then if you go on to the embeddings aspect, embeddings, for those who don't know what embeddings are, you can think of it as a digital footprint or a digital kind of a fingerprint of the entire world. So each fingerprint is, let's say, 10 by 10 pixel of the entire planet. So it's great because people can just go and take that fingerprint and start the analysis. They don't have to download the image, fix it. So embeddings kind of makes accessing satellite data easier. But embeddings obviously comes with its own challenges. Again, for the technical folks out there, it's very hard for anyone to understand what's behind an embedding. How was that fingerprint kind of developed? Why is this fingerprint like this, and why is a tree looking like this, and why is a building looking like that, is not something that's easily understandable, especially if you have a closed system, and there are examples of closed systems as well. So it's models and embeddings are kind of a push in the right direction, but I think we need a lot of work to be done in order to let them scale. The last two barriers for me are the most important ones of them all. The fourth one is what I call the productization gap. There's a lot of work that goes on in R&D. There's a lot of research that is being done in GeoAI. So a lot of work happening on the first stage. Second stage, we are starting to use a lot of that work in bespoke projects. Can we go and do this project for this insurance company using AI? Yes. Can you go and do this for the government for urban planning? Yes. But then, do we have AI-driven urban planning product? The answer is more likely no, because it's very hard to productize. And I think the last part of where I think we see a challenge is, unless it becomes a product, people are not going to use it directly, because you have to go and ask for something and then wait for a couple of weeks before it can be done. That's not how you scale, right? In order for you to scale, you need to have products available, either that you can go and subscribe to, pay with your credit card, start using it, and then get your result. We are not there yet. I guess we'll talk about it probably more in the afternoon sessions on commercial and defense, but it's important to understand that just because you have a tool and you can do some projects with it, it is going to scale. That's not how the industry grows. Last point on structural barriers, which I think is also very, very underappreciated, is it's very expensive. You have to train something. Okay, you need to buy a bunch of GPUs. Who can buy a bunch of GPUs? Mostly countries in the West. So it really already limits half of the population. Number two, there's a lot of work that's being replicated in different parts of the planet without really understanding whether it really needs to be done. I'm talking about more public investment, but also private investment. Things being done for the same reason, but almost like a redundancy. Third point is talent. I don't know if people have tried to hire, but it's a very, very small percentage of people who kind of intersect the worlds of AI, ML, and remote sensing. And you have to kind of really fight for those people, and I've spoken to founders who are in that position who are really fighting for those people, because there are very, very few people in that. And I think that's a barrier, unless we kind of bring in a lot more people into the industry and we trade them. Data is siloed, we've talked about that, and also incentives are also misaligned. People think publishing a paper is really the end goal, but then it should be like publishing the paper is probably step one, because then it needs to be converted to a project, and then it needs to be converted to a product. But then somehow the incentives in today's world work like, you publish, you get a PhD, and it's over, which is a great accomplishment, but does it help grow the market, and does it help scale GeoAI? I think the answer is no unless we actually scale it. So what is the path forward? I guess there are 5 points. It relates to the 5 barriers that I just mentioned. We need to flip the EO value chain. I think we need to do a lot of work as an industry to provide AI-ready data. We cannot wait for people to come and make sense of it and fix it for them. We need to provide that from the get-go. So we need to flip the EO value chain, and it kind of relates to the figure that I showed before, where a lot of work is done on our side, and then little work on the user side, and that's when it helps scale. Number 2, we need to adapt. We cannot generalize. We cannot think that we will have one model that can do everything. It's maybe we will get there. It's a good North Star to have, but it's not the principle to start from, because then we're going to have customers who are going to be disappointed because we're going to set the wrong expectations. So we have to adapt models but not generalize them. Third, we need to open the black boxes. There are too many opaque systems. There are too many closed systems. And it's very early in our kind of industry time frame, so we cannot completely close them off and without letting people understand how it got to the result. And it's very, very important in our world, because it's a difference of a city evacuating a city or not, a government evacuating a city or not. It depends on one decision that an AI model gives. So we cannot kind of let it be closed. Last point, we need to kind of build products, and then of course last point is probably a little more utopian. We probably need to have a system where we have some kind of shared governance, where we have a lot of people on the table deciding, what the future looks like. We cannot be just this industry deciding what the future should be like, what the model should be like. I think it needs to be more of a shared governance. So, if you didn't pay any attention to the last 20 minutes, it's really just 2 things. The bottlenecks in GeoAI are organizational and structural as much as it's technical. So if you're solving a technical challenge, it's not a given that the problem is going to be solved if you solve the technical challenge. There's organizational and structural barriers to go after. And it's not about whether the AI can really do something for us to, monitor the planet or solve our problems, because it can, because we've seen enough evidence that it can. So it's not about is the technology working? It's about, can we trust it and make decisions based on that? Can we get to that part where we'll be able to say, I trust the decision it gives because I understand it and I'm able to explain how it works, and then I can actually go and make a decision on it. So I guess those are the 2 kind of main takeaways. So for those who listen for 20 minutes, sorry, but then I think those are the 2 main points. So I think that's it from my side, and if you have any questions, happy to take. Thank you.
Thank you, Aravind. Thank you for your insight, and it's actually quite interesting. We had 2 keynotes today. For those of you that have been here in the morning, and the contrast, one very visionary of what we would like to see happening in the future, and one more grounded in the reality of the barriers that we have still, both technical and institutional, to work together. Now, this is the time for the audience to ask questions. We go Aravind here for another 10 minutes. Who wants to break the ice? James, just behind you. If you can please introduce yourself and your affiliation as well, please.
Thanks, Aravind. That was a great presentation. I'll stand up. My name is James. I'm from Spark Geo. Where do you see funding flowing into for GeoAI? Is it going to be more on the application side and use cases of open models, or is it going to go into more of a closed environment where a lot of the funding is going to be developing your own foundational models and pulling from there?
I think it's probably going to be happening on both sides, because the incentive from a public sector point of view is to kind of encourage the latter, the open ecosystem, as we see in Europe, and also we're seeing that in the US. But from a private investment point of view, to be again pragmatic, it makes less sense. OpenAI's story is a good story of why they went the direction they did, and I don't know why that would be different in our world. I can make a case for it because GeoAI is a lot more related to or close to public good. It's a lot more close to disasters and agriculture, crops, so anything that is kind of closer to let's say a societal value more than just an economic value. So you can make a case for open systems, But from an investing standpoint, private investments, I am not entirely sure we can kind of see that, because again, from a pragmatic point of view, it does not make sense. I think we'll probably end up in some sort of hybrid. I think the weather world is going through the same discussion as well. We have models from ECMWF that are operational, but we also have models from private companies that are being released for weather. So weather is kind of like the best public good application that exists. And if that conversation is still not figured out in that area, I think in our area it's even more harder to figure out. And I think one thing that we have to acknowledge is the history of Earth observation has been very much defined by what the defense sector does. So I don't think this one will be any different either, because again, that's especially in today's world, that's where we have the highest amount of investment going in. So if it goes in the defense direction, you can be pretty sure it's going to be closed. It's not going to be open.
Can we have the microphone down here, please?
Hi there, Sam Fleming from Earthblocks. I wanted to touch on the idea of that kind of training data and the kind of, imbalance geographically. And I wonder if you could maybe share some thoughts about incentives for data sharing. We see there seems to be a bit of a trend for closing down data. Natural History Museum Predicts database built the first biodiversity intact index. The latest iterations are now not available for commercial use, but yet the data is being used by lots of for commercial applications. So I guess to me that says that collaborative ecosystem is really important. What can we do to kind of encourage and incentivize that to head in the right direction rather than closing down?
Yeah, well, from a public point of view, I think it's vulnerable and we cannot take that for granted. For me, I think I'll probably put my bet on philanthropy, because this is an area where philanthropic funding, and I've had conversations with quite a few number of funds and donors who have expressed interest in this area, but I think the mechanics and kind of the actual impact, because the impact is a bit too far for kind of a philanthropic organizations to maintain. But I think what we will see happen is, instead of a general purpose kind of training data repository that is being funded by philanthropies, I would think that it's going to be more domain specific, which I think also probably makes a lot more sense, because instead of having one giant training data portal that's available for everybody, it's probably better to have a domain specific one. And I think we're probably going to see at least a couple of them coming out in the next year or so, where there will be kind of a project that focuses. And I think there have been a couple of examples from biodiversity perspective and from forest monitoring perspective. So I think we're going to see a few others. So philanthropy is probably my bet, even though public funding is probably the first step. But I think I would want kind of philanthropies to come in and take over.
Thank you. It's quite loud out there, isn't it?
Thankful for this one.
Can you hear? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Francis Lee from the Hartree Centre. So we're a supercompute centre. We also support the Met Office with their climate models. I'm just wondering whether you think HPC is another pinch point in terms of the amount of data that you're seeing, and whether that sort of access to NVIDIA chips, H100 NVIDIA chips, is sort of something you see as another pinch point.
Yeah, 100%. I think NVIDIA is, well, not just NVIDIA, but then any GPU is kind of becoming a, who's ready to pay the highest, because the demand's so high. So if you are a developing country and you're trying to set up something, you're more likely to kind of be on the wait list than on something that is going to be on the early delivery. So I think it is a barrier, but I think it's still, at the end of the day, remains a cost-based barrier, because if you're willing to pay more, you get it. Or if you're kind of, in your case, like you mentioned, Med Office, you're going to prioritize Med Office even if, you're going to have a couple of customers. But then at the end of the day, you're a business, and if that customer happens to be a big tech company and they're willing to pay a bit more, then you're going to focus on them. So I guess public organizations are probably the only exceptions, but otherwise, it's still a, buyer, like a price-based market.
All right, thank you very much, Aravind. Just a round of applause if we can. Thank you for your insight, your time. Insightful as always. The next session is one is a special one for me. As part of the festival, we have organized a series of salon dinners back in January, where a salon dinners being an invitation-only round table to have all discussion in an informal setting. We usually hold round table which are very official and regimented. Here we wanted to do something that was slightly different, have one of those kind of setting where you can have insightful conversation around strategic topics, but really hold it in a convivial type of environment. The idea began when I was researching what to do for the GeoAI festival. How do we get people to share that kind of invite? And in Italy, as you can understand from my accent, I'm Italian originally. We have a say that goes, le migliori idee nascono da una buona chiacchierata fatta a cena. The best ideas are born from a proper conversation done over dinner. Now, Italians always talks about food, which is probably the stereotypes, but it is actually true that some of the best conversation I had in my life, some of the most thought-inspiring or thought-provoking, were actually done over, a 2-3 hours dinner in a convivial setting, and where we could basically talk about and try to resolve all the problems of the world. So from that idea, I thought that would have been good to bring together a diverse group of leaders from public sector, from industry, from academia, to sit around a table under the watchful eyes of science luminaries at the Royal Society. And the more I was pitching this idea to people, just to validate it, to test it, the more I was seeing an appetite that people had to have this kind of different setting in which they could express themselves. And we hold those conversations, we engage in deep conversation around complex strategic questions about geospatial, about artificial intelligence, ethics, the future of work, the impact on society. So from this idea, the salon dinners were born. We convened 24 leaders to speak plainly about this topic. And we asked them to reflect about the state of GeoAI in the UK and what AI and applied to geospatial workflow can help us build the future we want. And that particular sentence, "we can build the future we want," became a leitmotiv. Because, in my view, it is very difficult to build the future we want without acknowledging that geospatial data is the convening tissue between the systems that shape everyday life, from nature to finance, from planning to infrastructure, from local services to national resilience. Geospatial is that connective tissue, is that bridge that connects the digital model into the real experience. AI can amplify that connective power. Ultimately, the ambition, as also Nadine mentioned this morning on her keynote, the ambition is for GeoAI to become part of the fabric of how every sector operates. Because everything happens somewhere. And this is a very nice sentence that OS used to use a lot and then disappear, and I'm here to resurrect it. Because every decision we make has consequences in specific places for people, infrastructure, economy, ecosystem. Now we have those conversations have now been synthesized in a report. We were hoping to have the report ready for today. We were working at very accelerated pace. Unfortunately, the report is not ready for today. So it will be distributed to the audience in the later weeks. But what we have here is some of the people that were part of those conversations here today to continue to reflect and have that conversation together here in person. If I can invite Nadine Alameh first, just to have a couple of questions. Perhaps I sit here. You can get one of these. Well, I just want to ask you a couple of questions before we invite everyone else. I start talking to you about this idea back in September, and you've been very supportive, and also thanks to your support and your ideas, I was able to shape this concept, and then we made it available. We were able to deploy it in a way. What do you think organizing, this kind of conversation in this different type of setting works? Why does it?
Oh, can you hear me? So I have to say thank you, because we have the most fun job in the world, right? To actually be able to talk about the future of geospatial and AI, and like you said, this glorious setting that's the Royal Society. So the conversations were very, very different than what you have here at a conference, because people are relaxed, sitting, talking, and it's exclusive, so they know that they're here for a reason. They're bringing, so it comes with it some responsibility. You're here representing something bigger than yourself, but also none of it is attributed directly to you. So your guards are down, people spoke their minds, wine was flowing, and we could tell when we were working on the reports, the toughest part was to actually bring everything that was said back into something that we can communicate to the outside world. So definitely nothing that we have seen in the geospatial circles that has worked this quickly, right? And I cannot wait for the report.
Me too. Actually, ready. It is almost ready, but we're not there yet. One final round of amendments. What do you think we should do differently for the next time? Maybe invite more people, maybe have more dinners, maybe have a completely different concept? What do you think?
So I think we were talking earlier, what we need to do different is not one-offs. We should have 3-year plans for these things, right? Because now we leave, we go back to our day-to-day jobs. So there's the bridging between what happens at the dinners and your day-to-day job, but there's also this continuation, right? It's not the festival one and done. I think that's what we need to do. It's almost more, but also spread out so that we can keep building.
And I couldn't agree more. With this, thank you very much, Nadine. If we can invite the rest of the panel, we can have a conversation.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So it's my pleasure to invite you, on the stage, Nabil Lodi, Managing Director at One Spatial, Scott Herman, the CTO of Satellite View or SatView, Phil Baldacchino-Stewart, Commercial Director at Traxys Geointelligence, and Tim Just at Innovate UK, the head of Portfolio AI and Data. So I can tell you a lot, and hopefully if some of you were here at the keynote, sort of the highlights of what the dinners bubbled up in terms of themes, bridging the gap between innovation and the public sector. This is the procurement, this is the workforce, this is the trust. We had a whole dinner on trust. You would not believe, right, where the conversations go when we talk about trust, because it always starts like, what is trust? What is the purpose? Is it governance? What is different? And then planetary intelligence. How do we scale this? And then again, it starts with what's the purpose of planetary intelligence? And I think every theme had what is the purpose at the very beginning. So Scott, you participated in the planetary intelligence. Tim, you were in the trust session. And I think Nabil, you were in the trust dinner. And Phil, you were in the gap, the innovation commercialization gap. So you could read the report. You could listen to me or Luca, or you can get it from the horse's mouth today. So I have some very easy questions for you, except there is no wine. So let's see. First, I'm going to start with something super easy. those dinners were something different. So what was your, how was your experience? And what was sort of the one thing that you left with from these dinners? I'll start with Nabil. This is also an opportunity to introduce yourself, what you're doing, and how did it fit in the dinner context.
Thanks, Nadine. My name's Nabil Lodi. I'm the Managing Director for Spatial. We're a data quality and data validation company, software and services, and that will become clear why I was involved in these dinners. I really liked the setup. It was safe. It was a place we could challenge each other. It was a smaller group. Doing it over dinner was really nice. And I've just got to say, one of the things is there's no such thing as a free supper. When Nadine, I actually saw staff who were outside ready to bring in the next course. And Nadine would just put her hand up as if she had not had enough information or insight from the group. So I think you got some really good stuff out of it.
I held you hostage at dessert, yes.
So that was great. My takeaway was GeoAI has moved from talking about technology to talking about decision systems. So before we would be talking about sensors, we're talking about coverage, time of coverage, and now suddenly we're talking about decision systems. And when we're looking at decision systems, we're now talking about problem sets that we're solving, the trust fabric, the governance, and risk management. So suddenly it was really weird to come away with GeoAI was talking about risk management, but also great because that's a subject that boards understand very well rather than pure technology.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. Scott, you were in the planetary intelligence, and I have to tell you, every dinner they had to kick us out. To get kicked out of the Royal Society is a privilege. But this is how engaged I think the conversations were. So Scott, how was your experience and what did you take away?
Yeah, thanks a lot, and thanks for inviting me to the salons and the great dinner. So my name is Scott Herman. I'm the CTO of Satellite View, and we're building a constellation of thermal imaging satellites to do facility and activity monitoring worldwide, day and night. So GeoAI is a way to exploit the data that we're collecting from space is really, really important to us. What I enjoyed about these salons was, one, it was Chatham House rules, so it's a good thing we're here talking about it, right? But it allowed us to really have a bunch of conversations that you might normally not have in a more public or a competitive environment. I also really enjoyed the diversity of people that got engaged in the panels. I tend to get stuck in the echo chamber of national security and other remote sensing companies, and so the issues are always the same. And it was really good to see such a diversity of thought around where the future's going and what the possible uses of planetary intelligence are. I think the other thing that was really interesting about the sessions that we had is it actually had very little focus on technology. It was not a bits and bytes discussion about engines and vendors and offerings. It was very much about philosophical issues. How do we trust? Where does the data come from? What purpose does it serve? What's the role of government? What's the role of commercial in doing that? So yeah, great sessions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love the purpose conversations where we really got into what's even our purpose, right? Tim, as an Innovate UK representative, and I know you were the one, you came the most prepared, and I love it. So how was that experience?
Oh, very good. So Tim just had a portfolio within Innovate UK. Interestingly, that portfolio includes geospatial, space, and AI, but not in the same pot. So this was an interesting coming together of challenges for me. And I was also your representative as taxpayers to make sure that this fine dinner was actually a good use of the resources of Innovate UK Business Connect. We did have some kind sponsors who covered the wine. But it was a fascinating and very enjoyable process. I was on the trust discussion, and we started with some really fundamental discussions about what do we mean by trust, and everyone who'd come from different sectors came with a different definition of what that meant. Some trust in data, some trust in law, some trust in the future of technology, and we got very philosophical at times. But we did come to some useful conclusions towards the end that a lot of the challenges are not unique to the geospatial or the AI environment. The two communities coming together is an opportunity, and the trust issues are not unique. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel here.
Absolutely. I think the philosophical conversations, because they happened across the 3 dinners, to me, the conclusion of each one of these, philosophical questions about purpose and what is this was, we cannot make these blanket statements about anything. We can't make blanket statements about innovation gap. We can't make blanket statements about trust. We can't make blanket statements about the private sector. It's always eventually problem specific, use case specific.
And if someone did make the blanket statement, there were plenty of people in the dinner who would then challenge them on it.
That's so true. So Phil, you were the poster child. I'm gonna pick on you a little bit later of the private sector getting engaged in like a different way. So how was that experience?
Yeah, it was really good, thank you. So I'm Phil Baldacchino, steward from Traxys Geointelligence. Thank you very much for the invite to the salon and then further to this panel, because it was a really, really very interesting day, not just the setting but also the people that were around the table. The topics that were being picked on, especially around innovation, gaps to deliver that within the public sector, are really hot within the world that we live in. We are a geospatial and data analytics company that is predominantly public sector based, supporting them with their GIS capabilities and requirements, and Earth observation is a key part of that. And over the last 3 or 4 years we've seen a real key change, and we've had a fantastic opportunity with the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine over in Ireland, where we have supported the Common Agricultural Payments by use of Earth observation for their monitoring, compliance monitoring. And we've now more recently, which Nadine was suggesting, is we've secured an opportunity with DEFRA over in the UK, supporting the Rural Repayments Agency for England, delivering their geospatial analytics solution, which is supporting the environmental land payment schemes that are being used to manage and support all of the countryside and other areas of land throughout the whole of England. It's a really exciting step change. Nadine said earlier on about it's not just this festival, you don't just go home and carry on with your day job, you've got to think about it. And the contract with DEFRA is for up to 10 years. And that's a really long time when you think about the technology that we're talking about, and you rewind 10 years and think about trying to be able to do something that we're doing now 10 years ago. So we're going to see a lot of change and a lot of opportunity for innovation on that project, and I think it's a fantastic start with the public sector to really use Earth observation, GeoAI. It's interesting. You've got them all in your remit, but they're not together, and that's what we see so often. It's about trying to bring these things together to maximise the value.
So you really grounded our first dinner, right? Because here we have a concrete example of somebody who's like just right now doing it. So can you comment on, we talked about procurement and different way to engage with the government, and when the public sector knows exactly what they're asking for, and it's not about technology.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole procurement process, one of the things I said, and there were some blanket statements that got thrown around, I think I did that as well, and I did get shot down, you're quite right. But those blanket statements are out there for a reason, they're stereotyping. That's what we see repeatedly, and we see the public sector asking or trying to ask for things in a way that they know is validated and able to be delivered, because they've got to get security for that, getting that funding, and that makes innovation rather difficult. Then they go out for innovation, and then they have very meagre pots, very small studies. And what we actually saw with this opportunity, it went through the Crown Commercial Services framework, through the Space-Enabled GIS framework on their DPS framework, and it was a really innovative approach towards solving the problem. So they knew what they needed to do, they knew what they currently did, but they came to the market and they asked repeatedly over a long period of time how they can do this and how they can scope it. We're obviously the successful people. We know there was a lot of competition for this opportunity, which I find really encouraging, not just because we won it, but actually because there's a lot of other companies out there who believe they could have delivered it. That, for me, means that the procurement approach was correct, the pitch was correct, it's achievable, and the budget was right as well. So as we go forwards on this solution, it is giving a front-end visualization capability to be able to continually monitor all of the environmental land schemes that are in place and programs that are in place. I believe at the last count it was 76. When we first went in, it was a much lower number, so it's growing all the time. But that's where software products and solutions are able to be scaled. I really hope this is the first of many. There's a fantastic cluster arrangement within the procurement, and this was there throughout the start of it. And there's all the arm's length bodies plus another load of agencies as part of the government organisations that have actually got route to market to get this solution, to have it applied in their different requirements and areas. So a really exciting opportunity, and I'm keen to take any questions later on if we get the opportunity, and see how we can really continue to bridge that gap for GeoAI.
Exactly, and I hope we go from we hope to replicate this to we will replicate this by doing this. So Nabil, I'm looking at you. I feel like I've known you forever in the geospatial circles, but you're actually not, you didn't grow up in the geospatial world. But you participated in the trust session, and I kept going back to your words. Every other round you'd say, but wait a minute, isn't it this about governance? So can you just comment on your view of where under-exploiting GeoAI trust is sort of standing maybe as part of the barriers, one of the many barriers? And you are in charge of a company that does this for a living.
Yeah, and it's such a great example of where we don't talk enough as a sector. So it's really interesting. I've not met Phil before, but we do all the data validation for the land management system of DEFRA. You think we would talk as a sector and then come up with something that we can take to multiple customers as we grow as a sector, and that's just a good example, so thank you for bringing us together. The way we come from is looking at validation and trust. So especially from a GeoAI perspective, you need to have, where did your data come from? What models are being used? And more importantly, is the decision that's coming out the other side of it auditable? And that's absolutely fundamental in defence, and defence and public sector. It gives you a clue of where I did come from. And so when you then look at, if it's auditable, who is accountable for that decision? Now, is it a public authority? Is it the model? Is it the data provider? If it's the data provider, if you've then suddenly not got a validation and trust layer, you're then now looking at any inconsistencies or incompleteness or inaccuracy is just going to get amplified when you put it in through an AI model. So it's absolutely fundamental to get that governance and trust layer sorted first before we move into all the clever stuff that sits on top.
That's very well articulated, because it's not easy. So speaking of not easy, Tim, I don't think your job is easy. So as I said, you came in prepared. We all came out with this realization that we're at the beginning of this journey on this, trusted AI in general. It became a conversation about AI in general. Forget about the geospatial part or the Earth observation. And you're at the forefront of all of this from a government perspective. So any comment on the challenges that AI is introducing to the current systems, to the current cultures, to the governance? It's a big question.
Yes. I actually attended a similar lunch, not a dinner, and we were thrown out much sooner before we could reach any conclusions, of government officials looking at adoption of AI and what that might look like in the future, how that might help. And we brainstormed some ideas, and one of my favorites, and I really hope this happens, was an AI that understood all Whitehall procurement policy and rules, and an AI called Computer Says Yes, because any innovator within government who is trying to bring about change, trying to do something different, has so many barriers in terms of bureaucracy. And so when you get platforms that you've been able to use and people that understand how to use that to find a different solution, that's a huge success. So I'm hoping to see Computer Says Yes, which will probably be rebranded, which will help all officials take a more novel approach to how they procure services, data, or broader concepts that government requires input through the use of AI. Yes, there's a threat as well to the workforce about how people might be replaced. But there's definitely an appetite for adoption and for a meaningful output from any AI process, you need good data. So it comes back to trust, is have we got good data in there? And quite often that needs to be geospatial data. So how do we make sure that as a geospatial sector, we are not just adopting the AI community, but we're feeding the AI community with the data that we generate?
I love this. One of the things I noted down in a previous panel, Natalia was talking about how they're using in the banking, they're using the geospatial Earth observation data to reduce hallucination in their models, right? Because you can then make the spatial connections that the large language models can't do. So I love it. Scott, you have like this amazing career and you've seen more than any of us, and now you're like, you know, in this new adventure of a new constellation. And you were in the middle of the conversation of the engagement between private sector and the public sector, and that balance between intelligence and surveillance, you know, profits and public. So can you comment, like, how is this changing? Since you've done this before, how is AI changing what you're doing? Selling, collecting, everything.
Yeah, so in some ways the issues are things that we've dealt with over the last 10 or 15 years as we've moved through the big data, as we've done aggregation and integration of data. The issues of who controls it, who owns it, who exploits it, I think are pretty important. And we have models all across the spectrum. We have models where, you know, governments have, you know, paid for and sponsored the generation of the data, and in some cases even the information processing and analytics that come from it. We also have a lot more examples of the private sector doing it. And so I think when we talk about planetary intelligence, which is really this ability to monitor the entire world from, you know, a scientific perspective, from an industrial perspective, from an environmental perspective, the question is who builds it and how many models are there, which ones are commercial, which ones are kind of state or government sponsored, and what are some of the issues there in terms of the motives and agendas behind what those systems are. You know, a lot of innovation comes from the commercial world, but it also drives who gets access to the data, where is that data focused, how is it collected, how is it processed. And so there's some pretty big discussions around, as we move into a world of geospatial AI and planetary intelligence, who's going to drive, who's going to own that? Is it a handful of big companies with their giant Gen AI models, and you get to participate if you do it by their rules? Is it large government sponsorship? And you know, we've seen this before with programs like Landsat and Sentinel, the goodness of having a government sponsorship that, you know, a million flowers blossom because every grad student can get access to that data and innovate and experiment with it. That's not necessarily the case with private data sets. So I think there's a big discussion there about, you know, how are these things going to be built? What are the investments needed to do it? What is the role of government in that and commercial in that and public-private partnerships in doing that? And what is the use for good and what is the potential use for bad in all of that?
No, absolutely. It's much to think about. So I'm looking at my watch and I have all these questions, which I'm not going to ask because you're going to ask the next questions. Deal? Thumbs up? Yes? So I'll let you think about what questions you want to ask, and I'll throw one last question at the panel because the report is the GeoAI outlook for the UK, right? I came up with, you know, the biggest thing for me was the UK needs to be more ambitious. You've got amazing data from the Met Office, from the Ordnance Survey, from the hydrology, the UKHO. So you can have one of the best trusted foundation models and build everything on top of it and embed geospatial. So that was, to me, was like, ooh, the opportunity. But I want to ask each one of you, from a UK perspective, what did you come out saying? This is what we need to zero in. We're talking about leadership. I'll start with you, Phil, and then we can go down the line.
No, absolutely. I think it's a really good point. From a UK standpoint, there's a lot of good work that's already happened in this area, and I think the geospatial analytical solution that DEFRA are leading is just one of them. I know there's other programs out there that are specifically looking at combining these spatial data sets to understand what actual leverage and best value they can get out of it. Looking wider afield and considering what the European markets have done, there are some really clever capabilities and technologies coming out of them. I was in a meeting this morning with a company that is able to now monitor linear infrastructure, so we're talking railways, roads, rivers, using the Sentinel satellites to drive and guide what they should be doing on a localized basis to support that infrastructure to mitigate against failures, potentially catastrophic or fatal failures in the future. And I don't think we're doing enough of that in the UK. We've got a relatively small geographic area in comparison to the rest of the world, and so it does make it that little bit more difficult. There's another barrier in there cost-wise to get over to make Earth observation and GeoAI applicable. But it's happening, and there's loads of opportunities I think we really need to seize and spread and share the capability.
Yeah, we need to say it really loudly somehow. I was saying earlier, we need to say it beyond the theater, beyond even this conference, and go to the other conferences in this big hall and say that same thing. So, Tim, we talked a lot about embedding geospatial and everything, and I think again this is part of your role somehow. What is your outlook for GeoAI and the UK and that unbelievable opportunity?
So sometimes when I'm being unkind to the space sector, we're very good at celebrating what could be done and not what can be done. So there's lots of demonstrations of capability, but there's not an immediate product after that. I think where we are in geospatial and the complexity of the UK geospatial ecosystem as well as the environment, I think is quite exciting, because if we can do it in the UK, we can translate that anywhere else in the world. And we're at this tip over point that there's all sorts of things we can do with geospatial data, and particularly remotely sensed data, but it's very expensive and it's a very bespoke process to do that. So there's an adoption of AI to how do we make data more accessible, and we've got to figure out what the commercial frictionless transaction needs to be to get to the point that data is in the hands of people who can use it and can afford it. And then we've got a pull factor of all of these other AI systems that are not designed for geospatial, that we can feed geospatial data into. So we need to be ready to figure out what that transition, both in terms of all the technical challenges of getting geospatial data into an AI format, but also how does the transaction work? Who's getting paid? Are they making money? Is it worthwhile? And I think we're starting to pull all of that together at the moment, and it's quite an exciting time. But it's going to change.
We're like, I keep calling it, we're in the middle of a reality TV over here, but we have the opportunity to lead actually what comes out of it. And I love, Tim, that you mentioned that there's a lot of demonstrations, but we need the next step. And actually there was somebody at the dinner who we cannot name, right, because this was Chatham rules, but he said exactly that. He said, I'm listening to you. This is how amazing those dinners are. It's like, I'm listening to you, and all I can hear is, I can do this. I can show it to you. But of course we can do it. And he's like, nah, how can it be something I can use every day and I trust without all the brouhaha, right? It becomes part of my work. Scott, what do you see the UK outlook? Again, you're starting with a company in the UK doing something totally new.
Yeah, well, I would say, a note of caution, right? An issue that the UK governments in general, even commercial entities have to think about is that for all of the promise of geospatial AI, planetary intelligence, when we start wiring in agentic, we really need to think about that. So agentic means you're constructing workflows to be able to do decision making and take courses of action based on geospatial data, or even AI algorithms in general. And one of the things everybody really needs to consider in thinking about how to integrate agentic is this a human in the loop process? Is it a human on the loop process, right? Monitoring and maybe approving things? Or is it a human out of the loop process? because that starts driving things around, well, how did the AI make that decision? How did it do that analytic? How did it come to that conclusion? And can you trace that back? And one of the issues with AI is often that understanding of why did it do that isn't nearly as clear as what we've had in the past with decision science systems and expert rule systems, where rules were codified and you could work backwards and go, why the heck did it do that? We're entering a strange new world where wiring agentic into AI presents a whole bunch of new problems around that decision was taken, it was taken by a computer, a human was not in the loop, a human was not on the loop. Are we willing to, trust? It gets into veracity of data and inputs. It gets into the pedigree or the vintage of where that data came from. It gets into the accuracy of algorithms. Have you overtrained, overspecified? Are you seeing hallucinations, in the answers the AI comes up with? So I think for all of the promise and this, immediate leap to agentic that companies and governments are taking, a note of caution to make sure you really understand what's happening there in terms of tying decision processing into automatic processes, particularly ones where the time of action may be very, very short.
Yeah, so you were not at that dinner, which is amazing because you summarized, one of the major conversations in another dinner where it started by, we're used to working in a very deterministic space, and now this is all blowing up, and we are trying to figure out, how do we deal with all of that? And and I think you'll see it again in the report. I really want you to go when it's out to actually read it, because part of the recommendation was from that dinner is also maybe we should also take a breath and think. Like it doesn't have to be like we all have to run towards the next thing, because obviously even the thing we're working on right now, which is embedding geospatial in various domains or creating the awareness, we haven't even achieved. So, there was a word of caution, like you said, on multi-levels. So it's
Although having said that, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go, yeah. I'm a tech startup, venture capital, let's go.
That's the leadership, right? You have to lead, but knowing, right? Not lead crazy, lead knowing everything. Nabil, any words again from a small business that's been around for a while? There's a huge transformation.
Yeah, so maybe going back to the point you were saying about, we've got some world-class institutions in the UK, UKHO, Ordnance Survey, Met Office, and they've got a great reputation for data integrity. So maybe this is an opportunity to get that foundational data layer right, so we can then let's go on everything on top. If not, people are going to reach out and get data from wherever they can get it because they want to move quick. So this is an opportunity getting that spatial data infrastructure right, and using the UK with a great regulatory environment as a real springboard for that.
Beautiful. This is one of the conclusions as well, and it was even more explicit. Let's use the UK as a model for the global south, right? Once we get this done. So I did my part, and I gave you time to think about questions. Do we have time for a couple of questions? So any questions from the audience about any of these topics? Trust UK, GeoAI, innovation gap.
Yeah, okay, so Jonathan from CGI, I've listened to a lot of GeoAI, and it's fascinating listening about it. I do feel it's a technology, almost like a technology label, and I can see how it benefits most businesses, and I include CGI in that, but I'm interested to know the view on the benefit it has on the users. Is it the shot in the arm that Earth observation or satellite or geodata needs? And is it really unlocking anything that you can do now that you couldn't do before? You see what I'm saying? How is it, that would be a great acceleration if it could do stuff in the non-AI world that it can now do. And I'm interested to know kind of what they really are. Or is at the end of the day, we'll look back at GeoAI and go, well, it meant that we could do things cheaper and quicker as a business, and therefore force down costs, increase margin or whatever. So we're the beneficiaries as a supplier, but how does the customer do that? That's not purely just better commercial terms. What can they actually do better than they couldn't do before?
So I will let the experts answer, but I'm going to tell you that in one of the dinners, we spent the first half of it talking about, is this about geospatial at all? What's so special about geospatial? I mean, and we have these conversations all the time. And when is the time that geospatial becomes, the spatial data infrastructure is the data infrastructure? But, anybody, Scott, Nabil?
Yeah, great question. I really come at it from a practical perspective, and there's two things that AI does for me that I really care about. One is the ability to process massive amounts of data that I could never put enough eyeballs on. We're downloading petabytes of data from space, for example, and trying to make sense of that and understand it and interpret that is now beyond the room full of analysts looking at data or even having tools to help them look at data. So that's one thing. It's just the massive amounts of data to be processed and interpreted. The second is reaction time, right? What is the decision cycle time? And can AI help me very, very quickly understand pattern of life, find anomalies in that pattern of life, and then make recommendations, and in some cases with agentic, immediately move to a course of action? That reaction time is a big, big driver. And so that's where I think some of the benefit to end users is the scale of how much they have to look at or interpret, and what does it do to their decision cycle.
Nabil, you had something?
Yeah, for us, so we're looking at a validation platform, and right at the core of that is a rules pack. So how do we capture years of corporate institutional knowledge with regulatory and compliance? And actually a lot of the time is a service wrapper to really create the specifications of which the rules validate. Actually with agentic AI, we can speed that up much quicker to actually be able to create a rule pack that is repeatable and actually is great for a customer because you don't have that services wrapper. We can go straight with a common rules pack per sector.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think just quickly, if I can, the AI term for us is around machine learning, obviously. So it's around the algorithm generation for the images that we're taking and processing, and it could be used to save money for the government organisations or increase our profit margins. But actually, what we've seen over in Ireland, I mentioned earlier on, Department for Agriculture, Food and Marine. What they used to do 4 years ago, before we deployed the area monitoring system that we've got over there, which is using Earth observation, is they used to assess less than 10% of the agricultural land in Ireland. And they did that using people going out and about. And because the people going out and about had to live somewhere, and then there were costs involved in where they went out and about, they basically went to the same farms every single year. So I'm not saying that there was anything wrong with that. I'm sure it was perfectly productive, but we can all consider about how realistic and representative that sample assessment approach is. Overnight, they now do 100% of agricultural land. So from my perspective, AI is a buzzword. GeoAI, it's got a really nice ring to it. It's machine learning. That's what we've used, and we've used that capability, the computational power, the access to the satellite imagery that's available, and really supercharged what we're able to do. Now in Ireland, what that's done is that's supported the common agricultural payments, the payments that the farmers are getting, so that's meant better value for the taxpayer. But in the UK, it's all around environmental improvement. So what we're actually able to do with the use of AI is improve the environment, improve sustainability, and holistically and globally improve the world that we're living in. So I think that's a pretty big thing. I'm not at all claiming that we're doing that. It's lots of different activity, but that's what AI or machine learning gives us the opportunity to do with the correct data sets and the correct technology and the correct approaches from government.
Excellent question, thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Luca, I was thinking about, when you said what should we do next, and thinking about all the amazing perspectives, and they're all, there are so many perspectives. Imagine if each one who came to the salon dinner hosted their own salon dinner with their networks. It's like the network effect, because we're then getting all these people outside of our bubble, right, to actually come in and help us find the way forward. One last question. Who's the lucky one?
AI outside space tends to use lots and lots of different data sets in order to come up to a more holistic answer that's more truthful. What data set does the panel want to get hold of to combine with the space imaging geo data sets, which would lead to a breakthrough in the commercial side?
I love it. Who's the brave one? Tim.
I'll kick off. I'm sometimes rather unkind to the Space EO community and say quite often the value proposition is, for as little as £20,000 I can save you 200. The challenge is what we can do is amazing, but it is expensive to access. So the opportunity for AI makes that, particularly the repetition of that data acquisition and analysis, very quick, very easy, and effectively automated. So I would almost turn it around and say the value piece is not the other data that you're bringing to EO data, space-derived EO data. It's the fact we make EO-derived space data accessible to all the other data sets to bring in that real-time geospatial environmental capture, be it of the infrared environment, be it a hyperspectral, be it what the methane content is at a different point, because we don't. That's where the innovation is going to happen. We don't know necessarily who wants to know that and what they're going to do with that information. Hopefully, it's not nefarious, but there could be brilliant, like routing your walking route here to minimise the amount of pollutant you're exposed to. It could be as simple as that, but no one's going to be able to buy the data as we sell it at the moment to service the initial offering of 20 users. You would need 20,000 users before you could even get close to closing that business model. So it's accelerating that data adoption, which hopefully then accelerates the commercialization of that data availability.
I like that. Who wants to answer? Phil?
Yeah, very good question actually. And unfortunately, I haven't got a named data set for you. I'm so sorry. But also, we don't, and I'll talk on behalf of the other three here, I certainly don't have all the answers. But exactly in line with what Tim just said there, and one of the things that was mentioned around the gap for the public sector and the innovation and the barriers, and I've said for quite a while now, one of the key roles that I see for myself within Traxys doing geointelligence is demystifying Earth observation and space-derived data. And and this is a blanket statement, if you just assume it's another spatial data set, then actually all of a sudden people can start to understand it. But even that is a bit far reach for some people, probably not those in this room, but there's a lot of people out there that don't realise they're dealing with spatial data. They've got such rich data. How mature it is a very different matter, but they've got rich data, and actually if they're willing, exactly like Tim says, to open their doors and open their eyes to totally innovative new approaches and see if they can get spatial layers over that and then GeoAI layers over that, including Earth observation, the opportunities will really push forward. And one of the things my company is looking at doing the same way on Spatial is we're strongly services based, but we are building products, and products enable it to be cheap and quick and easy for prospective people to buy and use and integrate. And that's one of the definite aims that we're looking at from a private sector orientation.
Scott?
Yeah, I would reinforce what the questioner said, which is if we are really trying to get to insight from GeoAI processes, it is a multi-source, multi-phenomenology question, and not even location data alone, right? Many of the projects I've worked on, we take space-based data, but then we mix and match it with things as diverse as social media, press publications, things we're pulling from LLMs, cell phone telemetry, industrial databases. It is a multi-source, multi-phenomenology problem, and so you should really think of it much more holistically. In fact, ideally, we're kind of making a big deal about geospatial AI, but location should fade into the background as just an attribute of all data. We want to make sure that data is location-centric, right? There's a lot of value in having a common axis of location as a unifying principle, but it shouldn't be treated as a separate thing, right? Like GeoAI, well, why is that different than anything else? In terms of a specific data set, I absolutely have an ask. So one of the things that I really focus on a lot is facility monitoring, site monitoring. And it's amazing that there are so few deep databases about facilities that we can use as a starting point for things like understanding pattern of life or ownership or purpose or function of those facilities. You know, we often joke that it's easy to find open source data around where all the ice cream shops are, right? Consumer data, but try to find the top 500 power plants of a particular generator type, right? There are some paid data sets. They're very, very expensive and very poorly maintained, to be honest. So that would be an ask I would have, is how do we build a global set of facility databases that has the rich metadata and history that we can use for time series monitoring from space?
I think this is also a beautiful conclusion to this whole, I think, initiative for the Salon Dinners. Embed location everywhere. It's not a special thing. Your point about facilities reminds me of COVID, when we were looking for, locations of all urgent care centers. There was not a single place that's trusted, detailed, and so on. So I want to thank Phil, Tim, Scott, and Nabil for participating in the dinners, for agreeing to be here with us, helping us through this thought process. Much appreciated. I would ask you to keep your eyes on the report and give us feedback. And this is my opportunity to thank Luca for actually getting us all together in various ways, hackathons and dinners and webinars. So thank you so much for all this energy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Nadine. Yes, the next panel, we're going to explore the commercial pool and how we can unlock commercial potential of geospatial artificial intelligence.
Brilliant, welcome. So, welcome to today's session. We're going to run on end user pool. My name's Andy Bennett, as Luca just introduced me. I lead on partnerships and sales at Growth Studio. So Growth Studio, we are an innovation consultancy and accelerator company. We like to work with end user corporate clients like Amazon, Boots, Orsted and others to really identify the end user need and then find the innovation that can support that. And we've got a great panel today who are going to explore that in a little bit more detail. I've actually spent over 10 years in the space industry, and I've worked with a lot of satellite data companies, mentoring them and supporting them to grow their businesses. But a lot of them have built, developed projects, but not necessarily built products. And a lot of them end up in this almost like consultancy loop. And I think what I'm really excited about are the ones that are beginning to change that, build products that industry needs, and take the next step for geospatial and Earth observation data. I think following this panel, I just want to mention we'll have the successful 7 participants in the GeoAI build and pitch session. They've all gone through this user-centered design process to create some awesome awesome products. So please do stick around from that. We help with the supporting those companies through the process as well. So you'll definitely stick around for that. But today I've got 3 great panelists who are going to explore this end user challenge. And first I want you all to just introduce yourself, tell us a bit about your background, the work you're doing, and also maybe give an example of where Earth observation data has been deployed either in your company or with companies you've been working with. So maybe Alpa, maybe I can hand over to you first.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you for having me. So my name is Alpa. I work for a company called Fugro. So we are a geospatial provider, acquirer, everything from satellite Earth observation data to underwater autonomous vehicles, and every sort of technology in between. My background is not in geospatial. I come from a nature-based solutions and finance background, and joining Fugro within the climate and nature team, sort of really looking at the applicability of geospatial to bridge science policy and finance to drive decision-making and investment at scale. One of the big things I'm really passionate about is the fact that coastal ecosystems should be funded as critical infrastructure. the challenge that I have seen for a very long time is, financiers and governments like, oh, where's the data to support that decision making? Where is the data that actually demonstrates what these ecosystems are worth? So sort of bringing those conversations together for a cross-section of stakeholders to be able to say that this mangrove or this seagrass meadow supports this many jobs and this many tons of carbon sequestration and provides this many $1 million worth of coastal resilience in the same way a renewable energy project might be powering X many homes and providing X many gigawatts of power. So to really move that conversation along.
Lovely, thank you for that, Alpa. Louisa.
Yeah, hi everyone, Louisa Doughty. I'm Mission Manager at the Satellite Applications Catapult. A lot of you will be familiar with the Catapult, and we're one of the lucky partners of the GeoAI project. So my role is sat within, on the screen called Sustainable Earth, I think, but we've actually recently rebranded it to Resilient Earth. And that's really looking at how we can support the UK space sector to drive the adoption of the great products and services and data that it's producing into non-space sector markets. And I'm specifically looking at natural capital and supply chain traceability. We also look at clean energy and infrastructure, and my colleague Sarah is looking after those two areas. So really our role is sitting amongst representing the UK space sector, supporting the UK space sector to grow, and working with government, with industry, with research to really find that sweet spot where innovation has that potential to scale and thrive. I think there's huge potential here in the room today. I'm really excited. I think the kind of data part of space is really ready to respond to the challenges that industry has. So it's about creating that enabling environment for that to happen, and that's really what I spend my day-to-day looking at. I'm also not from the space sector. This is my first role in that, so I have a background in environmental science, climate innovation and international development. So I spent a lot of time on the end user side, understanding the challenges and applying systems thinking and things like that.
Brilliant, thank you, Louisa. So we have, again, two people not from the space sector originally getting involved in it, in the sort of nature solutions area. Shidrati, I know you've got a slightly different angle on this, but love to hear from you as well.
Yes, so Shidrati Ali, I'm from Lloyds Bank. As you know, Lloyds Banking Group has been banking our agricultural farms. I think we bank around 1/3 of the agricultural farms in the UK, and so one of the things for my team, so I am a quant lead for this sustainable food and farming, and basically we have been trying to see how we can actually help our clients, the farmers, to transition to a nature positive practices and actually still produce good food and yet care for nature. So one of the things that we have been trying to do, in fact we published last year a report on farming with nature, and that was on the back of a pilot that we did with Earth blocks in terms of using geospatial data to try and find out where the risk concentrations are, for example, drought, water quality, soil, the soil health, and so on. So we were able to actually curate using publicly available data through the Earth Blocks platform, and be able to give a wide, a UK-wide view of our portfolio, the risks that our portfolio and the opportunities that the farmers can have in terms of transitioning. However, the barriers that we have found, and that is that it's good at a portfolio level, but when it comes to individual farms, you need better data, you need more accurate data, and that's a lot more difficult. And this is, I'm hoping that, this is where what things, that the whole industry will be able to help solve, right?
Brilliant, thank you for that, Shidrati. So agri-tech and sustainable finance as well, really interesting areas for growth, I think, around the use of space data. You touched there really nicely on barriers, because I want to talk about barriers now. So you talked there about you need more accurate data, but as well, the space data sector has relied really on defence for many, many years. Defence users have been accessing this data for various reasons for many, many decades. That's created this kind of issue around the licensing that they require and the pricing they require. How much are those kind of barriers now putting in place for more commercial uses? Who would like to take that one first? Or
I can.
Go for it, Shidrati.
I mean, I was just telling Alpa just now that we've been exploring this the geospatial sectors since 2023, and it's, I think, because of the large scale, what we want is a scalability in terms of our solution, but the pricing is just not there. For we, for example, we're now looking with Solar Association Exchange, trying to build a prototype using for the farmers, right? Using geospatial data, and one of the quotes come up to about almost over $1 million.
Wow.
For just 10% of our farmers. Yeah. That's the kind of price that I don't think we can afford, and farmers can definitely can't afford that kind of level of pricing.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to add, and I certainly take your point on affordability and the cost of data. I think there needs to be an understanding that geospatial and GeoAI is very much an ecosystem of capabilities. What is it that we need to get to? So is it change detection? Is it trend analysis? Do we need to understand what the stresses are on certain environments to be able to then forecast future state, which is going to inform investment decision making and potentially policy reform. And I think working back from that as to what is the challenge that you're facing, where do you want to get to, what is the access to capital that might be required to get there, and what is the level of fidelity that is required for that decision making. And I think building then as you go, because I think this is, potentially where geospatial itself has struggled, right? Because you can get so caught up in the technology that you kind of can almost disconnect that there are very real communities, there are very real people on the other sides of those decisions. There are livelihoods that are being impacted. So making sure that that is part of the thought process. And at the end of the day, those decision makers probably don't need to know that they're using GeoAI or whatever it is to get to that decision making. They just need to know that they are achieving what they've set out to do, and we need to work with them to find the right balance in terms of getting to that endpoint.
Yeah, I would agree. Part of our role is speaking to both the kind of supply side of space and the demand side. And one of the terms that keeps coming up, particularly in the demand side, is return on investment, and understanding if we do procure your product or your data or your services, what's the ROI for us? What does it give us in return? So I think that there's work that needs to happen around how we as a sector communicate that to demand side kind of customers, clients, and users. And that's something that we're looking at as a team, and invite everybody to kind of lean in and come speak to us and give us feedback, work with us. I do agree as well that it has to start with understanding what the demand is, so that when having the conversation or when developing a solution, it's at the right granularity for the insight that's required for the decision maker. And that can be around risks and opportunities. It can be detailed. And some of that is how can we increase the efficiency of the systems that already exist. If you look at biodiversity net gain as an emergent market, ecologists exist, it's one of the oldest professions, but there aren't enough of them. So how can we as a sector support to improve the efficiency of them doing what they do really well by providing that larger scale analysis that they can then prioritize what they do, as an example.
Thank you, really interesting. So we talked here about the pricing, we talked about understanding the need, the fidelity of data that's needed, change detection and applications. Now, Shadrati, when we spoke on the phone last week, you mentioned a sort of failure, I guess. You tried it in the real estate sector as well, using the Earth observation. I'd love to explore a bit around that, because that can often tell us a bit why this doesn't work sometimes.
Yeah, so last year when we were doing the pilot program, it was part of the Task Force for Nature-related financial disclosures, so TNFD. The two biggest portfolio that we have in Lloyds Bank is agri and real estate. And when we explored the real estate sector, we realized that actually a lot of the geospatial data and so on are not really, does not really give much add-on value add to how the real estate, the developers and the managers, the real estate managers could actually improve biodiversity. It's for them it's more of probably the floods, but I think when we talk about flooding and so on, there are already quite good. For example, JPA that does a lot of these kinds of analysis. So, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else have an example of where it hasn't worked quite so well?
I mean, I think, we've certainly seen examples of where, based on the use of not necessarily the most high fidelity data, has almost led to an overestimation of coastal risk, which is not great for in this particular case study. There was a lot of privately owned real estate, so that's reflected in mortgage insurance, for example. So that's never going to be a positive outcome. I think the other thing that we're looking at more closely at the moment is really starting to understand where to prioritize nature-based solutions over built infrastructure from a climate resilience perspective. I think that's always incredibly interesting when you start to look at how ecosystems have changed and then apply those sort of different time series, climate change scenario modeling, etc., to realize, actually, if you were to invest a portion of this funding to restore a mangrove ecosystem, the impact, based on a 1 in 20 years or 1 in 100 year flooding scenario, you're actually going to come out better with those mangroves intact than with a built seawall, and that's what it allows us to do. I think what we see with bad data is that it leads to mispriced nature-related risk. It leads to misguided coastal infrastructure planning. So I think by ensuring that geospatial data is at the fidelity and the insights are tailored, you come to a point, and again, coming back to the GeoAI, you have users that don't even know that they're using various geospatial data sets. They're actually getting a decision-making tool. Hopefully we get to a stage with a level of standardization as well.
I've got a question there. How much of how much ground truth is there in some of these, geospatial data?
Yeah. So I'm looking at Tom right now, who works on a project that we're doing with the MSRO in the Maldives, where we're looking at mapping seagrass and looking at the coastal erosion risk as a result of losing seagrass meadows. All of that data is being ground truthed, and it is incredibly important that we do have ground truth data. I think similarly to your point, Shadathi, something that I am always really strong on is there needs to be a human element, right? Because we're potentially looking at how this data is going to be used to designate various coastal zone management outcomes, to designate MPAs, that is going to look at projects that directly impact biodiversity, livelihoods, coastal communities, climate adaptation, mitigation, etc. We need to be working with communities on the ground to make sure that those insights are appropriately incorporated with whatever analytics we put out. I mean, I think an example is we've worked on a project in the Torres Straits of Australia. Australia has one of the oldest continuing cultures in the world. First Nations rangers are imperative to this kind of work, so making sure that they're engaged and their voices are heard at every single step of the way.
Brilliant, thank you for that. And Alpa, you mentioned there a couple of times this point about getting to the point where the end user doesn't know it's space data, and I completely agree. In a way, it's just another data set that helps us gain insight, but it feels like we need to still show the value of the data to the end user in a way which can either be commercially valuable or in another way. Is that kind of thing that you're seeing as well in the work you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. We work with, and I think in the work that we do, we actually work with a lot of government, a lot with development agencies, and there is a commercial element to that, of course. I think it's sort of, yes, we know that we need to do something. This is what we're dealing with. It's okay, let's start with that baseline, and then I think it's that walking alongside almost as a trusted partner to understand where we need to get to. But I think in the development of any sort of decision-making tool, making sure that we're working from that sort of high-fidelity upstream data to feed into these models as opposed to the other way around, which is where you then come to a point where you are actually building a decision-making tool where those stakeholders and decision-makers understand what's actually feeding it. There is that local engagement, potentially a capacity building element where we're working with local universities to build that into the model as well. And then what they get out is, a risk score or better insight into what assets are going to be impacted by flooding. What is the value of that? What is the value of this ecosystem? So it's kind of bringing all of that together as opposed to just focusing on that, the data. Yeah.
Yeah, really interesting. And you almost, answering my second question, or my next question, which is more about what do the end users want to see in terms of how the data comes in? Is it an API? Is it like an actual platform or a product? Or are you seeing different ways of adopting the data that are successful or more or less successful?
Go ahead.
I think it depends. I think you can't answer that question because it depends on the end user. And I think sometimes as well, we use end user as a singular, but even within one organization, there could be 100 different types of end users for these types of data. And you can have the, super techie data team that want to be really intimate with the data, have raw data they can play with and analyze themselves, and then right up to, potentially CEO, MD level who just wants to know what's the risk, what's the opportunity, almost a yes-no binary answer. And so it's understanding those different levels of decision-making and intimacy with the data and being able to hold their hand, like Alpa said, but also reassure them and demonstrate and be transparent about uncertainty levels, error rates, validation, ground truthing, and I think it comes back to your first question around the kind of defense legacy, which I don't think it's a legacy, it's going to continue. We're all living in this moment at quite an uncertain time. And so how can we create a parallel system where we can break down that opacity that quite often happens in licensing and procurement and IP, to reassure the end users at whatever level in the way that they need reassuring, so that they feel comfortable, they feel in partnership.
Shadrati, maybe your work with Earthblocks, did they build a platform for you for that, or was that ingesting data directly into Lloyd's?
So we've used the platform to curate all of the data and then processing that and giving us that insights, right? And then we bring it into Lloyd's and then do our own processing on top of that, because we have some ground truth data from Solar Association Exchange. But I mean, I think, again, Louise is right. There are so many different end users, right? Even in Lloyd's. The project that I'm working on at the moment is giving insights to farmers, and they'll need a different level of they'll have a different level on understanding. They have a different set of needs and so on. And then as a bank, the portfolio, trying to understand the risks, the opportunities and so on, how we can engage with our clients. But also bringing in other stakeholders. And here we're talking like the water companies, some of the developers. Some of these insights could actually help them in terms of working with, in partnership with the farmers to, for example, in terms of water quality or flooding and that sort of thing. So there are a range of, and so whether it's API, it's a full data set and so on, it really depends on the application.
Coming from the Earth observation sector, I could imagine people listening in the audience might say, oh gosh, so I've got to try and provide it in one format to one part of the company, another format to another part of the company. What am I supposed to do here? How am I supposed to build my product in a way that is going to be adopted? And I just wonder, is there anything you can share with that community to say, well, actually we'd like it in this way, or we'd like you to talk in a different language? I know we've talked about language before, and like it can be very techy. That doesn't really sell the product, does it? What's the best way that these Earth observation data companies can better engage with end users?
Again, I would say it's data standardization. There are, you've got LiDAR data, you've got NDVI, all sorts of various data sets that I've just learned recently, and yet there isn't a proper. Oh, sorry. And there isn't a proper data standardization in terms of being able to then share it across so that everyone knows. I mean, if we talk about Excel, or you talk about you have a, or in a for example the normal database, you have a standard there, right? Whereas geospatial, it's bewildering.
Fair enough. Louisa, I know you talked about the language piece. Maybe you can mention that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the topic of this panel, right? It's end user pull. It's how do we understand how the end user is speaking and the language that they use, and meet them there. So are they worried about risk and opportunity? Are they worried about building profitable portfolios? Are they looking at kind of impact across economic, political, financial, environmental, social? Are they applying a PESEL model to their impact? It's understanding really what's their purpose and what are their priorities. And when engaging with them and pitching with them, speaking that language and using the words that they use, even from a technical perspective, a lot of these companies have data specialists. They might not be Earth observation and geospatial data specialists, but they will have their own data stacks that they're using. Try and understand those and build those into the language that you're using, because then it's, they get us, they understand us, rather than what are they talking about? I mean, space is great, it's very cool, but it's bewildering. We don't want that kind of language. We want, this makes sense, they totally get it. So it's just making sure that we're not always talking in space talk, that we're talking in whatever market you're targeting. Spend some time getting to know their acronyms and their initialisms. Every sector has them. But get to know them so that when someone says TNFD, you're not like, what is that?
Yeah, absolutely. And Alpa, I knew just before we were talking about the fact that you've got techie people who love geospatial data, but as an end user, you're not so interested in that. Is that something the EO sector can do better in terms of not selling the tech and being a bit more focused on your needs?
Yeah, I think it's, coming from a very different background to a number of my colleagues. It's like, okay, but what is, and to your point, Shadathi, what are these data sets going to tell me? I want to know how this seagrass is impacting water quality and where we've lost seagrass. I don't necessarily need to understand exactly what mechanisms have gone into an autonomous vehicle. I want to understand the level of detail it is going to support. I want to understand how the data and the models that we're building are going to support decision makers to fund restoration, or for policymakers to drive, nature restoration outcomes. That's where I need to get to, because those are the stakeholders that I'm working with. At the end of the day, though, whatever we're putting out needs to be defendable. So, the conversation around fidelity is important. We need to understand what the quality control mechanisms are. And to Louisa's point, what is that margin of error, particularly if there are funding mechanisms or market mechanisms attached to that, like with anything, whether it's carbon markets or whatever, there has to be a discount factor or a leakage factor applied, and we need to know what that is too, where we're making decisions based off of this data. But yeah, I think you can lose people in the conversation of the data and how you've collected the data versus what that data allows you to achieve, and what it means for adaptive management strategies over a long period of time, how it's going to support monitoring and reporting and verification outcomes, which is incredibly relevant to the private and public sector.
Brilliant. I just want to talk, we've said what the Earth observation industry can do. What about government? Government is always asked to be an anchor customer for this. Today we have DEFRA and Innovate UK sponsoring a build and pitch programme with more innovators. Shadrati, I think with your work with Earthblock, has been partly funded by the UK Space Agency as well. So should government do more of these kind of programmes, or is there some other intervention that government should put in place to encourage more of this kind of end user pull and use of data, use of Earth observation data?
Yeah, I think there's always going to be a role for government, and it's always going to be an important one. Government is an anchor customer and will continue to be. I think this type of program is really important, particularly with this move for the space sector now. From a data perspective, it's really about driving adoption and driving commercialization. And even from, the research community, how can we support them to be more motivated and commercialize some of their really great research better and faster. So supporting mechanisms like that, but also, you know, creating forums where we can come together and talk very openly and provide feedback to one another. And you know, we're, as a catapult funded by Innovate UK, core-funded by Innovate UK, that is part of our role, and we work, you know, with government, with industry and with research. So do come to us as well and ask us to support with some of that. I also think that government has data. There are data that are available, held by different government departments, that could really help with some of that ground truthing, with some of the AI machine learning model training, and you know, make some of that available, but also with the data standards, help to create those and help to create mechanisms through which data can be shared and can be made available in a standardized, centralized way. And I know that there are initiatives looking at that. There are some people in the audience that think about that every day.
So I sit in the Food and Data Transparency Partnership working group as part of data. As part of DEFRA, right? And I think one of the things is definitely DEFRA. The government has a lot of data, and I think to Lewis's point, by convening, for example, that working group, whereby it brings together finance, the supply chain, and so on, it helps to create that ecosystem whereby we can actually really discuss about data standardizations, what data is available, and how we can shape some of these. And in fact, recently we are looking at the AI, how AI can be used in some of these data curation, and so on. So so it is. I think the government has an important role to play. To convene, but also I think it's that data transparency. It feels like a lot of it is not really transparent, or you don't know what data is available here or there, and so on. So being able to have whether a federated system or whatever, at least a data, I would say, repository somewhere, whereby, we can all be able to use that sort of data as ground truth, as part of the machine learning, and so on.
I've just been given the timeout sign, but I'm going to quickly sneak in one question because we started late. Final question, very quick answers, but if you could get one thing for either the GeoAI providers, government, or investors or industry to do right now to enable more adoption of Earth observation data, what would you say? One thing.
Yeah, I think funding mechanisms for operationalization, not just prototypes, that rewards accuracy over experimentation.
Awesome, lovely.
Building on that, I think we've talked a lot about barriers from the supply side. There are barriers on the demand side as well, so I just want to air some of those. Procurement takes time, so how can we work with the demand side to educate and evangelize the benefits of space so that those procurement timelines can be shorter to get to operational much quicker?
Yes.
So, and I would say in collaboration between all of the stakeholders are really important to, to advance the EO space.
Fantastic. Operationalize, commercialize. I love it. Brilliant. Thank you so much to you all, Shadrati, Louisa, and Alpa. It's been wonderful to have your comments here today. I hope the audience have enjoyed the session as well. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you very much to Innovate UK Business Connect, Luca and the awesome team who've been so integral in supporting this. Please stick around for the pitch stuff, which is happening in the next 5 minutes or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you very much, Shidrati, Louise, and Alpa. So I'm going to introduce now Justin Bayrold, who is my colleague from Business Connect, who looks after complex systems, and also Oliver Vaughan from the head of Earth observation at DEFRA. And they together will manage this session and the pitch of our companies. Justin, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Over the next hour or so, you'll be hearing from some of the most exceptional teams who took part in the Innovate UK GeoAI Festival cohort. Each of these teams will deliver a sharp 5-minute pitch showcasing their company, their mission, and the innovative GeoAI solutions they've developed over the past few months. And after each block of presentations, you'll have the chance to put your questions to them. So do stay curious and get ready to engage, because we'll have some pretty limited time window to ask questions. The GeoAI Build and Pitch program has been designed to spark innovation and accelerate the development of new products and services that harness the power of both Earth observation and data and cutting-edge AI. In partnership with DEFRA and the Satellite Applications Catapult, Innovate UK invited bold, creative solutions to challenges in 3 key sector areas: nature-based market initiatives, resilient and sustainable agri-food systems, and next-generation spatial planning across land, ocean, and climate. Between January and March, our cohort has taken part in an intensive sprint event, followed by a 6-week period of prototyping and pitch development delivered by Innovate UK Business Connect and our partners. Teams have worked through workshops on user-centered design, business modeling, and agentic AI supported by a wide network of domain experts, challenge holders, and future end users. Everything they've done has been deliberately shaped to ensure their ideas don't just showcase technical capability, they solve real-world industry challenges. We're in the middle of a transformation of society when it comes to AI. The past few years of large language models have fundamentally changed how we produce insight, make decisions, and build solutions. But these systems aren't just smart tools, they're adaptive engines that learn, reason, and generate entirely new possibilities. So when you combine that with geospatial, you unlock things like modeling climate environmental risk with new precision, embed resilience into agriculture and infrastructure, scale commercially viable services, and lower the barriers to adopting geospatial tech. And at Business Connect, our mission is to help innovators connect with the right partners, the right data, and the right opportunities to accelerate ambitious ideas into real-world solutions. And so that's what the GeoAI Festival is all about. The solutions that you're about to hear draw on some of the most advanced technologies available today, including foundation models, agentic AI, geo-embeddings, multimodal AI, natural language processing, large language models, and the full potential of Earth observation data. What's going to happen is you'll hear from 3 teams at a time. Each team will have 5 minutes, and then there will be another 5 minutes for Q&A immediately after. And so please, as you're listening, think of questions, and it'll be a pretty quick turnaround to ask them. So now I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Oliver Vaughan from DEFRA.
Good morning, everyone. I say morning, it's now the afternoon. I wrote this clearly when I thought it was morning. I'm Ollie Vaughan, Head of Earth Observation at the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA. It's really been a privilege developing this concept and working with you all on DEFRA's first ever commercial hackathon and accelerator project. I wanted to start this speech just with some key stats on why this work really matters. So over the last 50 years, we've seen 73% of wildlife populations declining globally. 16% of UK species are now threatened with extinction. Our oceans and planet are warming, and with it our food and national security are threatened. Unless we improve our practices, the consequences of nature degradation are likely to have a greater impact on our GDP than the global financial crisis of 2008. But innovation can be a beacon of hope. Specifically, it's clear that innovation in the use of space data can play an important role in protecting the UK and in supporting the economy. And that's the reason why I initiated this project. As Minister Eagle stated this morning, Economic growth doesn't come from a single intervention, it is the outcome of a system of interventions of which nature protection must be a core foundation. And economic growth is a vital cornerstone to everything that the government are looking to deliver. So I'm delighted that this project and consequently your ideas have contributed towards that system, tackling some of the UK's greatest challenges across 3 of DEFRA's sectors: agricultural, sustainable spatial prioritisation and nature finance. In developing your ideas and moving towards commercialisation, there is a real opportunity for change. I feel privileged to work in a department that recognises the value in funding innovation in these areas and champions the role that Earth observation and AI can play within it. It is therefore without much further ado that I want to announce our winners, who will each be receiving a share of £560,000 worth of commercialisation credits from Satellite Applications Catapult, alongside a bunch of services from Cloudscaler. Each of these winners will be invited up to the stage one at a time to pitch to you. What I'll do is name each winner from the 3 themes and then invite some applause very quickly, and then we'll get people to come up after we've done some clapping. So in the agricultural theme, our winners are Agribot AI, X10 NI Limited, and EarthSavvy. In the spatial prioritisation theme, our winners are Gentian, Ocean OS, and Orbiventure. And last, but by no means least, is in the nature market theme, and our winner is Native Squared. Congratulations all. It's really been a joy seeing what's possible when a diverse group of people come together, and I really can't wait to see how the ideas develop over the next year. So what we're going to do is we'll invite different teams up. They'll have 5 minutes to pitch, and then there'll be 5 minutes of Q&A, so you can put your hands up and ask a question at the end of their pitch. So starting off, and another round of applause please for Gentian.
Thanks, Ollie. Okay, hello everybody. I'm Eleanor, Head of Product at Gentian. And today I'm excited to introduce our new service, True Atlas. Imagine spending millions acquiring and designing a site, only to realize too late that it contains an endangered species or habitat. The problem isn't intent, it's visibility. Globally, sectors that transform land, for example construction, infrastructure, renewable energy or mining, lack visibility into their nature-related risk. The consequences can be severe. Regulatory delays alone can cost up to $200,000 a week, or you can end up with stranded assets, expensive mitigation measures, or even a media backlash. With over 300 new biodiversity regulations introduced in the last 5 years alone, the risk of non-compliance is rapidly growing. Post-development, these same companies lack the tools to measure, monitor, and report on their ecological performance. Sustainability reporting is no longer optional. Failing to disclose your nature-related impacts risks financial penalties, diminished investor appeal, weaker ESG ratings, or falling behind your competitors. Again, the problem isn't intent, it's visibility. Through extensive customer discovery, we've found that current data collection methods are inadequate. Field-based surveys are too slow, too expensive, and too difficult to scale. And remote options aren't any better either. Open source databases are patchy, fragmented, and out of date. And even using IBAT, the industry's leading nature risk platform, only returns information for general areas. It's just not site-specific. Current EO solutions are reliant on 10-meter data. Gentian delivers 100 times higher resolution for extremely accurate site-specific data. Take this site in Devon, for example. On the left, you can see the habitat maps produced by leading providers like Google or the European Space Agency. Now let's see what Gentian can do. How could you properly assess nature-related risk on this site when you didn't even know it contained a river? True Atlas makes nature risk instantly visible, turning months of manual research into minutes. For each site, users receive a nature risk score, a standardized biodiversity score, and a full breakdown of all the habitats and species on site, flagging any that appear on the IUCN Threatened Red List. Users can rank sites by performance, they can review individual sites, or they can download site-level or portfolio-wide reports. Our business model is data as a service. Companies pay an annual subscription based on expected site volume, and higher tiers enabled year-on-year monitoring. We've completed 4 paid pilots with Iberdrola, a renewable energy company, Takanaka, one of Japan's big 5 construction companies, a large pharmaceutical firm, and WATG, a global landscape architect firm. The feedback we received from all these pilots were excellent. For example, for WATG, we were able to save them significant time and cost on their site assessment, and we're moving forward together on an ongoing partnership. Currently, the global nature risks market is valued at 1.8 billion, and that's forecast to reach a whopping 8.6 billion by 2033. Roughly 20% of that is comprised of global land developers who need nature data for site screening and monitoring. We've built a team uniquely positioned to capture this market. Professional ecologists, experts in AI and remote sensing, and experienced founders. The next stage for True Atlas is to move from validation to acceleration. Over the next 6 months, we want to refine our business model and pricing, start forming strategic partnerships, for example with IBAT, and prepare for investment and scale up. We're currently in the middle of a 2 million funding round, so if you want any more information on this, come and speak to me or our founder Thomas at our stand. And now let me leave you with this. The world is not short on sustainability ambition. It's short on vision. True Atlas makes nature risk visible, immediately, globally, and at scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have time for a few questions. Any questions from the audience?
Thank you very much for a really amazing presentation. The tool obviously designed to focus on nature risk. I wonder, could it also be adapted to focus on kind of like uplift or sort of potential, biodiversity improvements?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So originally we conceived the tool to be risk and opportunity, because as you're mentioning, opportunity is a really important side of this equation. Opportunity is an even harder challenge to tackle than risk, because risk is what's there now, and opportunity is, what could be there in the future. And actually, when trying to design the minimum viable product, we decided to leave out opportunity for now, because we didn't feel like we had enough customer discovery, we didn't quite feel the tech was there, but it's definitely something that we want to include in the future. Yeah.
Thank you. Great presentation, well done. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that this is available globally. Have you done some work to assess where the performance of the system is better in some regions of the world than others?
Yeah, well, this is part of our 6-month roadmap. It's global automation, so I think that we'll do a much bigger tranche of work during that process. I think at the moment, definitely in terms of data recency, we know this. So it's in the places you expect. Outside of cities, in continents which are less scanned by satellites, for example, Africa, South America, the data recency is not as good, especially in cloudy areas, tropics, for example. So I think the results won't be a surprise. They'll probably be what you expect, but yeah, we'll do a much bigger tranche of work on this later.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question.
Yeah, I wonder how you achieve higher resolution without crippling costs.
That's a very good question. So that's part of Gentian's USP, is leveraging cost efficiency in imagery purchase. So I think what's not so well known at the moment is that there have been a lot of revolutions in commercial imagery, and one of those has been through reseller platforms. They have very low minimum order requirements at the moment. So part of this cost efficiency is that we only need to buy the amount of data we need for a site, and that helps us leverage cost efficiency.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Another round of applause.
Thank you very much. Ooh, didn't see this earlier. Thank you. Thank you, Gentian. That was a really great presentation, really useful to hear about what your plans are. I'm really excited to see what comes next. Next up, we have Ocean OS.
Hello, my name is Reese and I'm from Ocean OS. I'm the head of product, and today I'm introducing SeaLens, the predictive biodiversity tool for offshore infrastructure. Environmental impact assessments for offshore wind farms are full of uncertainty. Every wind farm that needs to be built has to assess the impact on the wildlife and habitat risk. However, this process is long-winded. It can take 4 to 7 years, costs £2 to £5 million, and is full of thousands of decisions. This is problematic, and it's based on 3 core problems. 1, there's no single tool to bring all this information together. 2, the data is fragmented. It has to be brought together by multiple teams. And 3, the data is outdated and static. It doesn't inform future decisions that inform how the site is built, and that can cause millions of pounds in delay risk. The current environmental baseline process has regulators and governments working with industry, developers and consultancies. And that process is fragmented, manual and costly. Now, the UK is at a turning point. By 2030, 50 gigawatts of power has been slated for offshore wind farms alone. That's about 80 to 120 new projects. Now, that's about £600 million in environmental assessment costs. And if you widen that market to oil and gas, subsea cables or telecommunications, you're looking at £1 billion in environmental impact assessment costs. So, developers and consultancies are all working together to understand how we might speed up this process and make it less costly. Well, today I'm introducing SeaLens, the ecological intelligence platform. On day 1, a developer can log into a single tool to understand their site-specific risk for habitat and ecology. They're able to understand the scenario and mitigation planning that's possible with our models. So if you're thinking about climate change or any scenarios where animals and marine environments are changing, our tool can account for that. And thirdly, any other manual meandering processes of using Word documents or Microsoft Excel is all automated. Our AI agents can automatically create the reports that regulators can use in one tool. So there's a single platform that all users in the industry and governmental regulators can use at once. So if you think Xero for accounting, think SeaLens for offshore planning. This slide is just to show that we take raw satellite data and use that in our modelling to create regulatory-ready intelligence. Our prototype and MVP is in progress right now, so if you want to come to our stand, please have a look at it. And importantly, our business model is sound. Users can log onto our platform and just pay for the reports they use. An impact assessment or a report, they can pay for that. Now, we have validated this with the market, and we're working with the key global players in wind farm development right now, Ørsted and RWE. We're also working with the leading AI consultants in the UK, Faculty, to bring our models to life. We're also working with the regulators, the MMO and CFAS to prove our scientific method. Everyone believes that there's a better way, and it is our tool. We can save up to £1 million in costs from our mitigation and planning scenarios, and we can remove about 6 months in the consent timeframe. We believe that we're the team to bring it to life. We've decades in experience in offshore wind development, AI and satellite geospatial experience. We've built tools for enterprise and startups, and we've even got experience in developing marine conservation parks in the UK. So we have the wide experience to build a tool for the right environment. So we're looking to expand this tool internationally in the next 2 to 3 years. But we're building a tool for an MVP environment in the UK, and we're looking for collaborators to build our pilot with. So please come to our stand and have a look at our prototype and you'll see for yourself. We're looking for seed investment as well. So if you're an investor, please come and talk to us and you can build the future of ecological planning for offshore infrastructure together. Thank you for your time.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, one in the middle on the left.
Hi there. You said that you're looking for partners to sort of help build out this product. Do you know specifically which types of partners you would be looking for? Is it sort of software development, or just so people in the audience can see how they might want to interact with you?
Thank you. It's a lovely comment. We're looking for industry partners to work with. So in the construction phase or the pre-consent phase of offshore development, whether it's wind farms in particular or in oil and gas and subsea cables, we're looking to deploy our tool and pilot that.
Anyone else? I've got one if not.
Thanks, great presentation again. I wonder if you've been interested in discussing this with some of the island administrations, especially around, I used to live in the Shetland Islands, and they spend a lot of time and effort understanding the local marine environment in the island landscape and making sure that it's safe, that ecosystems are well supported. So it's more an observation, but I wonder if that's been part of your stakeholder engagement plan. I think you'd find that they'd be really interested in this kind of tool, and if you like, I could give you some connections there.
Very warmly accepted. A part of our plan, actually on this map here, is to expand into the North Sea and work with the partners in that environment. Right now our footprint is southern England. We work with a lot of partners in Plymouth to understand the environmental impact there. But our plan is to have a UK-wide coverage. So naturally, as a part of our process, there's multiple stakeholders that are involved. So you have the governmental organisations, local communities and regulators. So we'd love to speak with the Shetland Islands and local communities in Scotland as well.
Reese, can I ask a question?
Hello.
So just to inspire any would-be applicants to any future events that Innovate UK and DEFRA might want to put on, what's been the sort of the best part of GeoAI Festival for you? Like, what's been the most helpful in you guys learning something new?
So there's a number of things to point out. Working with the Growth Studio and the GeoAI team and Satellite Applications Catapult, but in particular it has been meeting collaborators and industry leads. We're a startup, and actually the penetration into the market is very challenging to meet the right stakeholders and the right buyers to tailor our commercial solution. So really meeting the right people in the correct organisations from a regulatory or industry baseline, very important, and that's been incredibly helpful for us to shape our proposition.
Thank you very much. Oh, one last question, I think.
Thank you so much for the presentation. You had a slide earlier that showed all the different kind of stage points of a wind farm assessment period, and it sounds like you guys have worked really hard to understand the initial phases of the assessment and also kind of, I guess, scouting of zones as well and what would be applicable. Do you think that there's also relevancy in the back end as well, looking at how it can look at the environmental monitoring of offshore wind as the sites are being built or after they're being built as well?
Absolutely. It's actually a part of our product that to inform the ongoing monitoring of the site as it's being built. So throughout that pre-consent process, there are a number of stage gates, and then we can support the day one understanding, when you're just scoping the report, but actually when you're tailoring your field solution, how might you survey a site, and then how might you actually complete the construction? That's where our tool actually supports the decisioning process.
That's really cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Big round of applause, please. Lovely, and next up we have AgriBots.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, I'm the founder of AgriBot, and we do agricultural detail at scale. In 2023, everyone in this room paid an extra £192 towards their food bill because of a data issue. Let me tell you why by sharing Will's story. Will is a dairy farmer, and he spends 7 hours a week measuring grass on his fields. He does this because for every extra tonne of grass he utilises per hectare means an extra £26,000 a year revenue for him. That's a massive difference between him being financially and environmentally sustainable. Yet sometimes he just doesn't have the amount of time to actually go measure the fields, so he's left guessing. And if Will's guessing, the entire food supply chain is guessing. What this means is if a supply shock comes along, that quickly turns into a food price shock, as we saw in 2023, and all of our bills go up as a result. This is a 3 data gap issue. There's a gap between the field and the farmer and the supply chain, and this whole entire supply chain beyond 3 days. That's because the entire food supply chain relies on weather forecasts. And as we all know, weather forecasts beyond 3 days are a bit of a tricky one. To solve these issues, at AgriBot, we identify and monitor every single field, all 1.7 million fields in the UK in real time, and historically all the way back to 2016. This allows us to create a bespoke AI model for every individual field in the UK. What that allows us to do is to then monitor how all these changes affect each and every individual field, and we aggregate our data instead of sampling and extrapolating. We then use these models to then interpret everyone's favourite climate model, CMIP6, so we understand how those fields behave 20, 30, 40 years from now, and we can make focused policy instead of national generalised ones. Let me introduce to you the most sustainable database of agriculture in the whole of UK, AgriBot AI. As I mentioned, we track all 1.7 million fields. We get 6 points of data every week, and currently our database is 300 terabytes and growing. We have a map where you can interact with it. You can scroll around all you want and see all the fields. It's a bit like a lava lamp. It's a bit mesmerizing, to be honest. I've wasted lots of time doing that. Or we can do reports on regions. That's DEFRA regions, whatever region you want, customs bulk region, we can do reports on that because we're aggregating, remember. On the left side, on the left side, we have a screenshot of the farmer's app. This is where the farmer logs in and he can get a quick snapshot on exactly where his fields are today and also the next 3 to 4 weeks, so he can properly plan and fully utilise all his grass and get that extra £26,000 in his pocket to make him sustainable. We've had wonderful feedback from the entire market. My PhD was funded by UKRI. We were funded by Innovate UK to then productise that, and we recently closed an innovation loan with the EU for EIT Food for £650,000 to commercialise it. We've been getting wonderful feedback from the agricultural sector, including the media, and we're only growing from there. We're hoping to cut even by the end of this year, and I was really hoping to announce our first big collaboration partnership with a big industry leader today. Sadly, that's been delayed by a couple of days, but watch this space, it's about to happen. As soon as we start closing those off, we're hoping to then open up our investment round for a Series A, as will be cost effective, hoping to close that in early 2027. We're also hoping to hit £1 million recurring revenue in the same year. I've got the pleasure to work with these wonderful people. They've been rewarded by having to work with me, but I couldn't be happier with the team. We have Professor Adnan, who does all our AI and modelling. We have Augustine, who's sitting in the crowd right there. He turns that work into wonderful user interfaces and our API integrations, so we can integrate with any system seamlessly. We have Dr. Emma Chapelhow that takes all this and makes us a respectable business, counter to my efforts. And of course, I'm the founder, Chris Snipe, general dog's body of the whole business, as any founder should be. So if you're interested in becoming part of our round, please come and talk to me in person. If not, feel free to email me. If you have a general interest or you just want to chat about what we're doing, always happy. Please just email me, chris@agribot.ai. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Chris. Any questions from the audience?
Hello, Chris. Thanks for that presentation. There is quite a lot of activity that I'm aware of in the agri-tech space that crosses over in what you've described. Who are your competitors? Who have you got in sight?
Well, I would argue we don't have a perfect competitor. If you draw a Venn graph, we obviously overlap with certain people like you discussed. Lots of satellite offerings out there focus on optical. Big issue with them is they're affected by clouds. We use radar, which isn't affected by clouds. There's not a lot of commercial use of radar, but there is in commercial space. You also get companies that are only watching fields 20, 30 at a time, so a farmer will sign on and marches that. We're watching every single field in the UK in real time as a matter of course. Where our forecasting comes in use, that's my PhD, which I only finished 6 months ago, so I can talk at length why that's unique, more than anyone would ever want to. And we have published papers on all that kind of stuff in very respectable journals. And in fact, there's another thing I can't quite talk about, but we're about to release a paper with a weather company that would obviously be interested in what we're doing, so we're also hopefully collaborating with them soon. So I take your point, but from a Venn graph perspective, we're quite unique.
Very nice, thanks. Any more questions?
It was very concise then. I can thank you, Ryan, and all the work they've done yesterday with that. It would not have been nearly as concise. You would have got my PhD thesis today if it wasn't for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to the whole team and all the partners who helped out with this build and pitch process. I guess I'm just wondering, what's the thing that you're building or working on now that you're most excited about? I know you might have to conceal the names of some of the partnerships and things like that, but what's the next step that you're most excited about?
Well, we've got the good issue of we've got so many industries that are interested in what we're doing. Of course, we're here talking about agriculture. That's where we're focused at today. We have defense use applications. We have insurance. We have all sorts of other applications. But as we're constantly told as a startup, is to be razor focused. So I am excited about those things, but that's a trap, so I keep being told. So it's a very dangerous question to ask me, to be quite honest. But we've been working on this for 5 years, and this is our first year actually being out there commercializing now that it's built. So it's exciting to actually see all that work and effort over all those years actually starting to be used. So it's a nebulous answer, but I'm just excited by the whole thing, and that's the danger as well.
That's amazing. Great. Anyone else? No? All right. Well, then thanks. Right. Another big round of applause. And next up, we have Native Squared. Are you guys here?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Rob. I am the co-founder and CEO of Native Squared. And we help people and companies protect our planet one square at a time. So we take conservation and regeneration projects and we transform them into tangible, tradable environmental assets called native squares. So if you hold out your arms, that is the size of a native square. It's backed by 40 years of protection and 40 years of environmental rights. And if you buy one of these squares, whether you're an individual who wants to protect some rainforest, whether you're a small company looking to engage your customers, or perhaps you're a large corporate with a net zero target, you get a map where you can see every single square you protect directly. And you get a dashboard which tracks your impact across not just carbon, but also biodiversity and social impact as well. We want to become the global marketplace for nature projects worldwide. And we are the right team to be building this because we're already at market. We're generating revenue for rainforest as we speak. We've already protected something like 7,500 squares of rainforest. And we're innovating right now based on real pain points in the market that we've discovered with our pipeline of projects. Think about us as Kickstarter for nature projects, if you will. So what are these problems that projects face? Well, imagine you're an indigenous community. You're protecting a vast tract of rainforest, often with very little or potentially no resources. You are often lacking basic necessities. You don't have much technical training. And you know that the only way you can continue to resist the constant offers that you're getting from logging companies, and by the way, if they're not offers, they're threats, is to access some form of finance. But to access nature finance at the moment, you need something like 6 figures in upfront costs. You need a 2-year wait time, by which point, of course, it's too late. And even if you somehow manage to get through this process, you're wasting vast amounts of resources on bean counters and middlemen and people with clipboards instead of the money going to the projects and the communities which need the money the most. Now, this isn't a hypothetical. I'm talking about our actual first rainforest project. This is the situation on the ground. But I could have been talking about millions of nature projects around the world, even here in the UK, that are either too small, lack the upfront capital, or maybe they're just not carbon-centric. So this is a huge problem. It's causing biodiversity loss. It's driving climate change, food scarcity, mass migration, and potentially, ultimately, even conflict, as we've seen. So think of any successful marketplace that you can. Etsy, eBay, Airbnb. These marketplaces made it easy for the suppliers to join the marketplace. Think about Airbnb. You sign up, you upload your house, a couple of photos, a few questions, and bingo, you can start renting out your flat. Nobody has done this yet for nature markets until today. So we believe that impactful nature projects deserve finance. Right now, that simply isn't happening. And the reason for that is these barriers to entry that I've mentioned. So we knew that we had to create a tool which can take that 6-figure cost and that 2-year wait time and reduce it so that projects can access finance for free in 1 day. So that's exactly what we've done. We have built a rapid AI onboarding and impact assessment tool. Projects upload a shapefile with the boundaries of their project. They answer a basic questionnaire. And then we use AI and Earth observation data to generate rough and ready carbon, biodiversity, and social impact scores, which means that they can go to market immediately. We've already built a prototype. This prototype is focusing on the UK. It's fully functional. You can come and test it out at our stall. And it's based on proprietary data sets built by Pranav, our head of methodology, who's sitting over here. And the tool was built by James, our chief product officer, who's sitting right next to him. So yeah, this is already working. We're already validating this with real projects in our pipeline, and the plan is to then expand it beyond the UK to focus on global ecosystems anywhere in the world. So I'll tell you just a little bit about how this process works. Let's say I'm a smallholder, a small landowner in the UK. I've got a field. Perhaps I want to seed it for wildflowers or plant some trees. I sign up. I upload a shapefile. I fill in a short questionnaire. That's step 1. Step 2, we conduct a rapid AI analysis powered by public data sets and Earth observation, and we generate carbon, biodiversity, social impact scores. Step 3, there's a review process where we conduct due diligence on the process. We check all the documentation, the title to the land, and we review all those scores and perhaps make tweaks if necessary, at which point we publish it to the map and we can start selling squares. And then at a later date, if we want additional data or additional layers of certification, that's possible too for a fee. The UN estimates that there is a 700 billion a year nature finance gap. Now, this sounds like a big number, almost unfathomably big, but this is our future we're talking about here. If we don't close that gap, we don't have one. And so one of the main reasons why this gap exists are these barriers to entry that I've been talking about. if we can smash these barriers to entry, we can unleash a tidal wave of finance for the projects and communities that need it most. And our business model is that we charge a 20% fee on the sale of each square, which, by the way, is industry leading. Generally speaking, communities and projects get a tiny fraction of the full value, nothing close to 80%. So I've built a team which combine full stack engineering, user-centered design, and deep domain expertise and knowledge in carbon markets. They're also really, really incredibly good looking, as you can see. And we've built ventures before, so we know how to do this. And I think most of all, and I think this is important, we have fun while we're doing it. We're a great team. So we would like to launch this tool to market in Q3. We would like to then expand that globally shortly afterwards. And we'd also like to drive the platform development of our existing platform, the map and the dashboard, and to grow our team. And in order to do that, we're raising £750,000 on a safe note. We also have SEIS advanced assurance if you're a UK investor. But I'm guessing most of you right here don't have £750,000. If you do, good for you. But if you don't, simply by scanning this QR code right here, right now, you can protect your own very unique, specific, beautiful square of rainforest for only £5. Please join us in protecting our planet one square at a time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. All right. Any questions from the audience?
Thank you. Great presentation. Who do you expect is going to be your core audience who is going to be buying these 3 meter by 3 meter squares?
So 3 sort of types of buyers. One is individuals. The very fact we've broken it down to such a small, tangible, literally individual-sized area means that we can appeal to kind of individuals that would generally be overlooked by sort of mainstream carbon and biodiversity markets. So that's one. And potentially there's a strong B2B2C play there as well. You know, buy these trainers and we protect a square of rainforest. I'm checking out, tick this box to protect a square. Every ticket to this event, you know, you get the idea. Then there's the sort of SME market, maybe sort of scale-ups. Maybe they're using this to kind of drive their growth. So become a customer of ours and we'll gift you 5 squares. Or engaging their employees. And then the kind of final customer is when we start to do, you know, more kind of advanced certification and projects that might be more aligned with compliance markets. We can start selling to corporates with net zero targets, or indeed, we've got 2 BNG compliant projects coming on the platform fairly shortly. So in that case, it would be house developers. So really, as a marketplace, we don't have a particular type of project that we think is the best. You know, marine, terrestrial. We don't have a methodology that we think is the only one to use. We're a marketplace to cater to all of these types of buyers and all of these types of projects, which have generally been overlooked and underserved by existing mainstream markets.
Shall we buy a square for every member of the team? Should we do it? We're going to buy a square for every member of the team.
Boom, sold.
Yeah, you say you're doing a sort of this arm's length of a cube. Are all cubes of equal value? Because right now they're equal price. Are you going to have premium squares or?
Great question. So within our first project, it's fairly uniform rainforest. Of course, there's differences, but so we've priced it uniformly. And but a new project, let's say coral reef restoration, is going to be much more capital intensive, much more expensive. So certainly between projects, there'll be vast differences in price. You know, particularly if they have a kind of layer of certification that means they can be sold in compliance markets, what have you. We have explored the idea of having variance between, like, literally one square to the next, based on potentially, you know, I see a rare bird, I take a photo, I upload it to the map, and that could potentially affect kind of live biodiversity scores and pricing. And it does invite complications. Like, for example, this project in the Solomon Islands, the project is actually owned by lots of different sort of families within this larger community. So you don't want to have a situation where one family's, you know, their squares are worth more than things and inviting conflict. So there's a lot of nuances on the ground, but it's conceivable, particularly in the UK where you might have hedgerow here and land there, and you know, it's something we're exploring. But at the moment, each project has one price.
We've done a bit of work with some NGOs who work in conservation projects. And they're terrified of publishing the nature of things on the IUCAN Red List. Is that something you've thought about or looked to manage?
Yeah, ICU in red list data is one of the ways that we come up with our biodiversity methodology. So the biodiversity methodology is very complex, takes in a whole basket of metrics, but one of them is ICU in red list data. So if there is the presence of ICU in red list species, of course, that would higher biodiversity score, probably a higher price.
More thinking you don't want to point out there's a population of pangolins over there for all the pangolin hunters.
Yeah, I actually haven't thought about that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. That was a great talk and great questions. Another round of applause. Thank you. And next up is X10 AI Limited.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity today. So as for DEFRA and for the growth team that have helped us through this GeoAI challenge. I'm Thomas Crummy, the co-founder of X10 AI. I'm here along with my co-founding partner, Chris Reed. So just like with X10 AI, just a bit about the background of what we do as a business. So we're about creating digital twins for sustainable supply chains. So we're not working with just individual farmers, we're working with the whole supply chain from the supermarket retailer down through their processor and down onto the individual farms. Now what this does is give us the opportunity to aggregate together groups of farmers so that we can have an impact with at a catchment level for what the tool can do. And what is driving this? It is the compliance market. So this is a market that is putting 130 billion pounds worth of pressure on our agri-food supply chain. So you've pressure on the supermarkets in terms of compliance and regulations, ESG reporting. You have the same pressure on their agri-food processors and Scope 3 emissions. This feeds down through onto the farms and the pressure that they have for compliance with sustainable farming enterprises or incentives. You have compliance pressures on the water companies in terms of trying to improve water. So there is the compliance pressure is there, the market value is there, but what is missing is the data. And it's not as though there isn't data there. Like a lot of people tend to think about agriculture as being a bit of a data desert. Actually, it's the opposite problem. There's a world of data, but a lot of it is fragmented or potentially just too blunt. With Earth observation data, it is difficult to get that resolution that you need. There's data through consultancies, whether they're carbon footprint calculators or nutrient management plans and things like that. But what we look to do is to pull all of this data together through the X10 AI platform so that we create a true digital twin of not just the farm, but also the supply chain with the farm. So we're coming the whole way through. So as we're data agnostic, we're just looking for the different streams of data that are available to come through. And how we do this is that we use the existing on-farm data, so the likes of the nutrient management plans. Oh, I've got a shake in my hand. The likes of the nutrient management plan, that on-farm data, the farmer knowledge. That farmer knowledge to help with ground truth, the Earth observation data. We use the Earth observation data to validate the on-farm data, and through that we build up the digital twin. And in terms of this, we're at that point where this is a live deployment. We've worked with a leading UK supermarket and with their main red meat processor, and we have deployed this on a commercial pilot. We've surveyed over 10,000 acres of farms across GB and Northern Ireland. So the partnerships are there. So we're working and validated it alongside farmers. We're working and validated alongside the agri-food processors and with the supermarkets. We've had the support of UKRI with the Bridge AI fund. We're working with DEFRA already on a couple of adopt farms as well. So we are, and we're ready to go to the next stage. And the next stage is 500 farms within that supermarket supply chain that we were talking about. And what we're looking about is independent verification of the data. So as we're standardizing the data that's coming through, the carbon, the nutrient flows. And then what we can do is aggregate that data up to a settlement level, catchment, impactful data set. But the key thing is the farmer owns the data. So collaboratively, the farmer can come together in the collective and aggregate that data, so that data has an impact at a catchment level. So you think of a supermarket having 500 farms in their supply chain in the Severn catchment area. Well, all of a sudden, the water company can go to that supply chain and have an impact in that catchment area. So for an example, with that 500 farms, with certain interventions, then we can look at the removal of 4,000 tons of CO2, the removal of 155 tons of phosphorus, and the removal of 17 tons of nitrogen, which through the platform we can validate. So as digital validation, reporting and monitoring, which has a value then to an end customer, such as a water company. So we've got a strong team, 20 years of experience in the livestock, the renewable energy sector. So as we're working very closely with our academic partners on the AI, machine learning, geospatial aspect of things, but also key looking at a whole system approach to this. So going forward, we have validated the model. We've aligned ourselves with the supermarkets. We've aligned ourselves with the compliance need of the agri-food processing, aligned ourselves with the compliance needs for the farmers, and hopefully through the GeoAI challenge and going forward, now that we're one of the winners, we'll be able to align ourselves with what DEFRA's compliance needs are. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Questions?
Hi, thank you for a really interesting presentation. I'm conscious that you're working in a sector where businesses can be quite reluctant to share data with government. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how you're resolving or overcoming those barriers to access to that data.
You're very correct on that. There is huge trust issues in this sector of compliance. But I think it's got the point now where everybody realizes that they're going to have to share a wee bit of trust. They're all in this together. And I think the key thing is that for the farmer, it's their data, they own their data, but the value of their data is in the aggregation, which then provides that anonymity for the catchment. Because really, at the end of the day, DEFRA's interests, Ofwat's interests, the water company's interests, isn't really on the individual farm. It's the impact of the collective on water quality, air quality, or carbon sequestration.
Any more questions?
Okay.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked earlier. What's been the most valuable part of the GeoAI Festival for your company?
I think one of the key values for us, because we are on that commercial journey already, we are working with a major UK supermarket and the red meat processor. Day-to-day it's hectic. It's pretty full on. And what the GeoAI competition, the challenge has allowed us to do, and along with the team as well, is to sort of step back from our day-to-day business and sort of think of what we're doing and focus in on what we're doing. And I think that's been very valuable for us, vital for us at the stage that we're at. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Let's get a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have two more. Up next is Earth Savvy. Earth Savvy, are you here?
All right, thank you. I have to admit, it feels a bit like coming off the bench in the 85th minute, but we'll do our best. So I'm Matt, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of EarthSavvy. And our mission today is to make sustainable farming incentives work for farmers. We want to help get the most value out of every one of the billions of pounds that are invested to improve the farm economy and the environment. It's no secret that the Earth observation industry and the space industry in general is amazing at collecting data. We have a wealth of information that's available from space. But to be honest, we're awful at putting those insights in the hand of users that need them to make day-to-day decisions. My co-founder Laura and I are familiar with this problem. We took complex, hard-to-use data from the aviation industry, and we turned it into a billion-dollar business with Skywards. And we're ready to do the same for Earth observation in the agri-food industry. We want to help bring these day-to-day insights from space and put them in the hands of farmers and agronomists who are working to improve the land and the environment day in and day out. So this problem is readily apparent when we think about the Sustainable Farming Incentives Program. DEFRA and the UK government are investing £5 billion over 2 years to improve the environment and the farm economy. The challenge is there's a diverse range of nature outcomes that they're looking to fund. And each one of those has to have rules and regulations around it so that it's clear to farmers and landowners. But the end result is that there are 234 separate payment schemes that a farmer might be eligible for, each of which has a multi-page document outlining the rules and the regulations that they need to follow. So as a result, it's only the largest farms that can take full advantage of sustainable farming incentives. And small and medium farms between 5 and 100 hectares in size, that's 2/3 of all the farms in the UK, are unable to access this important source of funding for their environment and their farm. The world looks very different if you're a large farm. You have a farm business manager whose job it is to understand sustainable farming and other incentives. And you can easily afford to hire a consultant at a cost of £2,500 or more to help you put together the application, gather the digital data you need, and get your application into DEFRA early to ensure that you get the funding to which you're entitled. The world is totally different if you're a small farm. You lack the time and you lack the expertise to understand all 234 incentive schemes. You don't have the resources to hire a consultant, and as a result, you're unlikely to submit an application, and if you do, it's probably too late to get you funding that you need. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can automate the process of understanding all 234 incentives. We can use our AI engine and geospatial data to help each farmer get a customized recommendation so that they know the top 3 incentives from which they can benefit, and they can take a decision that is best for them, for their farm, and for the environment around them. We're going to put EarthSavvy in the hands of consulting agronomists so that instead of offering a manual solution at £2,500 or more per application, they can offer an accessible solution, fully automated, that farmers can use to get access to up to £15,000 a year in incentives that can help them run their business more sustainably and help their own family's economy. So let's take a look under the hood a bit and see how this actually works. So the EarthSavvy engine is already proven with manufacturers and finance and insurance companies who need to understand the world around them. We've built a collection of AI agents backed by proprietary data that make getting insights from Earth observation data as easy as just asking a question and getting a simple answer at the end. So we use large language models to make sense of the diversity of human language. But importantly, we don't rely on those agents to create solutions for us. EarthSavvy is backed by a database we've built out of over 1 million Earth observation papers that captures a diverse array of satellite applications, algorithms, and data sources. And we have pre-built physics-based algorithms that our agents mix and match to create a bespoke analysis to answer that farmer's question and get them the insight that they need. And we've talked about our solution. Sorry, and we've shared our solution with farmers. For them to use EarthSavvy, it's as simple as asking a question to begin with. For example, what can I do to improve my land? Our system automatically gathers the boundaries of their fields, automatically understands the land use types behind them, and uses those to give them that top 3 recommendation searching through all 234 incentives to give them the right steer and the right insights. They can also use the rest of the EarthSavvy platform to ask important follow-up questions about field productivity, about flooding, about water retention, and everything else they might need to make the decision that is best for them and for their land. We've heard consistent feedback from all of the consulting agronomists that we've spoken to. The sustainable farming incentives are complex, and there just isn't enough time or money to deal with the advice to farmers manually. There simply isn't a way to reach small and medium farms unless we can automate that process. The ultimate validation for our solution, because we're advising them on the decision, is whether those farmers and those agronomists are following the recommendations that we make. So the next step, so our team, as I mentioned before, has done this already. We're used to dealing with complex data, and we're used to making it accessible to people that just want insights, that don't want to deal with massive images, and that don't want to deal with huge databases. We've done this before, and we've built the right team to scale up the business quickly within Earth observation. And it all begins with the pilot program. Following the GeoAI Festival and the talk we're doing today, we're opening up a pilot program to work with consulting agronomists and farm consultancies across the UK to test out our solution, to validate our user experience, and to make sure that we're making the right recommendations to the right people. The technology is ready, the platform is there, and the need is real. We can get this done in time to be ready for the second round of sustainable farming incentives, which we're expecting to come in June, prior at the beginning of summer. So I hope that all of you have found value in the talk today. But there are three kinds of people in particular that I'd love to speak to afterwards at our booth or virtually. So first, if you're part of DEFRA, I'd love to speak with you. We need your insight and we need your access to farmers and to the agri-food industry. We can do this together, and we can make data accessible to everyone. Second, we are raising a pre-seed round now. So if you're an investor that has seen the possibilities we create in the agriculture industry, and you're interested in learning more about what we're doing for manufacturers, finance, and insurance companies, please talk to me. We'd love you to be part of our journey. And third, if you've got a great Earth observation idea, if you know that there's valuable data that people can use, but you're just not sure how to connect it to the business problem, we'd love to speak with you. The EarthSavvy platform is flexible, it's proven, and it's in use across a number of different industries. We'd love to find new uses today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, another great presentation. So Ollie has asked twice now what has been the best thing about the GeoAI Festival. Ollie, if I may just turn the tables just for a moment. What could Innovate UK, the GeoAI Festival, and indeed DEFRA do to really supercharge the growth in your business that we all really want to see? What could they do differently next time?
Well, I think that's a great question, and really, I'll speak to you, Ollie, but I'll speak to the audience as well, because I think there's many different facets of DEFRA. I think, as we've said, the biggest challenge for us, a company that's used to working with manufacturers and used to working with insurance companies and the like, is to figure out who we need to talk to. Who are those most valuable stakeholders, those farm consultancies that are at the leading edge, that people listen to, that they take advice from, and that they want to follow. Those are the people we want introductions to, because we know when they see EarthSavvy, they're going to want to use it, and they're going to want to get access to these small and medium farms that are probably not part of their client base today.
Any other questions? Oh. Okay, we got one more.
Hi, Matt. Can you hear me? Hi, Matt. Just thinking about your end user here, how would that business model work with the end users in using your platform?
That's a great question, Reese. Thank you. I think what we thought a lot about is who our end user actually was and who the buyer would be. So we think ultimately the end user is the farmer, because it's up to them to decide what they want to do with their land. But it's very, very challenging to get access to the tens of thousands of farmers across the UK. So we're going to rely on working with consulting agronomists that are already working today with the largest farms. Because in their hands, with the right automated tool and the power of AI and Earth observation data, they're able to access small and medium farms and offer them a compelling, valuable service that doesn't take a huge amount of their time and that they can afford to offer at a compelling price. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Round of applause. And last but certainly not least is Orbiventure.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Abigail and I am the founder of Orbiventure. It's an absolute pleasure to be finishing up the pitch presentations today for the GeoAI Festival. And I would like to start off our conversation by speaking about our end customer, which is Inshore UK Fisheries. And as it stands, they have a reporting problem. Right now, the current reporting structure and mandatory vessel and catch behavior does not accurately showcase how these fisheries operate. In conjunction with this, when you start looking at the emerging UK marine regulation and other coastal uses such as offshore wind, fisheries are becoming increasingly concerned their ways of life will not be protected. When you look at the current system, it makes sense why they feel this way. Current recording often takes handwritten documentation and inputting it into government portals, which does not showcase the decisions they made whilst on the sea. From a regulatory side, they still don't understand fishing behavior in a wider context, nor the potential overlaps as they create future regulations that will dictate how these industries can operate. When you look at just a small aspect of this, which is the administration burden, that alone is $1 million problem. The result, neither parties are particularly happy with how this system is working, and this is what Orbiventure set out to solve. I would like to introduce our MVP, which is SeaVoice, looking at accurate automated catch reporting that helps fishers showcase their behaviors without burden, while also helping the regulators get a more holistic understanding of how these industries operate. The end result is not just how these coasts are being used, but why. When we looked at designing SeaVoice, we worked hand in glove with both fishers and regulators, not just understanding their user behaviors, but the societal and larger ecosystem they operate in, alongside the operational and financial constraints they face every day. Every single feature included in our platform is a suggestion by a stakeholder and end user working to help us design it. We're a tech company, but we're driven by behavioral dynamics. So our first layer within SeaVoice is looking at how can we automate the reporting process, looking at voice from pre-existing platforms or image detection of catch reports. And then once we understand that behavior, overlaying Earth observation to understand that environmental conditions to which they operate in. We finalize this by feeding in the emerging UK marine regulation to understand and make sure that every single forecast that our platform makes is aligned with all parties and the insights they need. And we understand that to make anything commercial for the fishing industry, you cannot do that without including them in every single part of the design process. And that's why co-design is an absolute underlying value of what we do within Orbiventure. And when we look how this impacts the current system, which still feels extractive, it still creates tension points between government and regulation, and overall still requires intensive manual surveying to still get the right image. SeaVoice looks to dissolve this by understanding how to report fishing behavior, by introducing smart technology that's verified by fishing insights, and overall creating a more cohesive feedback structure as we see initiatives such as offshore wind or marine protected areas become a reality. And when we look how we're going to take this further, we're currently enrolled in the Imperial College's We Innovate program, which introduces us to leading edge data scientists to help our pilot project and produce early stage funding. And we are also working with parties in Canada to produce a bid towards the European Space Agency's Responsible Fishing program. Now, my ask for anybody in the audience today is we are pre-seed and looking for any angels or investors that would be open to ground up Earth observation adoption. And we are also looking for pilot project locations. We're developing a very in-depth relationship structure with many different fisheries, but we want to make sure that we're scaled once we attain the European Space Agency grant. And although this was led by the OrbiVenture team, I just want to emphasize C-Voice was really built by our end users. And to that, just take a quick moment to shout out to all of them that dedicated so many volunteer hours and times for critique and iteration during this process. And beyond this, our team has been structured to make sure that this will be adopted. We have worked in several space companies piloting and projecting their space assets into commercial products for terrestrial uses. Alongside our advisors have both started and closed multiple space and marine companies. And with that being said, I just want to say thank you, because the GeoAI Festival not only kickstarted this for us as the OrbiVenture company, but introduced us to an amazing collective of companies also driven to make climate change access more accessible, more holistic, and more inclusive. And that's what we are trying to do with OrbiVenture and C-Voice, and thank you all for your time.
Thanks. Any questions? One here in the front.
You're dealing with one of the pain issues of the reporting side, but I wonder, is there any sort of uplift side? Is there anything that can make operations more efficient? Go here, you get less bycatch, or go... I know in the tropics I've seen guidance on where to go, and where people went yesterday has been very effective, but they don't have radars there or anything, so...
No, that's a brilliant question, and in short, absolutely, that's where we want to project out to. I think given the frame of the hackathon, we almost an answer to a similar question, we decided to focus in on the key pain point, which was this reporting. But once we overlay that EO data and we can actually kind of begin to produce spatial analytics, we easily see this being able to kind of succeed in the gains of, where to fish, when to fish, that seasonal planning, and also, how it could help with setting traps, how it could help with, the conversation of zonal uses. Definitely, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we get one last round of applause for Abigail and OrbiVenture, and for all of the companies that presented today? Thank you. Yeah, this was a really amazing set of pitches. So
I'll quickly finish off with a few reflections just before my voice entirely goes, because I've not had any water today. I think what's really clear from all of these sessions, all of these talks that we've seen, there's a nice photo of me, we're clearly facing some huge challenges today across government, across DEFRA, across your industries that you're working in. There are some really, really big challenges. But I think what's clear is that there's so much that can be achieved when people work together, when conversations happen, when government come together with industry, with academia, with SMEs, the whole ecosystem. It shows what can be done. Abigail actually just took one of the points I was going to say, which is it's really important to know that there are lots of sort of mechanisms to help to fund your projects too. So she mentioned the UK Space Agency's grant funding, which, in case you aren't aware, the UK Space Agency are here somewhere in this building. Like, if you haven't thought about any of their grants before, definitely talk to those guys because they exist. I think one of the big barriers is that people just don't know that these things are out there, and you end up with quite a lot of big companies often winning the same things. DEFRA have similar ones. The Farm and Innovation Programme is one. We hope that there'll be another iteration of the Innovation and Environmental Monitoring Programme too. There are lots of things, you've just got to keep your eyes open for them, and I know that's tough, but you're all very clever people, I'm sure you can work that So finally, just a huge congratulations to everyone who took part in the hackathon and the GeoAI festival. It's honestly been such a great experience to be a part of. Thank you to everyone who's played a role within that. Congratulations to our winners, obviously. And I guess the last thing to say is I just really hope this isn't the end of this story. I hope to see that something like this happens again. I hope that the winners continue developing their products and, yeah, hopefully makes the change that the world clearly needs. So thank you, everyone, and have a great rest of your day.
And what a wonderful set of presentation we've been treated to. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Ollie, who have done something here. Well, I'd like to invite the next panel up.
We've got some great experts with us. So we have Paul Larcy, we have Sam Burrell, Peter Round, and Lieutenant Colonel Jim Cheeseman. I'm going to let them do their introductions because I would never do them justice, and then we'll move on to the panel. So, in under a minute, please, each of you. Paul, you can go first.
Thanks, Zena. So I look after national security and defence for Innovate UK Business Connect. What does that mean? What do I do? So I run a program for MOD where we link SMEs up with defence primes. I do a bit of deep horizon scanning and work on some of the technologies that the security agencies require in the difficult conditions they find themselves. And a bit more than that, but it will take more than a minute.
Hi there, I'm Sam Burrell. I'm an investor with Expeditions. We're a venture capital fund investing in defence and security companies. We invest at pre-seed, seed and Series A. Check sizes from a few $100,000 through to €5 million.
Hi everybody, I'm Pete Round. I work for a company called Earth Daily Analytics, a background in the UK military, the European Union and then space for 10 years. And we have a constellation, or shortly have a constellation, excuse me, of 10 satellites doing Earth observation of the whole globe every day.
Good afternoon, Space-Comm Expo. By way of introduction, I am Lieutenant Colonel Jim Cheeseman. I'm the desk lead for capability development within UK Space Command. Predominantly my job is to make recommendations for the future constellation and also really sort of to engender a cross-Whitehall approach. So it's less about defence space, it's more about HMG space.
Brilliant. So we've got some great panellists here. How the panel's going to work, how we're going to run it. So we're going to have a chat for about 20 minutes, and then we're going to hand the floor over to you for some questions. So start thinking of them now, and then we'll wrap up. But to start with, Luke has already given a great overview of what the panel's about. I thought it'd be really helpful to see what the panel thought the definition of dual use for design is, so we're all on the same page. There's a lot of controversy, I think, in some of the media, or ambiguity. So, for each of you, what does dual use by design mean for you?
So yeah, I think dual use is becoming, it's like the buzzword of the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see it disappear in a few years when it's reached its hypercycle peak. So it's technology that has both a military and a civilian application, and from Sam, I'm sure will tell you about this. You know, a lot of the companies that want to sell into the military, the long procurement cycles, there's complexity around actually finding who to speak to. So you're going to need both, and at the same time, you're going to need both a civilian and a military market. And at the same time, if you want investors, they want to sort of look at their risks. So I think it's about spreading your risk. But with it comes challenges and complexities about the technology and how data and information is shared.
So at Expeditions, we like the term dual use. It's helpful. And what I would say is, so we try not to get too wrapped up about it. There's a cohort of people that don't like it. We're ambivalent. It just means technologies that are useful or can be bought by civilian and government customers, as opposed to technologies that are just for government or which aren't bought by government. It's as straightforward as that.
Yes, I'm going to make a claim to fame here that I was probably part of the team that invented the phrase dual use, and it goes back to some perhaps 12 years ago when we were trying to get investment into the defence industries out of the European Union. And I was the European Union Capability Director for military capability at the time. And the EU Commission at that point in time was not allowed to invest in defence. But if you called it dual use, then they could, because they could invest in the civilian side, and vast quantities of money was put into dual use capabilities. Of course, we've evolved since then, so what does it mean now? And it means something slightly different now. And I think I come from a company that started life very much in the civil sector, looking at mining, agriculture, and other space-based derived, the use of space-based derived information. But it becomes very clear as you go on that there is a limitation in the amount of investment you can get and the amount of customer base that there is out there if you don't include the military. And of course, as the defence situation, geopolitics gets more and more difficult, the military needs more and more information, then dual use becomes the sensible way to go. But it does really mean now designing the capability from the outset to work for both. And that means it has to have perhaps a reliability and a resilience and a protection in terms of cyber and cryptography that you might not have if you were just designing for civil use. I'll leave it at that.
So if Peter actually invented the word, I had to make a definition of it for the military a couple of years ago, which I struggled with, I've got to be honest. I came up with something along the lines of, it means building capabilities that are commercially viable in peacetime, but operationally credible in a crisis. The key bit I wanted to get across is we don't redesign the system when actually the bullets start flying. And I guess that's one of the key points I want to get across. Back then when I was trying to define it, it was mostly talking about just buying defence commercial data. But actually now it's, key 3 points from me. It's you've got to build it for resilience. The kit up there is going to get hammered. It's in a contested environment. It needs to be resilient to electronic attack and also cyber hardened. It needs to be commercially scalable, but operationally sovereign. So I think we all agree that sort of UK military cannot afford exquisite, bespoke constellations for each mission, nor can we actually rely on the good grace or goodwill of access models. But actually, if there are any companies out there that want to give us free data, I'm all ears. What we really is, clear priority access mechanisms, transparent surge pricing frameworks, and actually, probably most importantly, license models that recognise the operational realities. The final point I want to put out is the fact that actually the data is arguably more important than actual who owns the platform. Whether the platform is designed for insurance purposes, agriculture, I couldn't care less really. What we're after is the latency, the fusion, the reliability of it, is it assured, and the actual legal clarity of use.
Okay, so much we can pick up on there. Let's start first, because there's different perspectives in the room, and we can look first at the investors, we can also look at the technology providers, and then also the suppliers. Let's look at the technology companies first that want to become dual use, want to come into this space, and remember this is dual use by design in defence. What are the barriers for those companies, and then what are the opportunities if they overcome those barriers?
Well, I think the opportunities are huge because of the unfortunate geopolitical situation. Before I was in Innovate, I spent many years in investment, and suddenly a lot of my limited partners, the big banks, are suddenly calling me again saying, hey, I haven't spoken to you for ages, but really interested in the work you're doing. So there's money out there, not that we're quite seeing it from our own MOD at the moment, a lot of promise. So there's opportunity. But I think the challenge is, again, the complexity of the procurement cycle, the difficulty of knowing exactly what the demand use is, which can sometimes be a little bit complex. Companies don't quite understand. And so just remind me the other part of the question again.
Well, I'm going to leave you there just because of time, because I think we're going to come back to a couple of these. Can I go to Peter next, actually, from your point of view, from your company?
Yes, but if I may, I'll answer the question on a sort of broad, over the last 10 years of being involved in a couple of startups and then the company I'm with now. And I'm going to start with the negative first, which is the barrier. And the barrier is banking. Getting a simple bank account. I'm talking UK now, I work for a Canadian company. In the UK, if you're a defence company and you walk into, or a dual use defence capability startup, and you walk into a high street bank in the UK, any of them, they will not give you a bank account. And that is a major problem for startups that are operating the defence side. But that's sort of my further back history. What I want to talk about, though, perhaps is more what I'm doing now with a Canadian company, and why are we interested in dual use? Well, and this is the benefits. So the benefits are that it's another market. It's a market that's quite difficult to penetrate and takes a long time, which is certainly a barrier. You need to be well funded. But once you have penetrated it, and you do have proved that you have the levels of resilience and ability to deliver, then the defence market tends to be a loyal, a reliable, and to use a more buzzy word, sticky market. So, so it is the place to be. And finally, of course, defence is into innovation. They will spend money on innovation. They'll invest in innovation if you have a good idea, and that's really good for us as a company, and good for defence in getting the capabilities they need.
Well, look, can I talk about the opportunities? Glass half full. So hopefully now we can see that, you know, the demand signal it is structural. You know, the defence demand signal for Earth observation is persistent and it's absolutely growing. And proliferated LEO architectures favour scalable commercial providers. Second point I would argue is just sovereign and allied market access. You know, companies, and there is a challenge, but the companies that align with the UK security requirements, the export control frameworks, and those allied data sharing standards will prioritise themselves for allied and Five Eye integration. And the final one, just, you know, sort of on the positive side of the blended capital, you know, dual use, it unlocks the commercial VC capital. Government grants we've already discussed, and Peter's already mentioned significant defence innovation, but also hopefully at the end, long-term MOD contracting. And that blended stack, you know, it reduces the risk if structured correctly.
Yeah, so the investor viewpoint, I would say, is twofold. Firstly, so I spend my time meeting companies, analysing teams and trying to decide if they're going to achieve a multi-million-dollar outcome. The way that we think about that and the lens that we apply in a dual-use setting is at the very early stage, are they going after one market or another in particular? What we like to see is a company that's targeting either government or civil, but not both at the same time. Because what we find is that it's really difficult to do both at an early stage. Once you've gone through a seed round and maybe Series A and you've got more people on the team to develop product, then you can start attacking both markets. But to begin with, you really need to define who the customer is. And even though your product may eventually be dual use at a later date, you might find that you're single use to begin with. So that's something that we think about as investors. And then I would say the other thing is, to be an investor in the space is you need to have an understanding of both markets. And so it's really useful. My background is in the Royal Marines, so I do have a government, some government and military experience. It's really useful to bring that into the investment space, and we need more investors with government and military experience.
Can I ask Sam a quick question, just riffing off that? So the dual use, what is your recommendation? Which civilian or military should they go first?
That's I would say it depends on the background of the founders. So they will be a natural fit. You know, Jim, if you were to start a satellite company, I would say you should go after government first as your first customer, right? Because you're having been desk officer for UK Space Command, you will have a very good network in that. But there will be founders coming from the civilian side who have better networks into that area. So the answer is it will be obvious from your background.
Thank you.
And I'm going to come to Paul, but you said it's important to get more investors that have more domain knowledge. We would say is quite rare. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's rare. So veterans have historically been poor entrants into venture capital. I think that's because venture capital was a bit of an opaque space, and I had no idea about it when I left the military. Hadn't ever heard of it. I think that is changing now, and I'm seeing colleagues of mine who have done 20 years in the military leaving and thinking, well, maybe I could start a fund, or maybe I could join a fund. So that's nicely changing.
I'm going to bring Paul in here because I think you do have something to add to that.
Well, I think one of the ways that Innovate UK and Innovate Business Connect have really helped is that more and more challenges coming through from the sector. We're able to use our enormous database to go out and say to people, look, you've got a bit of tech, this could be applied in a defence and security perspective. And we've run a particular series of challenges, mostly for the security agencies. We've had over 1,000 companies from our database come in. 35% of them have never touched the sector before. So these are people that said, oh yeah, I've got a piece of tech that could work here. And again, that's opening up the innovation, it's sort of opening up the ecosystem. And once we're a nice soft entry model for them. They don't have to try and find somebody in the MOD, which is quite hard. They can come to us. We do the MOD security connection for them. There's interest out there and desire.
Which is good. And one thing I would emphasise is dual use can go both ways, as we've already said. It can go into defence or into commercial. So I think we can consider both sides. On that point, what I would really like, before we go to questions, what are the key technologies that we should be prioritising investment in space over the next 5 years?
So I'll go first. It's an investment question, but Jim will obviously have a view, which I'm keen to hear. So for me, actually, one of the things that we're thinking about at Expeditions, and this is a recent thesis, is how can we as Europeans become more sovereign in a post-Greenland world? What are those capabilities upon which we rely for the US at the moment that credibly within sort of 10 to 15 years we can build in Europe and have ourselves? Actually, so there's the list is submarines, nuclear, strategic lift, air-to-air refueling, but then after that comes a whole host of space capabilities, right? So space-based ISR, space-based STIGINT, space-based early warning, space domain awareness, and all of those things we currently rely on the US, and then there will be an enormous appetite within Europe. And heads of state are beginning to drive this already to create our own versions of that. So I see an enormous opportunity over the next 10 years to invest in those capabilities where we don't quite have a good European version yet.
I think that goes nicely on to Jim. What would your perspective be for technology to prioritise?
So look, it's all out there. The Space Industrial Plan, please, if you forget everything else I say, just remember Space Industrial Plan, Annex A is the highly assured technical areas. It's all down there. This is the stuff that HMG really wants to get at. We're looking at inter-satellite links, software configurable, onboard processes, secure TT&C, and we've already talked about the threat out there, the robust threat and hazard mitigation. So please, sort of just Google it. It comes up on gov.uk. That is what we're after.
So I think what's required for the dual use approach of this expanding market, I looked it up earlier today, Earth observation satellites 30 billion by 2035. It's going to be a big market. We need a new security architecture to enable that we can use both. There's a lot to unpick there, but things like Edge AI, I think, sensor systems, I think that's going to be, and there's such a lot of development in that. And again, coming back to what Sam said and what Jim said, sovereign resilience. We really do need very secure supply chains, not just in satellites, but generally.
From the position of a company trying to provide what you want, I think Jim's point is really important, that we need to know what you want, and documents like the strategy are really important to us, and the sooner they can be got out, even if the detail is thin, then the better it is for us to try and get on with providing you with what you want. But I also think we need to think about practically some of the things we need, and it's all the old buzzwords, latency, satellite communications, edge processing, orbital data centers. All these are needed. We've got to find the investment to do that, and I promise you the commercial sector can bring you the innovation and skill sets to do it if they can find the funding to help with it.
So I just want to pick up on a couple of things that have gone across the questions. So we've mentioned that the benefit of dual use is to spread risk. The market is difficult to penetrate though. So if we're looking from a commercial strategy, so instead of the technology point of view, are there any pointers or one piece of advice you'd give them in terms of a commercial strategy? I'm going to come to Sam first because of your VC background, but is there something you would think of?
So by that you mean going after non-government? Okay. I think the key thing is having a background and having a network into that community and understanding the problem really well. So when from an investment perspective, what we always look for, and in this, and probably this applies to space more than other sectors in defence and security, is a team that really understands the sector well. So they must have experience of space. They must have connections to the user base and be able to put something in front of an end user pretty quickly. Without that, it's just really hard to get traction. That's applicable in government just as it is on the civilian side, but that's something that without that we can't make an investment.
That's a really good point. And am I right in thinking, Paul, that connections to networks and helping connect to end users, that's something Innovate UK can help with?
Yeah, no, absolutely. No. And really picking up what Sam has said, I come across so many startups, spin-ups from universities, not just in this sector, who say our total addressable market is $3 trillion. Focus on what you think you've got a solution for a sector. So, I think agriculture obviously is big in here, but finance and around risk, and I think that's going to be a very big market that Earth observation satellites can really, really help with. So it's get the right people on your team. But yes, Innovate UK is here to help.
Yeah, I think you need to be an expert in what you do, and to be an expert you need to limit the breadth of that field to a certain extent. And I'm just mindful of what Sam said earlier about go after, if it's dual use, the title of the panel, go after either defence or civilian, and it doesn't matter which order you do it in, as long as you do one or the other. I sort of think it does, because if you're going to go after defence, you do need to be credible, and it's really hard to get that credibility in defence first. So I sort of deep down feel that most of us, like we did at Earth Daily, will start in the civilian sector, mining, agriculture and so on, and then move that expertise across to defence rather than the other way around. It's just my feeling.
That is what I would have assumed, but what Jim said was really interesting in his definition of dual use, which is a key. I'm going to ruin your definition, Jim. Sorry. A key technology which is good enough in a crisis, and that tells me actually that in a crisis, military is willing to accept something that isn't necessarily designed with military in mind, as long as it works.
So it was civilian first, probably.
Yeah, well, the point, civilian could be civilian first, and then and Jim in a crisis will still adopt it.
Jim, is that fair? We've got to validate without you.
No, absolutely. I think I sort of mentioned it when I started off. If we can solve, the pricing, the assurance, the licensing, but it's got to be done early, right at the go-get. So, when the balloon goes up, we can revert to military use.
And I think that's an important point because times are changing, time scales are changing on what we need to deliver, and that needs to be thought of when we're doing the dual use. Okay, I'm going to head to the audience, and this is old school, so it's hands up with a microphone. I'm going to run around, I think, get my steps in.
Hi panel, John Kerner. I've been looking around for a nail in the wall to bang my head against during this panel. Having once sit in a very similar seat to you, Jim, MOD level strategic capability management, moved into a second sector, primarily national transport infrastructure, where I was dealing with another government department, and then formed my own portfolio career where I very much see space being the third leg of my defence transport school from an EO and position, navigation and time perspective. How do we unlock the silos that exist within the public sector so the cash can actually flow down to the SMEs? Many have got the solutions of defence's problems, of transport problems, of the agricultural sector problems, and actually create that power of combinations. Last year we have only had a strategic defence review that signposted lots of really brilliant things, and actually having a societal approach to defence security and national resilience. We're talking a lot about it, but we're not unlocking the blockers to it quickly enough. How do you think we can do that?
So you're aware of UK Defence Innovation, UKDI? So that's 5 themes. That is 400 million. Not a huge amount, but better than nothing. Where we're going to be looking at TRL 5. So we're going to be opening up. We'll be working with them, working with the defence clusters to try and find companies who have got some interesting tech that we can bring at very early stage. For military, TRL 5 is quite early days. So that's one. It's not perfect, but at least that's one approach.
Can I just pick you up on that, Paul? For those who don't know what TRL levels are, what do you mean by TRL 5?
Technology readiness levels.
So give us an example of what 5 would be.
Yeah, what's 5?
You've got it out of the lab, you've got a prototype, it's not quite there. So it's 1 to 2 is you're playing around with it.
I don't know what they are.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna come clean on that.
All right, okay. So
I know 9 is like the top end,
yeah,
and
9.
1 is the very lowest. I don't know what the others are.
Okay, so you look it up on the website, the UKR website. It's 1, 0, 1, 2. You're still playing around the lab. 3, 4, 5. Got some prototypes. Yeah.
Essentially,
so
yeah.
Normally, DSTL defence.
I suppose
7.
My point is, we don't get wrapped up about it.
No, I don't want to get wrapped up, but I also want to make sure we're not bombarded by acronyms and don't know where we are.
That's true.
Okay, so Jim, did you want to come in on the unlocking?
So look, I'm very conscious. I think it was Lord Willett said last year that sort of the UK space industries are, sort of a couple of primes and lots of minnows, and it is, that is unhealthy. Was it 1906 space companies? The vast majority of those are just are living on handouts, from the likes of UKRI and others. So I think really certainly. From the military, we would like a choice, and having 1.5 primes is not great for a choice. So a more heterogeneous industry ecosystem out there would certainly be a big unblocker.
I'm going to use things you've heard over the years, which is have some trust in the civil sector to be able to do it. Be prepared to release money earlier, accept the odd failure, but don't see the failure of something as a total failure. You learn something along the way, and if you do that, you'll just get there quicker. And I think in the geopolitical situation we're in at the moment, we need to get there quickly.
Sam, would you agree with that from the VC perspective?
Yes.
Good. I was unsure of the face, but I thought we'd just check. And I have to say, I'm not sure about you guys, but one thing we're seeing is there's a lot more communication between industry, academia, government, SMEs, which I think will also help with some of the silos, but there's still a lot of work to do. Any other questions?
It's a tough one to crack.
Yeah. Any other questions from the floor? Otherwise, we're going to keep chatting. Cool. Okay, so... Oh.
You mentioned that defence is hard to penetrate. Can you give any sense of the success rate?
No, to be honest.
That's a tough question.
I know. We haven't got metrics. I don't know. Maybe Jim knows a bit more.
No, I don't. But I think it's worth. I always thought it's sort of a frank and open conversation is much better than rather than me to say everything's going to be right at the end. You know, at the moment, UK Space Command are focusing on getting a baseline constellation aloft, and that will be 2031. And to be brutally honest, we're mostly dealing with the primes at the moment because they're the only organisations that can meet that requirement. However, from 2031 onwards, that's when we're going to go into, I call it iPhone. You know, we're just going to be constantly iterating. We'll be having 3 to 4 launches a year, and that is really then we can capture all this brilliant sort of the tech advantage that the SMEs provide. That's when we'll be in a position to actually exploit that. But to be honest, it is difficult at the moment until we've actually got that baseline constellation up in the air.
I also use the phrase difficult to penetrate, and I say that having sat on both sides of the house. And why defence can be quite hard to penetrate is there's no published phone book. You can't reverse engineer an email address. And sometimes you can't walk into the building to talk to people. So those initial contacts can be quite difficult. And that's, in a sense, how it's hard to penetrate. Once you get into it, you get involved with the people, then you can move forward. But the initial step is quite difficult, particularly, I think, for SMEs who have no background or experience in that arena.
Which brings me back to my point earlier, which is really important to have a background and experience. I would say, so to give you a number, I would say less of the companies that we meet, less than 50% actually. The companies that we meet, which are aiming to sell to defence, less than 50% eventually achieve that. And by that I mean a contract that's longer than 1 year. The reason for that is twofold. Firstly, what we just said about needing contacts and needing to understand how to get in there. But secondly, what Jim said, defence and within that Space Command are working with primes, and that's because primes are the only ones that can deliver that capability for the moment. That means that the market for early stage companies is relatively small. That will grow over time. But if you're a procurement officer dishing out contracts, the safest bet for you is to give it to someone that you know isn't going to fail. And that's where we are with government procurement and early stage companies.
We're not going to debate government procurement, I
No,
promise.
we won't get into that.
No, we're not going to get into that.
We have a question.
Oh, we have a question.
Hi there. Just before we got too bogged down in TRLs, I think it was you, Paul, was starting to speak about the role of DSTL, and I think you were going to say in the earlier TRLs. Could you expand a bit on that dynamic of TRLs moving through the different departments within the defence sector?
Well, yeah, I think we could get bogged down if we were to do that. It depends which component you're talking to and which sort of program. So there are some people looking at stuff 10 years out, so very low TRLs, and there's others, certainly security agencies, who we need this thing now. So again, as everyone is saying, it's difficult to find who to speak to. We have made it easier for companies who connect with us to find people, but that's through our competitions. But they will vary, as I say, depends entirely on the program. But hopefully the UK DI one is all about acceleration.
Thank you. Anna Wolstein from Digital and Frontier Tech Investment at Innovate, and similarly to Paul, I also have experience in venture capital, but not in defense. So I look at dual use more from the commercial perspective, and it's more of a comment than a question. Zina, you mentioned communication. I believe that we shouldn't exclude a lot of capital, private capital, that doesn't know all the abbreviations. We should actually make sure that there is like a common language, so to speak, that investors, private investors, can easily understand, because it's just leaving money on the table if we don't do that. Thanks.
And it's a great comment, Sam. Yeah.
All right. So that's my competitive advantage, is I know what the acronyms are. So I'm quite happy to have them in place.
And also, MOD and you guys change the acronyms every 3 years to confuse people. Yeah.
Academia can't really say much at this point, so we have just as many. But yeah, I think common language does help, but then it does come back to that network and the communication, which I think we keep coming back to. One thing I'm going to ask while they're looking at questions, so there's been a lot of comments that it's the primes that deliver at the moment, and there's been a lot of at the moment and 2031, it's all we can have a difference. What needs to change between now and then so it's not primes at the moment? Who wants to go first?
Wow, so that's my day job. So I need to track all of the technological refresh that the SMEs offer. So when we hit 2031 and we've got the constellation aloft, we can instantly start incorporating it. Sadly, what I can't do is wait until then and then reach out. So I'm sort of, you've got this sort of split my brain in half. Half of it is, dealing with heavy metal, the big shiny stuff, and not forgetting the ground station. The other side of me, and the lady over there that mentioned the DSTL, is that I'm going to bore people now, but TRL 1 to 5, the DSTL great science projects that I manage and give direction and guidance. It's my job to bring them across into TRL 6, where I incorporated them into these programs. So it's a dual track, the big heavy stuff, getting it up there whilst keeping the breadth of all the technological advantages out there.
I would put a certain amount of emphasis on us in the commercial sector. Okay, the primes have got it because of reliability and all of those things. But if I bring something to the table that's better than they can do and show a reliability that's as good as them, then I think defence will take it from me. So there is a little bit of, we've got to overcome reliability. We have to overcome inertia. It's a lot easier to keep going with what you've got than go for something new. And we do that by being more innovative and having a genuine, unique selling point that nobody else has got.
And venture capital should help companies bridge the gap. Anna, you're right. We should bring more investors into the tent.
Maybe MOD could be just a little bit more risky in technology.
I'm not going to go on that one, but we do all have a role to play. Can I just pick up on one? So we've very much focused on the technology side. I think, Jim, you mentioned the importance of data. We've also talked about data sovereignty. We keep hearing the terms data as a strategic asset. How does that work in a dual by design environment, do you think? And this can go to anyone, and I've just rocked this out, so give them a chance to think.
So hopefully we can just generate the data once and use it often. What we're after is the sort of assuredness of that data. How much can we trust it? And yes, of course, what we do with that data subsequently. Wouldn't it be great if we could just generate it at official, then I take it away, use different software to actually generate insights and intelligence from it, whilst DCIT and other government departments start using the actual data for other things. But I guess the mantra is sort of generate it once and use it often.
So from a commercial perspective, and certainly for Earth Daily, it's about creating the data or getting the data and then being able to market that data more than once. So collect once, sell many times. But we certainly work on the principle that we collect the data, we have assurance in how it's collected, we have assurance in how it's managed all the way down the pipework until it gets to the customer, and then once the customer gets the data, it's their data. to use as they see fit within certain retransmissions and licensing limits. But basically that's how we see it is if you're the government customer's strategic asset, we'll provide it to you.
Sam, is there much discussion in the VC world on the data side, or is it more on the technology?
It tends to be on the tech, but if a company can generate their own proprietary data sets, then that's a compelling investment proposition.
Checking 4 questions, but wave quite obviously, and we'll notice. But we are coming towards the end of the panel, and I want to give each of the panel members a chance to kind of give their take-home message to the audience, given the title of Dual Use by Design in Defence, and we're at Space-Comm. So what would be your take-home message to the audience today regarding our panel? And I'm going to start with Paul, because you're on my left.
I just said, the market's going to be worth, 10 billion by 2035. There seems to be a lot of investment in AI, so the two things are linked. The opportunities are there for the commercial sector, and defence require it as well. So we need to move fast, because our adversaries and competitors are doing that.
We're at an inflection point in space technology. In a post-Greenland world, and with a strategic decoupling from the US underway, there's a huge opportunity to build sovereign European capability.
So certainly at Earth Daily, we've got AI, we've got data, and we want to get it to the warfighter, because we are all on the same side. We mustn't forget that.
I was hoping for my drop the mic comment rather than pass the mic, but look, I noticed there's a paradox here of dual use. The UK military needs a commercial scale, but industry just needs some defence clarity, and I absolutely accept the irony as I say that, as we're still waiting for the defence investment plan to come out. But look, I hope that the take-home message is dual use. It's not a complication. If it should be the signal that your technology matters to the government, and if it matters strategically, it will attract demand, partnership, and hopefully a long-term relevance.
So I think, to summarise the panels, just from what you've all said, we each have a role to play. We each need to make sure we play those roles, and network and partnerships are going to be key going forward, which is great to be at Space-Comm. So hopefully you'll all be networking, and the panel hopefully will be outside just to answer some questions. Can I thank the panel for all that they've given today, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you very much to the panel as well from my side. I finally understand a little bit more about what dual use is. It's good enough. When it's good enough, it's different. So for the final session, we're going to look at the critical infrastructure that enables geospatial artificial intelligence, which is data infrastructure. And for this, we have a great speaker, Federica Moscato. She's from the Center for Environmental Data Analysis, but also from the National Center for Earth Observation, from a number of different organizations. I never know how to introduce Federica. She has 25 years experience working with the Satellite Application Catapult, Airbus, Fermilab in the United States, the Italian Space Agency. So she's well poised to let us know about the Earth Observation Data Hub, and how that can be used to support a GeoAI adoption. Federica, the stage is yours.
Okay. So the first thing that I would like to say that today I really enjoy, and thank you, Luca, to bringing together all these people. It has been a really a great day. A lot of insight, and some of the components that I will cover have been already covered during the day. Okay, perfect. That is me, yeah. So what I would like to do today is to give you a little bit of an overview of the Earth Observation Data Hub. That is a national capability that we are building here in UK. It's led by the National Center for Earth Observation. I'm part of the National Center for Earth Observation, but as such as well RASpace and STFC, as you know, Luca was as I was saying, the platform is delivered by OK Consortium, bringing together expertise in Earth observation, data infrastructure and user engagement, and strong partner as well as Spatial that are here today. So, but let's start with the challenge. So why we are doing what we are doing? So we know that the Earth observation is incredibly powerful, and they support climate research, environmental monitoring, agriculture, and many other applications. However, accessing Earth observation data can be very complex. Multiple platforms can be extremely fragmented, and as well, you have to drive to different format, different type of contracts. By the time that the user gets access to the data, has been already a long time. Simple searching, ordering, and preparing the data can take a lot of time, and that can really slow down innovation. So that's where the EODH Hub is coming from. So it's designed as a central platform from discovery both commercial and open data sets. We provide a single point of access and enabling user to search across multiple sources just in one place. Instead of navigating numerous platforms, you can just arrive in one place and find both commercial and open data sets. So that's dramatically reduces the barrier to entry. But that's great. We created the building blocks, but actually access to the data is just the first component. So we would like to make something with those data. And essentially discovery is not enough. We will really allow you to do meaningful decisions through the data. And that's a little bit what we have done through the GeoAI. And through the GeoAI, essentially what we did, it was giving the access to the Earth observation data hub in two ways. And the first was just, the giving the access to the participant, to the platform, for that to access a wide range of data. And the second point was working with the AWS and the Cloud Scaler to create all the backend possible for them to access the AI and machine learning tools. So we didn't have just the data, but they added also the tool to make sense of the data. So, the EODH Hub in this sense really helped to make the GeoAI from a concept to something practical. Now, that's really resonated with me. And a few days ago, I saw this post from Nadine, and what that was regarding the GeoAI and what are they, they've been working with Luca, and all about, what is the real enabler is the ecosystem. And that's resonated with me because actually what I think that we are doing a little bit on the EODH Hub is building the ecosystem, common workflow standards, most important teams, and trusted data. So today we touched the topic of trusted data multiple times. I'm a little bit scared now to bring it up again, but we will touch base again during the presentation. So let me give a practical example. In this case, we are searching for Sentinel-2 data, and as well we can start also to say, perhaps in your project the Sentinel-2 is not enough. It could be a good proof of concept, but actually what you wanted to do as well is to find much higher resolution data. In this case, you can, this example, you can order also Airbus spot data. We have Airbus just in front of us, Airbus spot data, and decide the level of processing and deciding also the licensing that you're interested, and that will be delivered directly in your workspace. Most important, this workspace, you can collaborate with other within your network. And by the way, all of this nice results catalog has been developed by the results catalog has been developed by Spatial that is here. So, but actually, the EODH Hub is much more than a catalog. It's bringing together few key points, as such collaboration, outreach, quality assurance driven research, EOI processing. So collaboration is central. It's especially central to me, so it's bringing users into a shared ecosystem. The data hub support the multiple disciplinary teams, scientists, data engineers, policymakers, and the commercial partners, all working through common workflow, through common standards. And quality assurance. As I said, today we touch base on trusted data multiple times. I would say that also we should define what is trusted, because each group has a different meaning of trusted. For us, the trusted means that the quality assurance data, so data that has been passed through a rigorous process to be verified and to give a stamp that this data can be trusted in that sense. But from the satellite. So why this is important? Because it promotes QA-driven research, helping users maintain scientific rigorous while accelerating innovation. And the last but not least is auto-salvation processing, because actually we have to say that find the data is just the first part, but actually to create the tools that you can explore the insight of the data, that you can really transforming the data into meaningful information, and what we would like you to allow through the Auto Salvation Hub. So what we are keen on the Auto Salvation Hub is essentially support the full life cycle of the data, from acquisition to analysis and to action on knowledge. And that is a little bit the core of the EODH Hub. Now, let me give you a little bit of an overview of the resource catalog, how it looks like. You can start from the Copernicus data, this is our analysis-ready data that has been produced for DEFRA from GCC that we are storing, to on-the-fly band calculation, to radar data sets, to climate projection, and to arrive to very high resolution data, all accessible in one platform. This integration allows users not only to access data, but to explore and to visualize immediately. So, but what does it mean for you? Actually, I would say I have a little bit an idea what does it mean for you, but I'm very interested to hear what does it mean for you. So I'm really looking to hear the user perspective. What the feedback that we got so far, that for researchers it means faster access to high quality multi-resource data sets and a more efficient workflow. For commercial organization, it means simplifying procurement and the easy integration and satellite imagery that can build up in your service. And if you are a policymaker, an environmental manager, it means better evidence and deliver more efficiently into your decision maker. Just to conclude, I will say that the EODH Hub represents a shift from fragmented access toward an integrated ecosystem. It combines open commercial data, common workflow, shared standards, and trusted process within a single platform. As well, thanks to the GeoAI, we also prove the AI tool to be integrated just at the back of the EODH Hub. And also we'd like to ask you to explore the EODH Hub, give us feedback and try to use it. And I would like to thank you for your time, and if you have any question, very happy to answer.
Very much, Federica. Is there any question? No, we don't have any question.
That's fine.
So
Thank you.
Thank you, Fede, again. And we just draw to a conclusion for this. Let's swap again for this wonderful day. And I took some notes throughout the day, and I like to kind of summarize what has been said in the next 5 minutes or so. One thing that I mentioned this morning on my opening, and in my view has been echoed throughout the day in several conversations, was that everything happens somewhere. Every policy, every investment, every risk decision plays in a specific place, and it affects real people, real ecosystem, real economies. The geography is the context in which we translate digital intelligence into real-world decisions. And there is an urgency, as Nadine has mentioned today, and several other speakers. There is an urgency for geospatial to be explicitly acknowledged as a cross-cutting enabler and work within workflow on the background. And AI plays a big role in the next wave of geospatial innovation. Throughout the day, we heard that the next wave of adoption will not be driven by more data. We already have petabytes of data coming onto us. But it will be driven by decision-grade Earth intelligence, by AI-ready data, by reducing frictions, by shortening the time to market, the time to value, from prototype to product, by moving from pilots to impact. We hear that decision makers are not necessarily interested about GeoAI, geospatial data, artificial intelligence. They are interested in reliable answer to real problem, to their business problem. But these answers need to be grounded on trustworthy data and robust processes. Data only is not enough. The processes, the institution that we build to satisfy the reliability of the data is also important. And this plays in two ways. One is that we should start with the problem statement, not just with the technology push. And what we did with the GeoAI Festival was not starting, for example, via an hackathon. Let's look what we can do with this data, but via user-centered design process, where we start interviewing businesses, adopters of Earth observation, understanding their problems, and then throw the data workflow, the data workflow at it. The other side is understanding, the transparency and of this data. And transparency is not enough. We need to understand explainability, accountability, and the governance of data. And this governance needs to be extended not just from models and algorithms of data, but also to development practices and how we approach automation, and human in the loop or human on the loop has been mentioned as well today. And one thing that I read somewhere, I don't remember where, and it was not even in relation to Earth observation of geospatial, is that what is important is that trust cannot be declared. We cannot say we trust this. It needs to be earned by the data, it needs to be earned by the processes that we put in place, by the fact that we want to use that data. We want to use those processes. GeoAI can lower the barrier to the adoption of spatial intelligence and help us move in geography from the margin to the core of decision making. And this matters because if we recognize geography as an integral part of decision making, well, risk can be identified earlier, for example. And this means that geospatial geography becomes at the core of economic growth. That is where we build climate resilience and national competitiveness as well. And with the GeoAI UK Outlook report, which we will be able to send to you and publish in the next week or so, we launched a call of action for this. Now, Nadine, myself, Will have been from Spark Geo, have been working on the report, and we set out a few practical recommendations, one of which is that we want to build trusted foundation models grounded in robust geospatial data, for example, and this could unlock economic growth in the United Kingdom. We need to treat the GeoAI as an investment, an investable national capability. And we could use, in the context of the United Kingdom, you could use place-based deployment pathways to scale geospatial within what we already have available. For example, the AI growth zone. We should embed geospatial as part of that type of processes, or we should invest more in programs like this one that aims to build the ecosystem for the innovation ecosystem for growth. Ultimately, adoption does not happen by accident, trust does not happen by accident, leadership does not happen by accident. It requires a coordinated action, it requires an ecosystem, it requires that we move together with directionality and purpose. So my final thoughts are, we can treat GeoAI as another emerging technology cycles, as we have seen many in geospatial over the years, or we can treat it as the connective tissue for building the future we want. And with this, I just want to conclude to say thank you to the many people that have been involved in the development of the GeoAI Festival. I cannot mention all of them, and few of them have been mentioned throughout the day, but there is a core unit that I'm keen to mention personally. One, well, first and foremost, Elaine Livera, my colleague looking at space, and I would say that her unwavering support to the program made the ambition of the festival achievable. Without her help, I don't think we would have been able to achieve what we have achieved. Becky Rowland, you've been my rock throughout the whole process. Justin Barold, Mel Castley, and Alana Kruger, who have been instrumental in coordinating parts of the festival. Soraya Smith and Anita Ngwebuzi, and Andra, don't see her here, but Andra as well, Kutuan, who have been supporting on the background with several processes. And last but not last, two colleagues not from Innovate UK, but from DEFRA, Oliver Vaughan and Sajida Sayeda. Well, they believed in this program from the onset, and it's thanks to them that we were able to just deploy the program as we had. So thank you very much also to you for being with us today, for the audience that will watch online. The GeoAI Festival is now drawing to a close. Enjoy your evening reception. Thank you very much.